And we're live, so let's go ahead and get in here. Yeah, basically, if you turn off the zombies entirely, the world will feel very empty, is what'll happen. Having a low number of zombies, that can be fine. Like, you know, play how high or low you'd like to. But, it is a thing that with the no zombies, it will feel like an empty world. Has anyone ever done Electric Engineer playthrough? What do you mean? Like taking the professions? Because by and large, the professions are fairly irrelevant. Like there's benefits in that, but other than a couple of specific ones, any profession could do anything. Yeah, and using the traps in Project Zomboid are useless. Like, and this, me trying to be generous is technically you could potentially maybe sometime eventually kill a zombie using one of the traps. If you're looking for a game based around traps, Project Zomboid isn't the game you're looking for. You're looking, I mean, that's you could go into mods. You can go into mods and that'd get you there. Otherwise, you're looking more for like 7 Days to Die. That's kind of their thing. There's my radio. Yeah, so the electrician and that, the noisemakers are kind of useless because you have to stage them in advance, which means you have to go to the place where the zombies would be. But, you know, you've gone to the place where the zombies would be, which means you had to clear out enough to get the trap set up there in the first place. They don't have enough volume to really move the zombies around in a meaningful enough capacity in my mind. And so it's just kind of one of those things that on paper they look interesting, but in practice they just don't think. Are they planning on improving traps or just giving options to defense, or they just don't care or want traps? They don't want traps. They don't want it to be a thing where you fortify your base against the wave of hordes. That's just not the game this is meant to be. That's 7 Days to Die. Project Zomboid is meant for you, the player, to be the one who directly combats the zombies. It's the reason why your cars are so terrible at slamming into zombies and killing them. It's the reason why they keep nerfing fire in various ways. It's the reason why we don't get good traps. It is a deliberate and conscious decision. You can get mods to add them, though. Like, to add traps. Oh no, I'm not referring to me doing it. I'm literally saying the devs themselves don't look at this as you build your fortress in the tides. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The intention is that you, the player, will be the thing deciding, like, killing the zombies directly through your immediate and direct actions. Not you put down the thing and it takes care of the zombies later. Okay, we're just grabbing a little bit of forage on our way out to the area. But yeah, no, like you dying in the game is a deliberate intent. Death in Project Zomboid does serve a very important function. Because without death, what ends up happening is you very quickly burn out of stuff to do. You are intended to sort of play this like a roguelike. That you make some progress, things go fine, eventually you make a mistake and you die, and then you restart. And then the next time you play, you get a little get farther, and a little bit farther, and a little bit farther. And unfortunately, it is a thing that as you start getting to the point where you can kind of survive nearly indefinitely, that's kind of the point where Project Zomboid becomes way less fun. Like, very genuinely, the beginning and middle of the game is where all of the real fun of the game is. Once you start to getting to endgame, it gets harder and harder and harder to come up with new things for your character to do. That's actually why I play on 16 times pop, and I put like multiple helicopters and all of these sweaty try-hard settings, is because they let me play the best part of the game for as long as possible before I reach the part that's not as fun. And I don't necessarily, for the record, I don't think that's like there's some horrible design flaw in the game or that the devs have done a bad job or anything like that. I think it's just the nature of the style of game where as you play the game, you start getting yourself situated to get better and better survival, better and progress. That progress feels amazing. But by that nature, that progress has to be sticky and has to be meaningful for it to feel good, which has the inverse problem of then you've got that meaningful and sticky progress, and now you don't need to do it. Like, because you've done the thing. So, the thing that makes their early and mid game so strong does ultimately come at the expense of the late game. But considering that the game you're expected to die a lot and die often, that's fine, because you're going to spend the bulk of your time in the early to mid game. And you can certainly change your settings to make it so death is very unlikely and all that. I've just found for most of the people I've known who have gone and set the game onto a very easy difficulty, they play like 1 or 2 playthroughs and then they usually get bored. It's just because, you know, ultimately behind the scenes, it's almost like Product Zomboid has a checklist. That there's get the generator magazine, get, you know, the herbalist. Like, you have your list of things accomplished. Oh wait, that moved back over there. I grabbed that mod the other day that people suggested to show, like... Well, that's interesting. When I looked at it yesterday, it had the numbers, because I loaded the game for like 2 seconds. And it's like, cool, that worked. So there's no progress happened. Okay, oh, I see. I'm misreading that. I was reading the daily as the average kills per day. Yeah, so that number, all those numbers will start really low, but over time, you'll see them go up a lot. I also debated grabbing a mod that put this on the UI, like a little paper doll thing. I didn't get it, but it is one I'm heavily debating. Because part of the reason I wanted to get this is so when people ask this, I don't have to like go through the tabs nearly as much. It's just a little bit of convenience for me. It would have been nice to be able to, like, get this not buried in this UI here. I like the idea that people mentioned there should probably be a muscle strain Moodle. I think that's a good idea. Just a generic Moodle that's just, like, it doesn't even need to tell me what strain, just being, like, your character, like, just have, like, a little flexy arm and a sad face or something like that, and it just gets, you know, goes progressively sadder / more red as, you know, you let it escalate. Didn't we have, I was gonna say, didn't we have a couple zombies here yesterday? Hey, man, I'm right here, you don't need to bang on the window. Getting your greasy fingerprints all over it. Seriously, it's like children at the candy store. All pressing their faces up against the glass, getting snot all over it, wiping it all over the place with their hands. Oh, I still need to update that traits command. It is, like, thematically it is still correct, but specific traits are different. Oh, we just broke the nightstick. Let's see what's... Yeah, so thick skin is gone. I don't have that anymore. And I believe I took Speed Demon and Nutritionist. I don't actually believe in Speed Demon at all, it's just wanted points to be 0. Obese is gone, right? Yeah, they got a trait that basically just directly replaces it, though. It's like, what is it, slow metabolism, whatever. But all intents and purposes, it's the same thing. Like, they got rid of the obese and very underweight, and they just made it, like, fast and slow metabolism. But for gameplay purposes, it kind of is the same thing. Alright, there is a basement or an upstairs back there we can see. Let's circle around to the back door, because for those who don't know, sometimes, if the front door is locked, the back or side door will be unlocked. But not this time. And thank you for the 15 stream streak, Ichitenma. I do appreciate that. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream. Now, if we get through this window, that'd be nice. And that'd be a no. The one window I don't feel comfortable going for is that window. I don't want, like, I'll break out a window before I go through that back window. Because most of the others, I've got a pretty good line of sight on this large room. That I'm pretty confident there's not a zombie in here. But that back window, if that had been downstairs, would have been scarier. Are you trolling me, game? Oh, it did the thing where it separated out. I couldn't go through because those are chairs I can't walk through. So when I did that, I got stuck in that corner. That salami's still good. That's actually very surprising. Sigh. We have seen so much bacon, and all of it's going to go to waste. Can you remove the unfit trace by leveling fitness? Yes. That's one of the reasons why there was for a while people were trying to claim that the meta for Product Zomboid was to take weak, unfit, and obese because they were the solvable quote-unquote traits. But the catch is, you gotta survive long enough to solve them, and in the actual reality, that was way more of a burden than the benefit. I'll grab the long johns for later. Those are really good for dealing with winter. They're one of the best pieces of clothing for insulation. The key to this place. All right. Not a particularly exciting house. Dangerous house though as well, because like for example here, if you were coming down, there's a zombie here to grab, and you tried to do the run to get by, you'd pin and trip into the corner. You'd probably survive the trip, but you get the idea. You'd corner yourself very easily. So if it's more than one, that's definitely a house that I would destroy all this furniture down here. Basement? No, unfortunately it was well, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter one way or the other. It was stairs up, not down. We couldn't tell till we went inside the house yet, though. Alright. Hey, JD2V0, how's it going? No bugs yet in build 42.2? Oh, no, there's bugs. There's certainly bugs. As far as, like, game-breaking bugs, they'd be like, oh, man, no, don't play. Nothing that extreme. There was a couple pretty bad ones in, like, right when build 42 dropped. Nah, I was hoping to finish it. Please don't line directly side by side where you're actually really dangerous. Alright, give this one a moment to catch up. Hey, Silthulu, how's it going? Alright, just trying to rest for a minute to get her endurance up. Did you two literally break through both those doors trying to reach me in the meantime? I don't think I left those open. What happens to the speed up and pause when in multiplayer? They just don't exist. You will be doing stuff at whatever speed it goes. It's one of the really, really big reasons to not make your days longer in multiplayer. Because there are just some things that get really painful to deal with when you make your days longer. You can go through the settings and adjust the speed in various activities. So like one, if you do increase the day length, spare everyone you're playing with and increase the day length, or sorry, like increase the speed you read. But stuff like crafting weapons and that is going to be real painful in multiplayer if you make your day length like 3-4 hours or something like that. Just sit down for a moment to let the muscle strain ease up. Okay. I'm doing pretty good. Character's enjoying some nice watermelon. Oop, too fast. Alright. Wilderness knowledge is an S tier trait? Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. We've talked about it. I actually personally feel that wilderness knowledge probably needs an adjustment. Yep, no problem, Bast. You have a good one with that. Like if you decide to play, great. If not, you know, that's fair too. I do know it's a game that is right in line with what some people want, and it's just not something others. It is, as much as people who love the game want to feel otherwise, it is a niche game. It is a game that has a very select audience. And that is A-okay. Like, it's a good game, but it's definitely a game that has a lot of things that are deal breakers for a lot of people. Alright, so let's go here, because we have looted those. You'd be a combat medic? Chat, do I break their heart? First aid in this game is honestly pretty useless. Because if you get hurt by a zombie, the game decides the very second you got hurt if you got the zombie plague. And there's literally nothing you can do as a player to save yourself once you've got it. You can patch people up, so if you have friends who are fairly accident prone is how I will describe it. In ways that they just hurt themselves a lot. You can get first aid and be helpful there, so people who drive their cars too fast and hurt their legs and stuff like that. But by and large, unfortunately, it's not a big thing. Doctors have the ability to amputate an affected limb. That is a mod. It is available. People have talked about that a whole lot. First, I don't actually want them to implement that. I think that it's, like, of the things they could be working on, that'd be pretty low. If they did, I would make it so that's the moment you make an injury, you would have to make that call. So you get that scratch, you have to make that call before you're symptomatic. So when you take that zombie hit, you gotta make that choice. Do I think I won the 7% I am not okay roll? So, 93% chance I'm okay? Or do I play it safe and hack the limb off? But I would also make it a thing that once you've hacked the limb off, it is a forever thing. Like, there's no you just get a, like, cybernetic augmented arm that utterly replaces the other one. You get the prosthetics we had in 1993, which was the little hook that could pinch. Because you want to make sure it's a thing that you only do as a very extreme decision. So basically about the only time you do it is if you got bitten on the arm. Or like whatever. Since that's a guarantee. But you'd make it so like you basically have to get away, stop what you're doing, and deal with it immediately, or it's too late. All in all, like I said, I'd rather they just not look at or implement that. Perfect for mod territory, though. And it exists as a mod. You can get it right now. You don't have to wait for the devs. There's definitely a zombie inside the building, banging away at one of the doors. I did see there's one back here and one over there we've aggroed. At least I think she was aggroed. She definitely came to this side of the fence. Yeah, there she is. I was like... I saw you. Yeah, no, you'd only do it if you're really, really attached to the character. And you'd only probably want to do it if, like, again, a bite. At, like, a scratch or laceration, you'd probably just play the gamble. But even then, that starts to become such a niche thing, they're like, okay. And then also to get around that, there's a ton of stuff that have to change with the implementation of Project Zomboid. For example, did you know that every single character in Project Zomboid is right-handed? That's just the way it is. Every single character only has right hand. Is there an herbalist? Yeah, there is herbalist. It lets you recognize if mushrooms or berries are poisonous or not. It also lets you find, like, medicinal medicines. Medicinal herbs and all that. Right now, the medicinal herbs are kinda meh. There's a couple of them that have good use, like Ginseng gives you a little bit of endurance back. It's very little. It's like 1 or 2 per ginseng. But it is something. There's one that gives you a little bit of pain relief. Alright, there's a window in the back, but let's mess with that after the house. Because butt up against the trees, I'd rather see what noise they make over here. Plus, I'd like to sit in here and get that sorted. Alright, so that's not a great window, because there could be a zombie on either side of that, and unless we aggro it with noise, we wouldn't know. That's a fairly safe window here. And the reason that's fairly safe is because we could see both sides of that window from the from these 2 windows. Try and watch for problems. Ah, yes, this is a story house. So we've got like a little bit of story going on here. So basically the story thing you got going on here is the person clearly had a zombie. Oh, that's uncooked. That would have been bad. That's fine. Like, they basically worked on getting the other person into the bathroom who turned but died doing so. Yeah, so it's like they locked the other one in there and then they have a gun on their person. And, well, you could do the math of what that gun was used for. There's a bunch of houses, like, little stories. Like, there's the murder-suicide house. There's Jason is in the game as, like, an Easter egg. There's have a guy walking around with a ski mask and all that. Do I want to grab the duffel bag as a sec? Nah, it's fine. We'll wait for something better. I'll toggle both doors. Man, that water is holding up. It's super rare I've had the water outlast the power. That said, we're getting pretty close to the point where that's not gonna be a thing anymore. Oh, I see. I see a stat. So this is how many zombies I've killed today. This is my average kills per day. I getcha. I was trying to figure out what the daily was saying. That's literally how many I've killed today. Alright, I'm not loving this here. Let's go and deliberately go out to this field and kill the zombies, because once I get into that, I can't see. And I do want to check those sheds, because they're usually a really good place for stuff like tools and all that. Alright. None of you all care. I'm down to leave it that way. Alright, now we get to stress ourselves out with this window that directly has a tree next to it, absolutely killing all of my line of sight. Let me in real quick, because they're blocked on both sides. I don't need to worry about zombies. Alright, and with that, we will go and say nopety nope. We got pretty full inventory. It's getting pretty late, so it's good to go back. That mannequin startled you? Yeah, they've been doing a lot with the mannequins, that just having them as scarecrows all over the place and all that. Like, it used to be there's only just a couple of places in the entire map that had that, and now they realize it's like a fun thing because they've been really going for it. Okay. This, you know what we can even do as our way to, like, slowly build up clothes and all that to get the rags? Just anytime I come home and we're not overweight, like we're not full inventory kind of thing, go and grab clothes and all that. Phobia mannequins. Mannequins do get the creepy. I did learn. I was watching Drongo yesterday after stream. And he was checking out the military base. I look forward to seeing that, because I wasn't able to watch the whole time through. I understand he did realize that maybe he was in over his head with the equipment he had on hand, which was probably true. But yeah, I do want to check that out at some point. I think for this character, like, assuming we live forever kind of thing, like goals we'll have for ourselves. You know, the first goal I'm thinking is one, like I said, we do the whole work our way around the lake, clearing all the houses so this area is cleared. The military base is up here. So we actually went by where it is. Unfortunately, as much as I want to just go for it, I would probably need to clear... Oh no, I would basically skirt the entire way around this, and that's all walled in, so zombies can't get around that. Actually, you know what? I was going to say I was probably going to need to clear this area and all that. I'm like, you know what? I probably don't. It might well, no, because of the new migration. We'll see. Yeah, no, exactly. And I think, because I was sitting on my hands for most of it. The only time, because he was getting to, like, around here, and he's like, I think I should just turn back. Like, you know, his chat trolling. I'm like, hey, chat's not troll. Like, I mean, chat, there is, I think I said literally, there is something down the road. Is as much as I would give him for information. Just so he knew that, you know, chat wasn't making him just drive into the middle of nowhere to see how far he'd go. It's about all the information I gave. Because I didn't want to spoil what he was getting to. I didn't want to spoil, like, how dangerous it was, or how involved it was, or what he was going to find there. I wanted to make sure it was still, like... No vaccine. He did run out of gas on the way back? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I watched as much as I really could last night. Eventually, it's just like, no, I have to go to bed. It's like, Tomb's gonna get up soon and be on her way out to work. I really need to be to bed before she gets up. Not like I get in trouble or anything, but that's, you know, there's certain invisible lines that you have for yourself where you're like, you know, the classic for us content creators, you see that one person show up in chat who usually can't make it to your stream because, you know, they sleep while you stream or whatever. And you see them pop into chat and went, oh, I've gone too late. It's one of those things that if Tomb comes up here to, like, wish me a good day on her way out to work, that's definitely one of those I'm like, oh man, I'm in for a bad day tomorrow because I'm going to be so tired. So, I had seen as far as he had aggroed some of the stuff on the inside of the fence line and, you know, had backed out to get his vehicle. And I assumed he was going to head back at that point. I do believe he had gone in for a little bit longer after that. But, yeah, I only got to catch a little bit of the VOD, and then when I saw he left, I was like, you know, cool, probably the right choice. And it also means cool, I might be able to catch him live when he properly gets into it. You wanna hear because your sleep schedule is ruined right now? I know that feeling. That's, I love 2D Curious streams, but I just can't make it to 2D Curious streams because of the hours. That's basically like peak sleep time for me. And when I have a week that my sleep schedule's properly ruined, I'm like, yep, I'm catching Curious streams, which is really nice, but also means my schedule is properly hosed. You tried to teleport inside the base in debug mode on 16 times to see what I was in for, and your computer crashed. Yeah, no, that's very genuinely, if you just jump into a 16 times pop high density area, your computer's just gonna crash. You start running into limitations with the actual engine. The reason why we can do it without crashing is because we don't jump right in. We slowly fight our way in. And as such, we don't get slammed with the full volume of zombies all at the same time. It is a gradual attrition kind of thing. If I just jumped right in the middle of it, yeah, be no different here. Where did the sticks go? Oh, right, I made the axes. Right. I was like, wait a second, I was starting to hoard some sticks. Right. Axes. We made axes with the sticks. That's where the sticks went. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we still have unlimited water. Let's fill up another gas can. Because I got no room for gas in them, and that just saves me another chore later. So... plunk another one down on the floor. I'm getting kind of close to that point where I've got too many weapons on me. Okay, most of those are fine. We'll go ahead and put the stuff that doesn't go bad in here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Where am I gonna put the medicine? Okay, because I don't need this many caffeine pills. Like, I know, yeah, when you start taking them, you gotta slam a lot of them for them to really be worth anything. I'll put the long johns in there for later as well. The light bulb, I really don't care where that goes. Bugs go in this container for later. The pepper goes over here. I want to carve the sapling, so I'll deal with that in a minute. I was hoping it'd still consider it bright enough. It's not. It's fine. Add pepper. Add salt. Because good old salt and pepper watermelon. That's actually probably not that terrible. Honestly, in my runs, when I've got them off the ground, gas containers have never been that big of a problem for me. I'm gonna go ahead and just eat that lime right now. It's probably gonna go pretty quick. Okay, so I've got the packaged corn and the fresh salami. Yeah, I was gonna say, a salt on watermelon is good. I'm not as sold on the pepper. Yeah, I'm personally not team salt on watermelon, but it's also one of those things, like, I don't know. This is not what I want. But, it wouldn't be something I'd be upset about. It'd be like, oh, okay, that's fine. Like, I wouldn't even, like, bat an eye on it. The pepper's, like, I feel like that'd be one of those ones I'd eat and be like, that's weird. Like, this isn't bad, it's just a weird choice. You know, these things don't go together, but they don't really hurt anything. That was, the other day, wife and I went to a place, and they do poutine, and, like, their traditional poutine is really solid, but they also have a thing where they'll always do, like a weird poutine, like, just something kind of, like, non-standard and all that, and my understanding, and this is coming from someone who doesn't live in Canada, my understanding is that isn't an unusual thing to have at, like, bar food kind of places. They'll have, like, your traditional poutine, and they might be, like, buffalo poutine or whatever, that they'll do something, you know, different or whatever. But they had caprese poutine, which was certainly an interesting choice. And for those who aren't familiar with caprese, that's tomato, mozzarella, basil, and I usually believe it's balsamic vinaigrette. I believe is the dressing they usually use with it. And so caprese is really good. It's kind of like a very... It's like a very... What's the word I want to look? Not fresh. It's just, there's the nature of salad. All those things sound great. Oh yeah, no, caprese is great. I love caprese. There was a place I used to get, it was a caprese sandwich on a baguette. It was a little French bakery. And that was one of my big things to go to is get the caprese. Because, like, I don't know, it's just like a very refreshing salad kind of thing. Well, salad-ish. But it was on, you know, it was on fries with, you know, chunks of mozzarella. And it wasn't bad. Like, I really did enjoy it. But it was kind of one of those things that you're like, this really feels like I got a caprese salad and then, you know, fries on the side just because I, you know, was in the mood for fries. and then you just bothered to put them on top of each other, and you kind of scratch your head and go like, I like the caprese, it's really good. The fries are also really good and really well seasoned and all that, but it definitely felt like two completely independent things that happened to be in the same dish. Like, it was definitely one of those wondering, like, you know, I'm liking everything happening here. I'm not as sold on the together. I'll get that stretch and the hydrate and all that in just a minute. We're about to hit the ad break. So it'll be a good time for me to do that. I find a lot of dishes when people are trying to, like, get really creative with it, that does happen. Where it's like, you've taken two dishes and you've mushed them together, but, like, really, this didn't do anything for either dish. There's certainly ones that you put stuff together and you're like, this is amazing, this is just how it should be. But a lot of the ones that are trying to, like, just do something different, I do find a lot of cases you're like, these don't complement each other. They're just both present right now. I haven't had too many that I've been like, no, putting these together was an actively bad decision. It's just like, no, it's very neutral. Alright, so we just hit the ad break, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that stretch that was redeemed. Yeah, that's exactly, like, I was trying to avoid the word fresh because that's the way you typically describe salad in general, but it is a caprese salad is just a very, very refreshing type of salad. Because usually what it'll be is they'll have, like, the tomato and they'll just put, like, a bunch of slices across it, and then they'll have, like, the slices of mozzarella in between it. You know, the base will just be on where it's on, and they'll just put the dressing on it. Like, probably not the healthiest salad out there, because it's, you know, 1/2 to 1/3 cheese. But, you know, maybe that's why it's better. Yeah, it's a very refreshing one. Hey, get over here. Alright. Packaged corn right out of the package. What does that not give us a negative in happiness? You look at the various things in the game that you get unhappy for eating. It's like, okay, don't get me wrong, it's corn. I like corn. But the idea of just taking, like, frozen corn out of the bag, just, like, getting your frozen bag of corn, letting it thaw, and just being like... That does not sell me. That does not sell me. I like corn, but, like, lukewarm corn out of the bag... Not feeling it. Obviously, starving situation, all that, I'm totally down to eat that. But... I don't think it'd be like, heck yeah. Like, it doesn't make you happy, for the record. You don't mind a spoonful of canned corn on its own? Yeah, a spoonful is one thing. We're talking like an entire package. Corn isn't exactly calorie dense, and we've eaten half the package. And that was like a 400 calorie package of corn. That's a lot of corn. What's the best melee right now? Whatever you got available. That's always and always will be the rule. Generally speaking, the only melee weapon I would say is in a bad place right now are spears. All the other weapons are perfectly sound and balanced, though there are some that have their advantages and disadvantages, which some players might find frustrating. Like, for purposes, like, to give you an idea, axes are the fastest to get to one-tapping zombies. They'll also murder your endurance the fastest. Long blunt, kind of a situation similar to axes, except replace the one-tapping with they last the longest, but still kind of kill your endurance, kind of kill your muscle strain. The short blades are like they always are, where they're very, very endurance efficient, very, very low muscle strain, but they take the longest to get to one-tapping zombies. You get the way this works. But yeah, this isn't a game that you go in and be like, this is the greatest weapon. Because especially on top of that, 99% of the time, it doesn't matter. You're not going to get to choose. You're going to use whatever weapon is available. And you're going to like it. If you don't like it, I mean, I guess you can complain about it. You're still going to use it. I don't need to imagine the digestive... I mean, honestly, we talked about like the different difficulties with survival. You just change your diet in a meaningful way and it absolutely wreaks havoc on your system. Let alone going from eating very calorie-rich food that's easily available to eating literally anything you can get a hold of. Your whole system's gonna be super angry for a while. You're gonna be dealing with like stomach pains and all that half the time you're walking around, your body adjusts. What's the spear's issue? So they still have all the issues they had in Build 41, the low durability. They do require you to invest a decent amount of effort to get them off the ground to where they feel good. All that. But the big one on top of that is crafting them is a little bit of a pain compared to what it used to be. They did improve it a bit from when Build 42 first dropped. When Build 42 first dropped, you could get like one spear out of every couple trees because you could only make them really out of a couple of things. You needed saplings, and those weren't easy to come by. They are easier to come by now, but it's still, when you chop down a whole tree, it gives you a one singular sapling. So you get the problem there. You've got this weapon that you got to make a whole lot of them so your character can get good enough at spears that they don't constantly break on you. And then you get one per tree. And then when you're between areas, you're like, oh, I need to top off my spears. You've got to cut down half a forest to get like a couple days worth of spears. Hey, Leafy Pew, thanks for the 7-day stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Do hope you've been enjoying the content. Yeah, so it's kind of a, the spears have all their previous issues, plus they're far harder to get a meaningful quantity when you need it. I'm sure they'll get adjusted. I do think it was a deliberate intention to dethrone spears as the meta. And when I say meta for Build 41, it was a soft meta, not a hard meta. What I mean by that is a hard meta would be like, where you go into a game like Terraria, and for a while they had like, they had their one up, it's like, this is the weapon you use to kill the boss. Why? It's just better. Like, it's just better on every metric. It is a strict upgrade from the next best weapon. Okay, that's the weapon we use to kill the boss. So that's what you have by a hard meta, that there is objectively, this is the better weapon. Thank you, Leafy Pew, for the Gigantify of the, like, the cybernetic zombie otter from FG. I didn't know, I didn't see that emote before. That's a new one to me. I probably did, but it's just small enough that I couldn't make out all the details on it. Because that happens a lot with emotes. Because non-Gigantified emotes, real hard to make out those details sometimes. Adding Gigantify was a really good idea by Twitch. I know when it first arrived, a lot of people threw a whole big fit about it. But very genuinely, like, they're definitely not getting rid of that. Nor should they. Give me just a moment to finish these off, and then we gotta rest, because sadly our short blunt skill is only like 1. I think we back. Some people do a lot of effort in their emotes. Gigantify lets people see it. Yeah, no, there's definitely been some amazing emotes, that, like, ideas I've seen over the years. I've had a number of ones that people are like, oh man, you should totally get an emote like that. It's like, man, I don't know how I make it this big and you can see it though. Gigantify at least makes that possible. Because that used to be kind of the hard thing you'd have, like, if your emote artist was any good, they'd be like, hey, maybe tone down that idea, no one's going to be able to see it. And Gigantify changes so you can have emotes that probably aren't super useful on, like, their normal, but for a Gigantify are really good. Like, I would say Drongo's, like, Mayo emote, where he's got, like, the Mayo on his face, without Gigantify, would not have been nearly as strong, but with Gigantify and how cursed that emote is when it's that big, is amazing. But, like, I almost feel like the little emote only sells it because you know what it's supposed to be. Let's see, what is your thoughts on Short Bat? It's easy to make, lightweight, decent damage. I haven't really used the Short Bat. That's, the last character, the one that died the other day, we were leaning very hard into the stone knives, because I was putting a lot of focus in getting the napping skill up. And that just naturally gave it to us, because I also wanted to see what the big axe was like, what the big maul was like. And unfortunately, the big maul and the big axe, it felt like the big axe was just, if you want to delete trees and not kill your poor character, that's what you do. Whereas the big maul, I think, is almost probably nearly exclusively going to be used for, hey, Kool-Aiding through doors. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, there's a lot of amazing emotes out there. I honestly think that's one of the things that drives subs a lot, is just access to the emotes. BP being like, I mean, look at the detail. You can't see it on a normal size. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And thank you for the Gigantify. Yeah, so like when you look at the tiny one, me not being familiar with that emote before, I'm going, I don't really know what I'm looking at. Is it like a skillet with something being poured into it? Like from the tiny one, because you see like it kind of has like a little skillet look, and then maybe they're putting like they're pouring a bag of potatoes or something into it. I don't know. But then you get the Gigantify. It's like, that is a fantastic emote. That's, every time I'd commission stuff with my artist, I was pretty good about it because I've got a background in computer graphics. But even then, there was times I'd have ideas that the artist was like, like, this is going to be a real hard one for people to see what you're doing. We might need to, like, simplify these parts a little bit. Make it pop, make it stand out more. There's a I even have some emotes that we've changed because of visibility, like the chaos emote that we've got. We had to change the color of the fire because you couldn't make it out when I first had it. It's just everything has to be so high contrast and just really have to give up a lot in the details. Because it's, what is it, like 32 pixels by 32 pixels, or 64 pixel by 64 pixels is what the... It's something small like that is the regular one in chat. Are the animals vanilla? Yes. Build 42. Need to take into consideration the contrast around the edges. Oh, come on, man. I'm trying to rest. And y'all just keep rolling in here like you own the place. I mean, they might. It's definitely not our place. And the problem is, this isn't even the one we saw see us through the window. Back up farther. Sometimes Psych gets weird at tight corners. That's still not the one I saw in the window. The one I saw in the window was wearing a leather jacket. Used to make Twitch emotes. It's a headache, it's headache-inducing sometimes. Yeah. And I know they have to have constraints to it, for the record. It makes sense that there's constraints to it. But still. Let's have to be considered the contrast around the edge. Well, that's the other thing, is you don't know if the person's going to be in light mode or dark mode, so you don't necessarily, where you have your neutral space, your dead space, you don't know what color is going to be behind that. So you either have to fill in that color yourself and say, hey, this isn't, you know, neutral dead space, which limits what you can use the emotes for because of that side of things, or you have to fill it in with, like, white or black or something in between. And then again, that can be limiting what you can use the emotes for. Because then if you go to put it over top of something, you've got this background that just overwhelms stuff. There's like a whole science that goes into dealing with emotes. Alright, so let's go out here and find out where that Hey! I've been looking for you, man. I was just about to go outside and try and find you. I was about to say, let's go out and find that guy in the leather coat because he's creeping around here somewhere. And I want to make sure I don't come back just to get caught by him at some point. I saw there was another one. Oh, there's a couple over here. And yes, we are, like, systematically killing all zombies in the area. This is a deliberate decision. We learned from our last playthrough that the changes in migration have significantly changed the way you have to deal with the zombies. That they do naturally spread and take over areas. And that's what we're trying to deal with now, is I'm being proactive in, as we go through these areas, kill every zombie there to try and mitigate that. It'll be nice when our muscle strain isn't so bad. Yeah, I've made a couple of my own emotes. Not many though. I know I'm way out of practice with my computer graphics art. And so I could make my own emotes and put a whole lot of time into it. But it's just kind of one of those things. Got only so many hours in the day. Where do I apply it to have the most impact on my channel? And me sitting down there with an art program fumbling through something I'm out of practice on, not really going to be the best use of my time. Alright, let's see if one of these unknown berries, see if that's poison. Trying to get that muscle strain in a minute. It is poison! Excellent. Alright. And the muscle strain will alleviate faster and faster as we get more strength. We'll definitely have lower and lower buildup as we get our weapon skills up. People saw where we were at with, like, our knives and all that on our other character, where I could practically ignore muscle strain. It was only when I was getting very seriously exerted that muscle strain would really kind of start to show up. It definitely seems like your exertion recovers faster than muscle strength, though. But I don't think it's that big a deal early on. So I have a little bit of the salami. And it's time to stroll down the road. Let's go deal with that zombie. Like, I'm fully intending, if I get my hands on a whistle, it may start becoming a thing that when I'm not home and I'm walking around, I might literally sit there and every so often just blast the whistle as I walk. Just to draw the zombies out of the tree, since it's such a ridiculously large radius you get on the whistle. Hey, Cerise, it's going pretty good. Like, also, as you can see, our average kills per day is very slowly climbing. It'll probably go up a lot, either if we get good with these weapons, or get to start using something that's just more efficient from a muscle strain standpoint. You feel like the zombies love you just a little bit too much? Yeah. Scared with these zombie numbers, though? Well, that's the idea. If I'm clearing an area like I am, once you start sitting there getting the area mostly clear, and you can kind of do that stuff, you'll see way less problems. Because you will be pulling individual zombies out of the trees. You're just being mindful that if you're approaching a new area you've done no clearing at, though, maybe don't go ham on the whistle. And if you do, if you've been properly clearing behind you, when you see like 50 zombies pop out of the trees, just walk up the road, you know, till you're out of aggro range. And then come back and pick at them. Let's see, would you have respawns with 12 times pop? If you're more than 4 times pop, I would say absolutely not. So like literally anything that you've turned up the population any meaningful amount, I would say absolutely do not turn on respawn. The only reason a lot of people will have respawns on is, one, the fear of running out of zombies to kill. If you do the math on that, that's not really a credible concern. Or two, you're worried about running out of zombies in the area around you and getting bored of being in the area around you, which actually is a genuine concern. But yeah, the issue being if you have any meaningful amount of zombies and you have respawns on, then what ends up happening is like you get into this thing where it's even more of a slog than what I'm dealing with, because at least when I kill the zombies, they stay dead. Whereas the respawns, you clear an area, and it doesn't take a whole lot of time for that area to start repopulating. Because the respawn's on default settings, it's 5% of zombies that are supposed to be in an area respawn every 3 days. As if I remember the math right. And there's a little bit of wiggle that being, have you been in the area recently, and yada yada yada. That definitely has a basement there. So there's a little bit of fuzziness on that math, but that's just the general math. So if you take the time to clear a cell of like, 3,000-4,000 zombies, it doesn't take but like a month for that thing to fully repopulate back as if you were never there in the first place. Hey Urban, how's it going? Alright, so before we go inside, for our own safety, we're going to take a little peek down here. I see no friendos on this side. Need some friendos in between. A little bit of a dangerous corner to go around. No friendos in the backyard between either building. And no friendos tucked up here. Alright, I think we are good to attempt to enter the building. 8 unknown berry. Oh, the door's just open. Okay. I have no idea if we'll want these for anything, but... Packaged peas, eat them all! Packaged vegetables, eat them all. Just gonna rot anyways. How's it going with the streamer loot? I mean, we definitely got the military backpack pretty early, and we got those crowbars pretty early, so we've had pretty good luck there. I wouldn't say we've had any, like, major items we found in a while. I normally don't grab the barbells because they're so freaking heavy. Whoever lives in this house is a slob. Oh yeah, the 2 generators in the barn. Yeah, that one was ridiculous. Honestly, the luck we're having is the fact that the water's not out yet. That's the thing. So, ma'am? Ma'am. Use the door. Like everyone else. You don't gotta be all rude. I'm not really sure how I'm hitting you through that window, but we'll just pretend it's fine. We don't know if you have friends. Let's grab the whole radio for right now. I don't know if we need any of these new tools. What? Why would you leave the melted ice cream on the floor there to rot when there's a perfectly good freezer right there? These people are terrible and they should be ashamed of themselves. That ice cream could have still been edible. It would be in that range where it wouldn't have rotted yet. Let's see, in your current playthrough, the water lasted a while, so you used a dispenser bottle and filled 4 rain collectors, 2,400 liters, 15 liters at a time. Oh my god. The storytelling product Zomboid manages to do with just items is really good, yeah. So the unfortunate thing is, unless that garage happens to be open, which is pretty rare they are, maybe dealing with smashing down another door, which is going to be exhausting. Oh. I'm pretty sure there's no windows on. Oh, there is a window. Alright, well, let's deal with our friends here. Because apparently there is a... Oh, there is a window in that garage. I was getting this really bad vibe. There's gonna be a zombie just right there chilling, waiting for its moment. Ooh, electrical 1. That is actually a really good find. I don't even know if I need or care about the funnel, but I'm grabbing it too. Ha 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 ha. Okay, okay, okay. I had a momentary panic there because I saw the zombie at the window, opened the door, and my brain definitely was trying to split functions between zombie on the left, and I almost didn't run in time. There was definitely the brain process of get away from zombie hung for just a second. Which had been a really sad way to go. It's back, no bitey hugs? Yep. Hey, Twist, how's it going? Alright. Let's sit down for a moment. And we can go back down here. And we looted those two. And I guess I'll check whatever this building is down to the west. Probably some kind of barn or something. Could be a farmhouse. We are a bit overburdened, but I'm also choosing to ignore that and just go about our way. And so your last one, you learned a really hard way that flip-flops don't last long when stomping on zombies. Yeah. It kind of sucks that, like, the boots are just kind of a standout shoe wear kind of thing. Because we do have to stomp way more with the muscle exertion than we used to. Whereas it used to be only like when you're really desperate for a weapon at the very beginning of the game was about the big time you stomped. Alright. Let's go see what we got over here. I'm not loving the tree lines here, by the way. Yep, we got zombies coming. I'm doing pretty good. We did lose our long run we had going. Got a bit over 5 months the other day. That new zombie migration, it makes staying anywhere near a major town a real risky prospect. You got to be ready to like just kind of draw your line in the sand and be ready to throw down. Because like it literally felt like the zombies were learning just by the fact that they kind of slowly surround where I was living through that new migration. Yeah, no, it's all good. We got to, it was like 11,500 kills or something like that. But it was just each helicopter was getting more and more and more dangerous. That, man, the number of close calls I got away with. Like, the stream before I died, I made the comment to Lamprey, it's like, I have never had so many close calls and so, like, so stress-inducing play in Product Zomboid since, like, as a brand new player. It's like, whew. Ah, poison berries. Spice of life. Remind you... Oh, I got... That's kind of cool. There's nothing of interest. Gene? Gene? Is this like a low-key comment on your thought of, therapists? Come on, Gene? Is that what you're saying? You're looking at this guy's card and be like, there's nothing of interest. It's just a physiotherapist. Tell me how you really feel, Gene. Yeah. Neil deserved to not be dismissed in that manner. Sorry to hear that, Jumpy Cat. Does Doggo need a bath? Or did Doggo eat something that may not be agreeing with Doggo? Because one of these two is a solvable problem. I mean, even a skunk, there's stuff you can do about it, but yeah. Ah, gotcha. So dog got into something. That's the short of it. Dog got into something. Dog found something stinky and thought it was the greatest thing ever. I appreciate the way all three of those lined up for me. Probably need to get back soon. Would be so bad, but I'm going like full loot goblin on these houses. Giving me this military backpack so early in the run was absolutely a trap. That weight is heavy? Yep. I mean, we literally have a barbell in our backpack, so it's fair that we're a little overburdened. Start heading back. Need to get in the habit of heading back a little bit earlier. Because the days are just gonna get shorter. Yeah, whole barbell in the backpack. Right. There. Don't do that. I don't want that. No bang. Meanwhile, let's get in the habit of doing this real fast. Where's our mark? What do I want to use to symbolize? We'll do that. There's flint there. So, I am trying to get in the habit of, like, hoarding everything we see that we can use for, like, crafting. That way, when I start to finally exhaust our weapon supply, it is something I can just go into the coffers of just extreme volumes of junk. Alright. Not wanting to go too much overweight, though. Kinda wish they had rail transportation to Project Zomboid? Oh yeah, like, so we could get, like, a train to ride on the tracks? I mean, that could be interesting. That does feel like the kind of thing, though, that'd be a lot of implementation that we probably get very limited use out of, though. Because of just how fixed the different locations it can go to. The bicycle I've heard a lot. I could definitely see a bicycle. I still don't think it is a something I necessarily want them to be a priority. I think a lot of the crafting stuff would be far more important. But that's when I'm like, yeah, no, I can see a bicycle. So I'm trying to get back because we're somewhat muscle strained, we're getting sleepy. I don't even know where these zombies are coming from. We had cleared this area up here, but that's fine. They're probably in there. ATVs are amazing in a mod. Yeah. A lot of those vehicles are always tricky because it's one of those things that the balance is always tricky around them. They just change the nature of the game so much. They can be fun. There's always a lot of tricks, you know, trickiness around that. Yeah, no, there's been mods that have added like shopping carts and wheelbarrows and all that. The idea being the wheelbarrow would massively slow down your movement speed, but allow you to carry a lot more without as much exertion. Okay, I think the zombies we saw are the ones in that little pocket there. Riding lawnmower, please. Yeah, I will say if people are expecting to take the riding lawnmower and go wiping out zombies with it, I doubt they would allow that to be a viable thing. But as far as just cutting clippings and all that, I don't know. It would be fine, I just don't think it's one of those things that I think would be a big priority. A handcar, also known as a pump trolley, pump car, rail, push car. Yeah, no, I got you. The thing where you could get 1 or 2 people on either side of it, and you push up and down, like push it along the tracks. There's definitely something to do with all that. Right now, though, I imagine their focus is going to be entirely on get multiplayer set up, get the crafting fleshed out farther that they've got, you know, middle of working on. You know, for right now, I'm just gonna chuck it in here. We'll deal with that later. Put the kitchen knife in here. The extra battery in here. Honestly, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to organize all that later. Grasshoppers and all that put away. Get the food-related things put away. claw hammerhead here, and the flint. And the other flint. Stone. Some of the stuff I don't know what we will end up needing or not, so I'm grabbing it anyways. Alright. Okay, so that's the books to read. So put the tailoring in there because the electrical's a higher priority. So you're currently playing with pinpoint hearing on 16. Can you imagine how it looks 2 months later? Just like every building being completely and utterly annihilated because you aggro everything and just smash every window out? Or... Remember using all the time in the old movies? Yeah. Hand carts and all that. Like, there's been stuff for that. I think the big issue that's held that kind of big thing back, if you ever used any of the mods that add like shopping carts and wheelbarrows and all that, it ends up looking very, very janky and rigid in the way they work. And they work, and like functionally for the gameplay it's fine. But most of the time it's like when your character turns, for example, the cart just like swings around the character, and so it ends up looking really bad. Oh, so there's a lot of things that make sounds that you hear that does not make sounds in-game that the zombies can hear. Oh, the barbell. So the barbell, let's put that up in the room. It's probably the most important thing for me to not be carrying on us. You saw a guy once a survival show make worm stew. It was disgusting. Yep, the Wrigley spaghetti. Sometimes you just gotta eat the Wrigley spaghetti. Alright. They're doing a lap around the house just to make sure it's still clear after that med event. I'm expecting it to be. I'm expecting to have to kill a couple of zombies on the way down toward that. Do not call it that. I still remember like the childhood book where it's like nobody likes me, everybody hates me. I guess I'll go eat worms. That was no, actually that was a song, wasn't it? It was just like a weird little playful song. Like, they didn't actually suggest you do it or whatever. Everyone's coming up with names for what worm spaghetti, like worm in a bowl should be called. This truly is the cursed timeline. How did we all get here? How do we go back? Good job, man. I'm kind of hoping grabbing all these knives not... Where we come from, where do we go? Yeah, so unfortunately those diaries and all that, they don't have anything in them. I've grabbed a couple, and you can write in them yourself. But like, hey, another point in strength, cool. But they don't actually contain stuff. It's definitely something they could do something with, though. Like, you'll also find stuff that'll be like, rude note, condolences, like, note or whatever. You'll find those on people, but they also don't contain anything either. I have a feeling a lot of that might become relevant as NPCs get introduced. So I've talked about that. My hope is the NPCs will basically behave like other player characters would, where, you know, they go around the world, they're just trying to live their lives, they're trying to find tools and, you know, weapons and food and all that. But the whole thing where they have their own individual motivations that, you know, this NPC, their significant other lived in, like, was working in the next city over when things went down. And so, you know, they're just trying to go figure out what happened to their loved one or whatever. And so they'll stick in town just long enough to rally the supplies they need. And then they will nope out to try and get there. And you can get, like, all that kind of stuff. So there's, like, a story happening there. I'm just really hoping we don't get the NPCs that are like, this is the trader. Go do the daily quest for the trader. The trader will now give you a sledgehammer once you've got enough trader points. Yay! This is the mall faction. The mall faction runs the mall. You can go and be friends with the mall faction. And in your time of need, they can come to your aid if you shoot a flare. Like, that's cool and all. I've played that game before. It's a good game. But I'm hoping for something a little less invasive to the entire way you play the game. Like, I want it to be like you just see the other survivor, like, floating around and be like, what's this person's deal, all that kind of stuff. I'm hoping NPCs can rescue and offer the space. Nah, that's actually the literal opposite of what I want them to be. I don't want this to be a rebuild society game, that kind of thing. Like I said, we've got the game. That's State of Decay 2 and like 30 other games. I still want this to hold to its original premise that it was the end of times, this is, like, there was no hope of survival, this is how you died. But to have the NPCs as background flavor to, you know, kind of add more life to the world where sometimes you'll go and a bunch of zombies have been killed and you were blissfully completely uninvolved. You're like, what the heck is going on here? And that kind of stuff. That the world does like dynamically change around you regardless of what you're doing. So I'm hoping for NPCs that are far less formulaic, far less, you know, they effectively, like, they're effectively, you know, something that you grind whatever with them to then get items kind of thing. I don't want products, because in that Project Zomboid, there's a very likely chance that literally it's interacting with the NPCs becomes the entirety of the game. And I don't want to lose what Project Zomboid is by adding in features that take away from it. And I'm fairly confident the devs will get it right. I just don't want Project Zomboid to be like 7 Days of Dies, where you've got the trader, you get your quest, you go out, you clear out this area, or find whatever the MacGuffin is, bring it back, you get your points, and you get your item. I don't want that. I also don't want the NPCs like State of Decay, where this random NPC shows up and they're like, I murder, death, kill, or have like these really kind of forced story things where it's like, it's the cannibal group. They're gonna do cannibal. Like, come on, man. I've seen this one before. What I haven't seen is NPCs that are just out there trying to live their lives that you might go to loot a place and realize they beat you to it. Or you might go into an area going, man, that's gonna be a really rough area, and then realize they took care of it. And just have like this whole thing where it's kind of a rogue variable that you're not sure what to make of. I definitely don't want like NPCs like the bandit mods where the NPC, hey, Kool-Aid's the door and murders you instantly while you're reading a book, because if they make them behave like zombies, they're gonna look really dumb. And they make them behave anything remotely the way they reasonably would, the game turns into like a very arcadey game versus a very methodical game. Yeah, or it could even be you're working away at chipping in the downtown area, and as I said, like, give the NPCs existing motivations. And it's not that they'll share them with you, but like I said, you know, you'll have like the NPC who their loved one worked at the police department. So you as the player, your motivation is, the police department has some heckin' loot, I want that loot. Meanwhile, your objective kind of aligns with that other NPC that they want to get to the police department to see what happened to their loved one. And so what ends up happening, you kind of have, not like a formal truce, you don't like walk up and be like, I would like you to join my party. So much as you haven't fought each other or anything like that, and you've been around each other for a little while, so they kind of see you as like tenuously someone they probably, you know, maybe not can trust, but isn't probably going to outright betray you for no reason. And so since your objectives align, that they end up fighting zombies as well in the area. But I just don't want it to be anything like as formal as you have to grind up your 100, you know, your 100 rep points to get this person to join your party, and then when they join their party, they'll listen to your orders and do what you tell them, and like crap like that. That's fine. There's lots of good games that do that. Go play those games. Keep those games out of my game. Another settlement needs your help. Let's see. Oh, you're looking for your significant other? Let me help you. If we find them, look, I have a walled farm. Yeah, like I wouldn't want them to like join your group or whatever, but I could see that you have them living nearby you, and as long as everything is fairly on the up and up, and there's like availability of resources, that for the most part, you know, they'll stick around. But if your motives like diverge, where like, okay, well they want to go to Louisville to check on their partner or whatever, once they get enough food and weapons, they just leave and they go that way. And it can even be that, you know, you notice they're gone and you can literally go and find out where they went. That like, you know, behind the scenes it'd be something like they drive up the highway, the game rolls a dice and says, okay, did they make it through this intersection, or did they get in a car crash, or what, like, did something happen? You know, you go over and you would find their car crashed, and maybe you see that they got away from the car crash and tried, you know, the door would be left open or wherever, and you could eventually figure out what happened to them. Because then it adds kind of a new thing to do in the game, that you've reached that point in the game that you've got your loot sorted, you've got all that sorted, you're just kind of in that grind point of the game of getting stats or building your base just to build your base, but now you've got this mystery of what happened to the lady in yellow who lived up the block? Where did they go? Let's see, you made week 1 fun by turning the bandit spawn rate down a lot. Otherwise, every night was a constant stream of raiders who beeline to you. Yeah. Might be interesting if you could share a base general area, but they go off and do their own thing. Yep. Oh yeah, and it could even be one of those things that, like, they're doing their own motivation, and sometimes it ends up causing you grief, because, like, they're picking a fight in this really populated area because their motivation is to do something over there. But the backlash of that is they keep accidentally drawing zombies back to you. And it's not a deliberate, like, malicious thing. But you have to sit there and go, okay, what do I do about this? Do I kill this other person and get them out of here? Do I help them fight through this so this crap stops? Do I just up and leave them to their own thing and go find myself someplace else to live? Like, I like that side of things. where they are just, again, they're a rogue variable. You don't control them. You can't control them. The only control you can have is kill them. Let's see. For some reason, are you sure you want to send that? Maybe you said go die. Yeah, that would do it. Let's say maybe you find them later, have miscalculated, and got overwhelmed. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, it'd be one of those things that just one day they wouldn't come home, and you're like, okay, did they die? Did they, like, while I was away, did they pack up their things and leave? And so it could even be you do, like, the whole reconnaissance where you go into where they were keeping their stuff. Is most of their stuff still there? Okay, yes, then they probably are out there or whatever. Still, you know, doing whatever they're doing, whether they've made it or not. It also very well could be that, you know, you go there and they've cleaned out the boat, like, most of the good stuff out of their cabinets and all that, and you're like, okay, so this person packed it up and headed out. Like, I feel like that's a way to add a lot to the game. Even in the end of the world, the neighbors are the worst. You just have the neighbor and they just park their car in their front yard. Yeah, so that meta event didn't throw too much at us. We've already kind of cleaned up what it did. But that's because we were being proactive in cleaning up all the zombies we saw around there. Alright, so we've got some more flint here. Because I am trying to be preemptive this time. And being like, okay, I see flint over there. Let's mark it. That way later on when I'm like, I need to make a bunch of weapons. Small game hunting magazine. Alright, let's go. I'm down. Do you think a rebuild scenario that's separate from the main? Oh yeah, no, it's like challenge maps and mods, by all means, go wild. Yeah, no, I could agree with that. Like having, especially like if the NPCs, if they have like any pretty good intelligence behind them, that could open up a lot of opportunity for the mod authors to make like a mod that's, you know, the society rebuildal mod, where, you know, they take the NPCs that exist in the game and they bolt on top of them like all the reputation and faction standings and yada yada. Like, I'm fine with mods doing all that. Mods can do literally whatever the heck they want. It's just the concern in the base game, if you make the NPCs a core mechanic of the base game, then your balance is now around the existence of those NPCs, and that they become the intended means of you doing certain things, and you get where this is going. That then it ends up, if you turn them off, you end up having to use mods to bolt on top of the game to fill the gap that they create by not existing anymore. Let's see, they put in factions, NPCs, and everything as a separate mode. Awesome. Believe the main game for people like you. Yeah. Like, I think it's totally fine. Like I said, if the NPCs end up implementing the way I've been mentioning, the whole thing where they're not particularly, like, invasive, they're effectively other survivors doing kind of the same thing you're doing, but they don't go, like, just straight up murder, you know, like, that to me would be the worst addition, is if they have NPCs that this NPC, and it's just got, like, a flag on it that says evil, or hostile, or whatever. And if it has that flag, the NPC, when they see you, just beelines to you and starts trying to thwack you with whatever weapon they've got. So, in all intents and purposes, they're a sprinter. Your game now has sprinters. That would be my absolute worst case scenario. That would be me turning off the NPCs entirely. And honestly, probably not being super... I didn't even know where you two came from. And honestly, that would be a major bummer for me on Project Zomboid. Because most likely the way the game would go is it'd be like, hey, they're the most dangerous thing, clearly they should have the best loot, which would be fair if they implemented that, to be clear. If they did add it, I would agree they probably should be the source of the best loot. But I'll also be like super bummed if they implemented it all. Oh, put that in there. Take the bucket. Take the rope. Take the screwdriver, the rest can stay. Alright, not getting a prompt for the gas. Check to see how this is. Alright. Yeah, so the car's in pretty shabby shape, but it is a functional van. Okay. Gonna eat ourselves some stale cheese. Oh yeah, no, I mean, that is a fairly realistic van. It's done its job, it's done its well, it's done it for a while. It is not a very happy van anymore. Toggle the door in case I need to come in from the back at any point. Okay. And we will put an X here. Step van. Only okay. That's not in good shape. Alright, let's go check this barn. Basically, in a pinch, it's a vehicle worth taking if I don't have something else. But also, it's not a particularly good vehicle, so it's probably not worth going out of your way for. That's actually quite a few zombies for middle of nowhere fields. Alright. Trying to get eyes on the building, but I don't think that's going to happen without fighting. Alright. Okay. That gives us a couple berries we can eat. Keep that hunger sorted. Photograph of a vehicle. I get it, man. You liked your car. Where is this? It's way, way, way to the south. There's the big lake down there. We are just on the west side of the lake. So there's the really giant lake there. We're just west of it, but it's far, far, far south of the map. There's already mods that have Tesla and all that. Honestly, most things that you'd be interested in putting in the game that aren't a huge, huge ordeal, you can find a mod for. The mini-map is a game setting. When you make a sandbox game, you get the choice of 1, does the map exist at all? 2, do you have the mini-map? And 3, is it already populated? I chose to automatically populate this time. We haven't been doing that the last, like, since Build 42 came out. This is the first character we've done it with. And the reason I've done that is, as a content creator, people will ask me, like, where can I find this? Where's that? What's over here? These kind of questions. And when you pull up the map, you have just this, like, tiny little spot revealed. You can't answer a lot of those. Generators are randomly generated. There's certain thematic places you find them, like checking sheds and garages and those kind of things. But they are something that you can't go to the same building and find them again and again. Like, some runs it'll be in this garage, some runs it might be in a different garage. Some runs you just won't find one in, like, a whole area. Someone do that. But yeah, so there's a loot table. Okay, so it is a barn. I was trying to get an idea what type of building I was even pushing towards. I figured it probably was a barn, but it also could have been like a tool shed. Okay, so let's keep nitpicking at these. Yeah, there's a lot of commitment to put into what's going to probably be, for the most part, an empty barn. But we are going by the tactic this time of, if it's a zombie in our area, it is a zombie that needs to be dead. Because we're not in a particularly high pop area of the map. So we take the time to do this. Alright, chat. Bear with me for just a minute. I need to run downstairs. It's about the time my wife gets home. We already got into the ad break and just didn't see us coming. We already had food cooking all day. That's got to throw the pasta in with it. And then Toom will bring it up later. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again. And I'll be back in just a few minutes. That I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace and you're still threatening. But not you. She's a jerk. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient Cookie. Ooh.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Toom like say ooh that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that, I mean.
I don't just spontaneously say it.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What? There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed. Please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We don't accidentally over-poison ourselves. Hope we have antibiotics? Nope. Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with our performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, and if after could you not bang in that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you.
Jesus, that one was torture.
We'll deal with that in a minute. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! Alright, so I am back. Tomb wasn't quite back yet, but I got like what I had to do for food sorted out real quick. So she'll just have to bring that up when she gets here. Let's read that magazine real quick. Give herself a little bit of time for the muscle strain to go away. So what on earth did that even teach me? To make a snare trap. Okay, fair enough. I think I've done like twice in my entire time playing the game. Hey, Allison. The lakes are going pretty well. We are systematically killing every single zombie we see in the entire area. You're all really not paying attention. Cool, I mean, you made my life easy. Hey, deaf people can become zombies too? Yeah, I mean, for the record, we have the random hearing turned off and the random, like, eyesight and all turned off. I don't mind having pinpoint hearing, but, like, it was very much the pinpoint hearing plus slow zombie. I got super tired of really fast. Because the counterplay to that was just to sit there and wait for the zombies to eventually reach me. And it was just very much those things like, I cannot take this anymore. When the counterplay to a thing in a game that's supposed to be a threat to you is to patiently wait, it's like, no, I'm fine. Like, once in a while a mechanic like that is fine. But it was just like every group of zombies. You'd aggro, you'd back off, you'd kill the one or two. All the pinpoint hearing ones from like the entire neighboring block would all suddenly turn face at you and slowly start walking to you, and you're just like, oh my god, please. Let's see. You whispered you a short video, pinpoint hearing, follow distance. 1000 on 60 times up. It's really interesting. You can watch it over and over. Oh, cool. I'll have to check that out. Oh, is Discord not open? 1 second. I need that open in case something comes up that I gotta address with the mods. Yeah, I won't deal with the video right now. I just want to make sure, because that's just in a pinch. Stuff goes there. But yeah, I'll check it out Check it out. The video I thought was really interesting was Lamprey when he was doing his world record run, where he had the pinpoint zombies on 16 times pop, and he's like invading all the areas. Where he's doing the time lapse, where he would like save the file, back it up, and then take like go to debug, show the zombie population, and then screenshot it. It was really interesting seeing how it worked, where you could tell when like Lamprey like honked a horn or something, you'd see like this giant ring and it'd start collapsing in. Like, between a couple different streams or whatever. And then, because he was clearing them out, the dots would slowly disappear and yada yada. Yeah. Be afraid. Now let's stage our next weapon. It's a your run went for 711 hours. Lamprey's went for 1,501 hours. Yeesh. Yeah, I'll have to check it out like after stream, but yeah. And thank you, Jay Walker, for the 15 stream streak. Catch the last 15 streams without missing a single one. I do appreciate it. Yeah, those clips can be a lot of fun. Or videos, I guess. Clips, videos, whatever we go. Oh, nope, don't do that. Did the cabbage already go? Or did I finish the cabbage? Okay, we finished the cabbage. Alright. So no animals here. I'm seeing. I also talked about the idea for this run, instead of trying to go and take the zombies to a whole bunch of different places, when, like the first helicopter we took at one specific spot because I wanted to loop back to an ambulance I had temporarily. It was a wreck that it had a lot of goodies in the trunk I couldn't carry. So it's just a good time for me to go grab them since there's a little bit of a hike. But we talked about the idea of instead having a deliberately large open area, bring the helicopter there, dump the zombies there, and then over the next however many days, simply kill whatever zombies that the helicopter brought. Like, make it a point to go to where we killed or brought the helicopter and kill everything. With kind of the intent of, like, not allowing the zombies to build up. I'm playing with a lot more focus on what can I do to avoid the situation where the zombies slowly overwhelm an area. Because imagine if the spread is as strong as we're thinking, eventually March Ridge will start spoiling over. I don't think it'll get to the point where it's as much density as we were dealing with, because we're a farther distance and March Ridge isn't quite as many zombies. How do you about setting them on fire? I don't do burns. I don't know why Tomb sent me a text basically about White Star Cruises marketing around the Titanic. Tomb really finds the Titanic very fascinating. I do as well, for the record. But, just an out of context text of like, okay. You're part of the same about Godzilla and dinosaurs? Yeah. Alright. And we have enough around back here that I expect will aggro them when we're inside. You're a fake dead zombie. Here, I'll help you. Hey, 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 hey. Don't make your hitbox weird by turning while I'm hitting you. I saw at least one or two go through the window. Oh, our nightstick broke. Alright, so these two back rooms are the only thing that are probably going to have anything of interest for us in them. Please stop banging on those. There's no need for it. Ma'am. Alright, hopefully they're gonna be about done. Don't have a whole lot left in this tank till we take a break. Oh, I thought I heard one climb over behind me. I was getting ready to bolt if it was a group. Pickaxe. What am I looking at that I can't loot these? Oh, they're tables. I thought they were boxes. I was like, what? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we got a carpentry chisel. I don't even know if I want half this stuff. I think we already have multiple size, but I'll grab it anyway, just in case we don't. Okay, so that's full. We've already read Animal Care 1. Put the seed packets in here. You could have the rolling pin back. I don't really need that. I'm pretty sure that's like our third or fourth scythe we've already found. So let's drop that back. I don't need it that bad. We'll grab the wood saw in place. We got our magazine to read. More seeds. More seeds. Oh, so barbed wire is actually pretty heavy. Let's go ahead and drop the barbed wire back off. Okay. So give me this back. Alright, and so with that, we can go over here and say locations, X, boom, barbed wire. Oh yeah, no, I'm not worried about the handle. We found that the handles end up being a pretty easy thing to get once you're past the early game. Once you get like that first couple points in carving, you just end up having tons of them very easily. It is at the very beginning of the game. They are a little bit of a hot commodity. Okay, so you can kill that one. And they'll be probably working our way back home because it could get late soon. Alright. Let's work our way back home. I should also check. So, for the helicopters, some of the ideas is I believe this is a giant farm up here. That might be where we take the helicopters. We just keep coming up to that spot again and again and killing what's going on there, because this whole area would be pretty good for that. I think that's the answer, actually. We're going to go there. I was going to say, otherwise, this field is not bad. Alright, we're not going to bother trying to get into a whole lot of fights. Unless it's like the last... Oh, that's like the last group. Never mind. I was going to say, unless it's like the last group, because then I might be able to just kill them real fast. And then cut across this field. Save myself some time. Yeah, no, we have a... we actually have back home, I believe we have 2 fire axes, too. It's too many weapons to carry with us, so... I've been kind of sticking to the short plunges to work through them since I've been leveling them. I'll have to double check, because I also made some stone axes because I had the materials in there piling up. Didn't want to have to hit the water bottle, but we're at the point we're taking a carry penalty, so let's do that. Eat the berry. Okay, we're not near any other houses, so take all our keys back. So I should be able to kill this one last zombie, and that might make it so I can just cut across. Stompy boots or fast sneakers? Honestly, if you're gonna be playing any type of high pops, you're just gonna probably need to go stompy boots until you got the point where you can just... Basically, if you're going to be stomping on any amount, you probably need to have the boots for the longer lasting durability. Alright, let's go back to the road and just go back on foot. I don't want to fight through it all. It's getting too late. Because we're at maximum muscle strain, so it's gonna just take a while for that to go away. I don't really want to sit here the whole time waiting for that. But yeah, so we are kind of loot goblining every one of these places, though. I'm just taking everything I care about, marking off if there's 1 or 2 things I couldn't really care that maybe someday we come back for. Most likely we won't. Yeah, no, the pickaxe is a good one. That'll be a good one for getting flint so we can stuff there. Let's see, does the run speed modifier actually do something now? No. Run speed modifier does not work yet. Honestly, even if it did, I wouldn't care about it. Because the run speed modifier, you know, only will apply to when you are running. So right now, this movement speed I'm doing right now, this is not run speed. It'd be only when I'm doing this, or sprinting. And so it's one of those things that, if you're at the point that 5% or 10%, like however much you've stacked it, would impact your ability to live, you've already done about 10 things wrong. That said, most of the stuff that has a run speed modifier penalty on it as well doesn't really matter. Sneakers are quieter. Are they actually quieter? I actually don't know. Because if they're quieter, that's bad. You do not want to be quiet in Project Zomboid. You want to be loud. Like, very, very genuinely, past early game, I usually remove the muffler from my car just to make it louder. Because the zombies right here in the middle of the road aren't the ones that are going to kill you. It's the ones tucked in closets and behind trees and stuff like that. You say that? I mean, but again, that's only while I'm running, Lardine. And yeah, you're not wrong with how sweaty things got there. It could be something that would make a difference in that situation. But at the same time, with as many zombies as I had to stomp, replacing my boots that much more because I wanted to avoid the boots having the penalty. You get the deal. Alright, and when we get back to the house, I'm going to step away again for just a couple minutes, because like I said, Tomb should be home now. But I'm just going to basically be getting my dinner and all that. So I do apologize for like the double break thing. It's just one of those things that the timing didn't end up working out with what is cooking, because it's a slow cooker thing I tossed in hours ago. But I had to add noodles to it that I couldn't add to the end, otherwise it'd just be a congealed mess. Noodles, not worms. You hope they had ambidextrous? I mean, that involves them at least adding left-handed, because right now there is no left or right-handed. That could be a trait, though. Like, I think it would be fair to have, like, your character be left or right-handed, but they'd have to make mirrors of all the animations and all that. And then for ambidextrous, that would need to be a very expensive talent. Like, that would need to be, like, 8 to 10 points. Like, that would need to be a really expensive one. Because with muscle strain being your main limiter on how much you can fight during a day, and it effectively lets you bypass that to a certain degree, that would be a big one. You'd pay that every time? That's exactly what I'm thinking. It's like, it would be 8 or 10, and I would buy it. Yeah, even 12. Even if you push it to 12, I'm like, yep, what am I getting rid of? We're fitting that in. That's how powerful that would be. Yeah. I could see, instead of doing that, like, allow us to fight with our offhand. It would just be a thing that your offhand's damage is like 25% or something like that. Like, really, really penalize it. So when things get, like, really bad, it would be worth doing. Or if you got an injury, maybe it's worth doing. But generally, you probably just want to avoid messing with it. Oh, not that box. You go in here. Put the stones in there. Put the flint in here. Grab all these seeds. Put them in there. Soda in here. Drop the bugs off. Drop all these extra lighters I don't need, and the rolling pin, and the extra knives I don't need. The dog bane and the rope. I'm gonna read the magazine in the morning. And I'll get stuck on stuff and not sure where to go. It's fine, don't worry about it. Alright, like I said, what I'll do is I'll quickly fast forward this till we get to the next in-game day. And then I'm going to step away for just another minute to, you know, help with, like, the dinner stuff I got going on downstairs and all that. So I do apologize about, like, the double break thing. Just, that's the way it works sometimes. Alright, so I'll be right back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing, I talked about, like, putting, like, a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp. But you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like, here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And, there you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there. And we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build a bridge that barely stands. Alright. I have a potato harvest all... Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel on that line? No, 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 no! I got hit by something else. I saw the trigger too. And I got... we could do it. We could do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some, like, horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least... That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like, she was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. Alright, so it is 5 below now. And then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No! No, no, no! What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? Okay, and we are back. Sorry about that. But now I don't need to run off anymore, so thank you. It's just one of those things that with the food, timing didn't quite work out as I had hoped, which made it a little bit more complicated. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't even mind, like, if there's a mechanic that you have a way of bypassing, if the cost to bypass that mechanic is very significant. Because then it's like, okay, you know, you pay your, like, 12 points or 10 points or whatever to circumvent it. But then you're just dealing with all that. So we can go ahead and drop the next water bucket in the ground. Because I remembered, I believe we actually have... We might actually have fireman's axes in here. So let's get these crude axes out of my life. We'll save those for later. Yep, I got 2 fireman's axes. So I'll do fine for weapons right now. Let's go near the front door. Read our magazine. But yeah, that's kind of like, there's been a number of games that they'll have like, hey, you can make yourself flat out immune to this one thing, but, but, you are going to pay through the nose to do it. I think those kind of mechanics are fine. Or like, the thing you do to get past it has a significant side effect. So it could be that by being ambidextrous, it takes you twice as long to level up weapons. Or 1.5 times as long to level up your weapons. Because the idea is you're having to build up muscle memory with 2 different arms or whatever. And I wouldn't want to make it so you have to track the right arm and the left arm muscle memory separate and all that. At that point it'd be a hard no, like just don't deal with it. But you get the idea. That would be a way of juggling and balancing that. It's like, okay, you can heavily mitigate the muscle strain by juggling your weapons back and forth. But the consequence is, it takes you longer to get your weapon skills up to where they need to be. At that point, that becomes a harder sale. I'd probably still take it, though. We honestly don't have very many traits that are not strictly positive, not strictly negative. That are more, you get this, but it costs you that kind of thing. We have a few of them. I've gone on the record to say a number of times, I do not want them to give us a trait to allow you to basically fisticuffs the zombies. Because in one thing, in actual reality, usually people, when they get into proper fistfights, you actually end up with like lots of cuts and bruises and all that kind of stuff. And bruises are whatever. But usually you get like pretty cut up pretty bad. Because, you know, you're punching people, you hit them in the mouth, their teeth cut your fingers, that kind of stuff. You know, and all that. And so with Product Zomboid, though, if you're punching a zombie, you're putting yourself at risk of infection by potentially cutting or lacerating yourself on that. So anything that's like, I want a trait that lets me do Kung Fu, I'd be like, nah. I don't think they should add that. Because it is deliberate that the weapons are one of the things to strain you. Because in that scenario, you could get to where you have, like, for example, Kenshi. Kenji's a wonderful game, but the martial arts in Kenshi, while it's a little bit hard to get off the ground, once it gets going, it just gets silly. That you walk up to some of the big things and you just start slapping people around. Don't put your limbs near the zombies' mouths, poor tactics. Yeah. But still, when we consider that, like, scratches and also could do that, if the zombie's also, like, you know, scratching at you and, like, you're fisticuffing, you're just putting yourself at a lot more risk of getting hurt. So you'd really want to last resort, you know, grab the zombie and, like, punch and kick and all that. All right. And I can just go and work our way down the street. And then for those who are like, but we should be allowed to do it. Hey man, there's mods. I would put money down that there is already a mod that lets you punch and kick zombies. I haven't explicitly seen it, but I'm sure it is a thing. There is no way it's not. And that's what mods are for, is for all that stuff that falls outside what they probably should do with the game to align with everything and not. Alright. I think that's an onion down here. Yep. The good news is when we finally do reach the place we're looking at setting up later, be in real good shape for that. Tons of clay, tons of stone. Really get ourselves a good start. We'll still have to do like all the wood structure in that locally, but that's going to be the same no matter what. There are more traits as martial artist that makes you push lethal. There's a mod that lets you attack with fists, but you can't recall the name. Yeah, no, I figured as much. Some of those things that you hear people bring up a lot, you could just kind of accept are already mods. Again, unless it's something that actually takes a lot of work, so where people want like the full-on NPCs versus the 1 week later NPCs or the bandit NPCs, where in a lot of cases they're just a zombie who runs faster and uses weapons. But like barring those kind of things, usually you'll get mods really quickly. It's only when you're talking like the really, really big project kind of ones that don't happen. But something as simple as make it so that the character can attack even without weapon, that's usually pretty straightforward. Slap an extra animation on there to make it look good. It should be about due for a helicopter. But not today. Okay. So, yeah, so we got 2 more houses down here. And then once we do that, we kind of go around a corner over there. Oh. I was wondering how, like, that would look if we did a bunch of those, but because he did reveal the map, it's not so interesting. That's fine. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Let's see, doesn't the Old West mag have a recipe? Usually they don't, the red ones. The red ones are usually entertainment style magazines, not something that actually give you stuff. There are a couple exceptions now. Interesting. I have mixed feelings on that one, because that just means it's a chore of memorizing them all. So we're just reading electrical till our muscle strain goes away. I remember where the... Yeah, that one doesn't have a recipe listed. As moused over, if it had a recipe, it'd be like, this will teach you this recipe. And if they now hide that, I would have objection to that. I would think that'd be a bad call to make stuff give you things without at least letting you know that is what it gives you. There's the hatchet head. Oh, you go there. Yeah, so one thing is, since we have... Oh, I don't have a screwdriver on me. That's fine. I wish it was easier to, like, locate the watches and all that. But because we do have the Electrical 1 book, I'm going to start putting a little bit of effort into electrical. I just didn't want to try and grind it without the book. Okay. Oh yeah, no, exactly. When it comes to mods, they don't have to consider balance of the game at all. They're there for fun, which is totally fine. Okay. So we're going to be back and forth with the resting again because we are using the really big heavy fireman's axe. And one of the big downsides of it is very endurance inefficient. It's a good weapon. But as you can see, because of its endurance inefficiency, how heavy it is, you do spend a lot more time getting muscle strain and having to rest than the other weapons we've been using. That's a big reason I put a lot of focus on the short blend when we were finding all those weapons earlier, is they are relatively decent. They do cause a pretty significant amount of muscle strain, but as far as the endurance use, they're not terrible. But the axes have always had the weakness of their endurance efficiency is just not good. But that's the balance. That's literally what they're bad at. And every weapon category has their thing that is their drawback. Except short blunt. Their whole thing is that they don't have a drawback. They're just not amazing at anything. So they're just kind of the standard neutral, like, you're in the middle baseline, if you will. Alright, let's get in here, sneak some water. Rest up a little more. Alright, water is officially off. Really enjoying the long blunt? Yeah, long blunt's biggest thing is tend to be the most durable weapons. So most of the time, the long blunt weapons will last longer than similar other weapons. All right. And we're just doing this till the muscle strain wears off, and then we're gonna get back to fighting. You also just don't get overwhelmed as much when surprised by groups of them. Yeah. One of the negatives with the long blunt is they're not great with endurance efficiency, but they're pretty solid. Crowbar has always been one of the favorites in the game. Just because the crowbar lasts for what feels like an eternity. I don't need a broken stick. Okay. But yeah, I do end up using pretty much every weapon category in the game. Can you refit the fire axe? I do not know what you mean by refit. If you mean can you repair a fire axe, then yes. If you mean can you replace the handle when it breaks, then also yes. You are able to fix up the fire axe. I believe now when it breaks, it will drop the head of the axe, and as long as the head of the axe is still sound, you can put a new handle on it. Eventually the head of the axe will also get destroyed, but... yeah, it'll be a big handle. Now the big question we have here is, right now we're doing like that kind of police hat, or do we go with this one? I'm thinking the other one. You can have this back, sir. I don't want it. Yeah, you can sharpen your thing. Let's see, have you been to the revamped secret military base? I have not. I did see that Drongo was checking it out. The big thing is I've been doing lots of like challenge run stuff. I do want to go there, but that is going to be a major campaign to do it on our settings. But yeah, no, I have heard rumor that like it's got a ridiculously deep underground area and a whole bunch of nonsense going on there. But we have not been. I am kind of leaning towards the idea in this run, like assuming everything goes smoothly and all that, that I do start this run where we deal with getting everything cleared out around the lake and all that. And once everything's cleared out around the lake and all that, that this general area is clear. That it might be a goal for like the big goal for this run, because I'm not going to go for a world record again. That's not the plan or anything like that. But it might literally be we go from this lake, and then once that's settled, the big objective is to do the military base, which will still take this run probably 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months to get through, maybe longer. Because yeah, the first like 3, 4, 5 months will be kind of really getting our character up and running in game. By then, we're gonna have pretty good stats, and with those good stats, we will be able to just blast through the zombies. Yeah, and we're doing way better on weapons this run for 2 reasons. One, we're in a much lower density zombie population area. There's nowhere nearby spilling zombies on top of us, making our lives full of grief. And on top of that, we're also getting to do a lot more looting for actual weapons. Whereas the other one, you know, I had to like go into an entire campaign to just get into one building kind of thing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're also being way more of a pack rat in this one because I did get that big backpack very early. Okay. There is gas in that car. There's not gas in this car. How much gas we talking, though? 2 units. So I can go down here to where we're standing right now. Loot, tire, do this. 2L, gas. No working car yet? Yeah, we probably won't have one for a while. We do have a car that if I get the ability to hotwire, would at least be okay. But the only other cars we've seen are wrecks. That said, in Rosewood we have keys to a truck that's probably good. May or may not have gas. But, you know, unfortunately, getting into Rosewood would be its own nightmare. Let's deal with... Ooh, wait, what are you? Let's put you in the car. So let's take this. We do have the key for it. I don't want to keep it on me. We had an ambulance we grabbed, but it was a wreck. So we only got down the road a little ways before, you know, it was no longer roadworthy. The car like that one, I have a key and there is 2 liters of gas in it. But being that's a wreck, it'll literally just have, like a tire will explode just going down the road a little ways. The wrecks you end up having to patch them up if you're going to use them at all. When I say patch them up, I mean like massively overhaul and repair them. I think one of the favorite things I've done with the cars is I did have a playthrough where I found it was, I believe, a Fire Bull Driver with a 100% quality or 100 quality engine. But unfortunately, like, it was a wreck, which means everything was in terrible repair. And I did take the time to basically, like, restore the car, which is a pretty fun thing to do. Right, well, that's a pretty boring house. That's fine. Didn't that house have... No, it wasn't upstairs. Okay, never mind. I was about to be like, wasn't that other house, didn't it have a basement? I feel like double checking on the way back. Okay, see a group of 3. There's probably more around back. And just checking for watches and all that. Okay, there's at least one out back. They smashed the door down already. Another one out back over here. Because I saw one go this way, probably cutting through the house. And then we got this one going a little bit wide. You seen Snoot has a pig storage? I didn't know that. That's fun. I saw another one go in there. We do want to go in, but let's go ahead and give ourselves just a minute here to recover before we do that. Just in case it's not one zombie and it's, you know, a decent number. Oh no, it couldn't have gone in the back because the back door is still intact. It's probably just... Oh no, it probably went through this window. Alright. Don't see any more movement over here. We do have one on this side. It's got just you left. Let's see, this house specifically has dark memories, not a death, but very scary sleep. 20 zombies in the living room while you had a much needed nap. Oh yeah, I've done that in We've had a couple of times where I tried to do like really, really high pop runs where we weren't allowed to like leave the city or whatever. And then we'd have done the thing where like in the giant tower apartment complex, you're just like tucked away on an upper floor, just being like, yep. Win. Win. Also a win. Give me that granola. Because the hiking bag does is when I go to grab Flint and drag it, it'd be very, very heavy. I don't really know where you come from and I dislike it. Alright, is there more out here? Okay. Let's stand back for a minute. Recoup our energy again. Yeah, no, definitely sounded like there was one banging on the door in there. I wasn't sure which door, though. Okay, then we just have the kitchen left. Yes, we got photo albums and all that. Okay. So let's hit M here. And read the anointed map. Daryl's sick, left them here. Get Natalie, she'll know what to do. Saw them drag down 2 people here. Cool, have a nice time. Alright, so we're gonna be heading back soon. And I do have plenty of time now in this one. They're gonna take the time to grab some clothes and junk like that. Toss them in her bag. That way we are bringing some cloth home for making stuff. Unfortunately, we have reached the point that the water is off. There we go. Oh, annotated. I keep doing that. Well, it did just show a church. Yeah. It's annotated and also just happens to be anointed. The priest was really weird about their maps. Really into maps. Alright, so bring all this junk home, and that's this neighborhood, this neighborhood sorted out. I do see that there's probably what looks like a log cabin in the middle of the area. We can We cannot elaborate farther on that box. I understand the reference we're going for here. You missed the storage room in the last house. Like, when you say the last house, do you mean the house we just left? Or I had mentioned there might be a basement, I think, in this house down here that I did forget to hit. But I'm not sure if that was me misremembering the house. Let's check either way. If it's all the way down the road, we'll do that one tomorrow. Because we're already going to be getting back home. It's going to start getting pretty dark. But I just remembered I made the comment I wanted to check this house because for some reason I felt like there was that. That's base game. You just need to go into your sandbox settings. It is a sandbox setting. Wait a second. Oh, limestone boulder. Okay. No, wait. Yeah, there was a basement. Did we check this basement? Since when? Oh, man. Okay, yeah, we've already been here. We killed that zombie. Since before I started playing in Build 41. It's been that way for a very, very long time. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll check that in the next in-game day. It's gonna be very dark soon. We're getting to be 10 p.m., so we still gotta get back home. Oh yeah, no, every day's a school day. There's so much stuff in Project Zomboid that even without the updates, there's just stuff that you'll miss for a very long time and be blissfully unaware. What was your world record? I used to have the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life. I also had no mods to change itemization or vehicles and was playing on sweaty tryhard settings. That said, that record has been beaten. Yeah, there was... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I mean, actually, so to be fair, it was, Royale with Cheese TV hit 100,000. And so I think if we're being fair about, like, the original record, I'd probably say that was the original record. But that got record set. Then I upped it to 135,000. Then Lamprey... Well, actually, then Royale tied me with the record. And... that was, you know, it's cool on Royale to do that, and a big part of why Royale did that was me and Royale with Cheese were on very different settings, and so we didn't want to make it a big thing where it was like, well, this person's on harder settings and that person. It's like, hey, we could share the record. Like, I didn't ask him to do that or anything, it was just something he did just as, like, a nod and all that. And then Mr. Lamprey UK took the record after that, and that's probably going to be the record forever. Yeah, no, I really appreciate it. Because it was one of those things, what would have probably happened is he very easily could have taken the record and beaten it. And most likely, had he done that, a whole bunch of people would have made a big stink because he was playing on easier settings than that one. What's Lamprey's exact total? I don't know off the top of my head. I believe it's like 954,000 and some change. Yeah. And Royale with Cheese does hold the no mods record for Build 41. Yeah. No, if ever people have curiosity about that, Allison Adventures does keep track of that stuff. You know, which, don't get me wrong, people slip through the cracks, and then someone mentions, like, oh, by the way, this one has it, and they have to go back. You do, like, I was just double checking. If I'm pretty sure you keep that to verifiable people, so, you know, people who stream, YouTube, whatever. You know, something that it's not just a person arbitrarily being like, well, I killed that. I'm pretty sure you do that, if I recall correctly. 954,998. Yep. It's public document, but it's for you only. Yep. But yeah, because that's... You'll have people every once in a while be like, I for those who don't know, Allison Adventure is absolutely fantastic content creator. I'm not deliberately not shouting people out. I'm busy running around. Trying to do the things I need to not die. No alarm. No alarm. No alarm. It's fine, I'll toss them in there for right now. Okay, so let's get back into all this. Put the batteries in here, put the matchbox in there, that's a spare. Go up here, drop these in here. Go over there, drop the flashlight in, drop the clay in. There's the tape. Go over here, put the hatchet head and the flint. That's not the right one, but that's fine, it's close enough. The flint and the stone in here. I'll put the handy knife. I feel like I don't want to have that on me and actually use it for stuff other than what I want it for. The ratchet away. We have an empty plastic bottle. Okay. Smaller bottle in there. Alright, so we got all that sorted. We will put the screwdriver down in here as well. I got all these clothes. We can go here to rip clothing. And with that, we got all the clothing ripped. So we got 18 good and 22 that I'll use for like building walls or something. So dump those in the other one. Or we can wash them later. For right now, I'm also going to put the hiking bag in there. The hiking bag's a really good find for us down the road. Because when I know I'm going to be carrying way too much weight and doing all that kind of stuff, I can just grab the hiking bag and use the hiking bag as my, like the thing to put like a bunch of logs and then we can just drop it when we don't need it, that kind of thing. You suck, character. Means it's certainly going to be a helicopter day. The good news, we were able to go back to sleep. We'll probably wake up having another nightmare. You know what? That's actually, considering a nightmare night, that was actually not bad. We got mostly a good sleep. Just a little bit of a delay. Slept in a little bit longer, but that's honestly neither here nor there. I really don't care about that part. So, what I want to do, let's pop down here. We can go into these cabinets. Let's grab one of the screwdrivers. And in one of these, I threw a bunch of watches. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I think this. Oh, there it is. I would like to disassemble you, please. There you are. So I can't disassemble a stack, that's fine. Alright. Go ahead and get our radio out. Keep taking apart the watches. I probably need to do something for food here. And no helicopter. Go ahead and open a bunch of these. Ah, okay, so the tuna is not pull top. That's fine. Chili sounds amazing. Chili's a good time. I do enjoy good chili. Alright, looks like we've got a little rabbit over there. That's fine. Yep, so now we're going to be doing a little bit of, as we see zombies and we see their watches, we are going to start taking them apart, at least while we've got the Electrical 1 book. Just going to be a very helpful thing for us. We'll double check that last house because apparently I missed the storage room. I'm assuming it's like the utility closet or whatever. That's the way we're going to be heading anyways, so that's fine. It's not like it's going out of the way. What is the wide eye thingy you had? Oh, where we're walking around. It should appear again in a moment when I find something else. It's because I am searching. I am foraging. Yeah, so that's just telling me I see something. But that's because I am using investigate area. Basically lets you find... Oh, from not sleeping? Oh, that was, panic. Or, like, anxious or whatever. Basically you have a chance of having a nightmare when you go to sleep. And it just causes your character to wake up in a sudden panic. And there's two things that'll cause it. One, there's an RNG chance it just happens. Like, and there's no threat to you, it just is inconvenient because it screws up your sleep. The other thing that can happen is if a zombie gets too close to you in the house, like they're outside the window or something, or they break into the house or something like that, so you wake up from it, you'll often wake up in a panic in that as well. Alright, so doing a little bit of foraging, a little bit of tearing apart watches and all on the way out. Question, would it be okay with people randomly shouted if being too panicked, etc.? I mean, yeah, we talked about that being a potential trait in the game. Have a trait, something like loudmouth or whatever, that as your character got anxious or whatever, there was a chance they would yell or whatever. Not even necessarily like that, or if you found like a particularly good item or something like that, your character would be like, heck yeah, or whatever. And the idea is to be effectively a shout you cannot control as a negative. And I'm not checking all the buys, we're just kind of walking down, checking the buys in a line. Yeah, excitable, something like that. Because that one always came up. There was, there were people who wanted to add turret syndrome as, like, a trait or whatever. But I was always like, you know, let's make it something, like, literally functionally the exact same of what you're looking for by the character being excitable. Just because the representation of people just randomly cussing is not an accurate depiction of that condition. Like, that's like the character, you know, punching down kind of thing. It's the same thing of like television misrepresenting heart attacks, where everyone like clutches their chest and falls over. It's like that's not really how a heart attack works, but okay. Does internal test build mean something other than unstable? Yes. So the internal test build is a version that I have access to, that the devs have given me access to, that is basically like one step ahead of unstable. It's not fully baked yet. They are testing out stuff to then maybe get pushed onto the unstable branch. Right now they're very, very close to the same, but there's definitely been times where they're significantly different. But yeah, so usually I have like the excitable as like, hey, this functionally is the same you're looking for, your character randomly yelling without like misrepresenting a condition. And then usually people throw a fit and be like, why do you hate fun? It's like, look, come on, man. Is plumbing fixed yet? I have heard it is. I have not personally gotten a chance to test it because we're in sweaty tryhard settings. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I have heard it is, but I also have not, like, messed with it yet. We'll definitely do it at some point. But we're nowhere near able to do so right this very moment. There's a lot that's going to need to happen for me to get there. And I'm only planning on doing this, like, quick check through the bodies the one time out. So I got the weird frame with the thanks. The weird frame. Oh, did the files? Yeah, so the files have finished copying at this point, so we should be good there. I'll have to... Let me go and take 2 seconds. You said it's the follow alert. I'm getting, like, a weird image or lack of image or whatever. Because we did have an issue there. It's probably just pointing at the wrong place. So I can probably fix that really fast. So alerts, follows, edit, go here. Show GIF. So it's... Yeah, okay, so it's just pointing at the wrong place. I can fix that really fast. So stream assets. Animations. Follow GIF. Open. Save. Save. Let me just check real fast. It'll take me just a moment. So that one's also pointing at the wrong place. So that's the donation one. So dono GIF. Save. Save. Checking you. You're probably also wrong. Yes, you are. Okay, this will take me just a moment. Basically, a bunch of my alerts got broken. I switched cloud providers because the one I was using said, hey, what if we went all in on this whole generative AI thing and, like, scraped your stuff for that? And it's like, no. No, I don't want that. I don't want that at all, actually. Where is sub animation? There you go. And when I detached it, it deleted all the files off my computer, so it had to, like, re-pull them down, and they didn't want to pull down smoothly and all that. Was there no image to this one? Oh, loop effects. Show. Yep, and that'd be the follow one. So it'll take me a moment. I just got like 5 or 6 alerts that I gotta just fix the image. Thanks for letting me know, because I would not have gotten that. So that's that one. So gifted sub. It is a little upsetting that every single one of these was pointing at the wrong directory. Gift sub here. Save, save, save. And then you don't do anything, it's a bulk gift, sub gifted, sub upgrade. Update counters. Alright, I'll have to look at that one later. And make sure the raid image is correct. It is not. Yeah, so all those images were broken. There's a raid gift, do that, save, save. Upgrade sub. We're almost done. Don't worry, chat. These are the kind of things that happen all the time. I'm just going to make that the sub animation. I'm going to have one specific for that. Cool. And then the last one would be like the ad break thing, which has nothing to do with that. Where did YouTube chat go? There you are. Put you back over there. Alright, cool. So that should all be fixed. So now all those animations should work correctly. Let's see, you also have something poking in the corner of your camera? Oh, that's my backup mic, I believe. Or actually, no, that's not. What are you? You are... Oh, it's part of the frame here. I don't want to mess with this microphone. The last time I tried to adjust this microphone, I broke a USB cable. Because it is a very, very stiff arm. Which is something you want when you have a microphone arm, so that where you put it there, it stays there. But unfortunately, it makes it really hard to tell when you've got something under tension. Because, are you pulling a cable you shouldn't? Or is it just the arm being really stiff? Man, I was pretty upsetty spaghetti about the whole AI thing. It has to do with, like, Microsoft taking their Office thing and being like, everything's gonna be Copilot. We're now renaming Office to Office Copilot. And all this, I'm like, dude, I don't want the AI. And they're like, you can get the AI free version. You've automatically been opted into the AI version. I'm like, well, I don't want the AI version. Give me the AI free version. By the way, the AI free version still has AI in it. That doesn't... What? That's not how saying something that doesn't have something... That's like saying this is a caffeine-free soda, and it still has caffeine. What are you talking about? Yeah, and I did see that we can make the salad. I was pretty tired of it. The item is nut-free. May contain nuts. It's like, exactly, it's like... The thing that honestly was like the real deal breaker more than all of that was the fact that they opted me into the more expensive version automatically. So it was going to literally increase the price without ever telling me. And luckily I saw enough people complain about it. I did that before, you know, I got charged for it or anything. Let's see, what do we do when all the versions are AI driven? That's where open source comes in. There will always be people, as long as it's like unpopular, the AI thing, there'll always be someone out there making a not AI version. And it might be missing like key really nice features and all that the AI version has and yada yada. But that's just the whole value assessment you end up having to make for yourself. Stop off for water while we're hopping in here. It's like, that's my intention of what I'm gonna do with the Office, is I've used Office. I've been an Office customer for decades. But this kind of was a bridge too far, so it's just like, alright, you know what I'm gonna do now? I'm just gonna go use Open Office again. That's fine. Did you want to comment on... Sorry, I didn't mean to bang the mic. You want to comment on Copilot? Also, apologize. You're very behind because of Lancy. Your job uses web-based software made by Microsoft. They're forcing Copilot into it in a full system update. Imagine how excited we are. Oh, yeah. No, I haven't... It wasn't any of the AI stuff, but when I was doing the software development side of thing, for us, it was the buzzword was cryptocurrency was one of the buzzwords, and is blockchain. I mean, at the same time, machine learning was a buzzword, but it's also, at least, machine learning is a buzzword that has something of substance behind it. OpenOffice or LibreOffice? I haven't kept up with either of them. Like, that's all I'm going to do, is I'm just going to switch over. Because I don't use Office nearly as much as I used to. Like, it used to be a day I didn't end up booting up an Office application was a unusual day for me for a long time, with all the stuff I was working in. But that's just not the case these days. Like, I keep spreadsheets and all that, but not nearly to the same extent. And a lot of them aren't even things I need for work reasons. Alright, you said... Oh, right. You were talking about the garage. I didn't check the garage. Gotcha. Thank you for that. Yeah, totally. I get so focused on that place. Let's see, is Copilot an actual AI or just LLM? Because the line between them seems so blurred at this point. Well, that's the thing. There's effectively no line between them, and a lot of stuff that is called AI isn't even AI. Oh, no, he checked that. Am I missing something? Let's double check. No, we checked that. Oh, there's a downstairs. I missed the downstairs. No, this is the wrong building. That's the problem. I'm looking at the wrong building. I'm one building too far to the north. That's my bad. Playing games as a content creator is tricky. It's hard to keep everything thing. You feel like they're shoving AI into everything? Yeah, it's the current tech buzzword. For those who don't know how tech buzzwords work, pretty much what ends up happening is whatever the buzzword of the week pops out, and every investor goes to whoever they're trying to invest in all that and goes, hey, what are you doing in this technology? And if you say nothing, they think you're a laggard, and they consider taking their money elsewhere. So it kind of forces companies, even if they're like, there's no reason to do this, to go ahead anyways and just slap whatever the new tech in, even if it's literally doing nothing of substance, because it makes the investors excited and open their wallets at you. And it's kind of one of those things that you can even sit there and be like, literally walk to an investor and say, hey, just to clarify so you know, it doesn't make sense for you to do that. Oh, I think I checked the closet in here. We'll double check that. I'm pretty sure I actually checked this closet. Yeah, I already checked that closet. It's all good. Yeah, no, exactly. It's like blockchain, NFTs, crypto, machine learning, which again, machine learning actually has value. When it was a buzzword, it was being applied to literally everything, and a lot of those things it was being applied to, it didn't make sense for. But it is one of those things that, like, under the hood, machine learning is actually a meaningful and useful technology that can do a lot of good and all that. Because all machine learning is doing pattern recognition at a scale that human beings can't. Your favorite misused buzzword is procedural generation? Yeah. Let's see. Your IT team at your job is tirelessly turning off all Copilot widgets that Office forced into their program to get pop-up every time I open up Excel that my admin revoked privileges in Office. I wonder if that's gonna end up... and this is low-key me hoping. I do kind of hope this ends up being something that really hurts Microsoft on an image. And this comes as someone who, a lot of my development bread and butter was Microsoft, and actually, historically, will come to the defense of Microsoft with half the criticism people give it. Because there's a lot of people who make a big stink about stuff Microsoft does that's more a lack of understanding why things happen in tech. But this is one I'm like, no, you created this problem for yourself, and I'm really down for you to take a slap in the wrist for it. Yeah, no, they've definitely made some different decisions lately. Every day we stray farther from the arms of Microsoft to the arms of Linux. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I used to use Linux, as my main driver. I had, like, at different times used different distros between Knoppix, Ubuntu, Red Hat, what else did I try? I can't remember all the ones. I tried a good, like, 5 or 6 of them. Fedora. I tried Fedora for a while. Ubuntu and Knoppix were the two I ended up spending the most time with. See, Microsoft needs an octave peg. Let's see, you built a PC for your roommate. Installing Windows 11 nightmare because it requires Wi-Fi and Ethernet that doesn't come with the drivers necessary. Yeah, no, that's the one I remember being a real pain for a long time, was you'd go to install a brand new PCs, like when SSDs were pretty new technology, and you'd go to, you know, you get your computer, it's got no operating system, you put either, you know, your Windows CD or your, or like, you know, the Windows thumb drive, whatever you're bringing Windows in from. And the problem you ran into is you didn't have drivers for the SSD, so you couldn't read and write to the SSD. And then you couldn't install Windows to go get those, and I remember that was this whole weird juggle. And it was also a time where all the hardware manufacturers were trying to be like super cheap, and where they were no longer including like driver discs or anything with their stuff anymore. So you had to go and be like, let me get this straight. To set up my computer, I need to go on the internet to download this driver, to put it on something I can put in this computer, so that I then may install the thing that lets me get on the internet so that I can download the drive. Oh. Yeah, but that's definitely been a cat and mouse game I've seen happen a number of times, where you need the thing that you're trying to set up to get the thing you need to set it up. That's definitely been a reoccurring problem. And every time you see it, and that is one fortunate thing about being on the IT side. I have a background in IT as well. Being on the IT side, where it's like, well, at least I have the benefit that I have more than one computer, so that when this kind of crap happens, I can just, you know, boot up the other computer and deal with it. Let's see, you let Microsoft, they managed to create and run OS, run almost any hardware possible, as stable as possible. There's lots of bad things to do. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the usual stuff I end up pushing back on. It's usually someone making a stink about one version of Windows or another and how terrible, and, you know, Microsoft should be ashamed and whatever. And half the time it's like, no, actually, your example's really not a good example. Like, people use Vista as the butt end of jokes. And yeah, at the time, they misread the market. There was a push that computers kept getting better and better. And then there was this, like, whiplash that happened before Vista where everyone was going as cheap as could be. And that was a fault on Microsoft of just misreading the consumer market entirely and making a operating system that did not align with what the direction of hardware was going. But, like, all the things that people typically complained about Vista, the whole thing where it's like, you know, do you want to do this with admin rights? And people screamed about that. And you're like, yeah, that's a good thing. You wanted to do that. When you go and you sit there and you load up this little cute game or whatever for the 1000th time and it goes, do you want admin rights? You want it to be like, hey, I'm effing with your operating system. Are you sure you want me to do that? And you want to go, hang on a second. Maybe I don't want you accessing crap inside my operating system, little adorable game. Why do you need access to this? And it's because a lot of people in Microsoft software, so far as like game devs and all that, for years gave zero craps about where they were saving things and all that, which is why it was kind of this conventional wisdom that every time you installed and uninstalled stuff, you were just making a mess of your hard drive, because everyone would litter their crap everywhere. Oh, the triangles? I'm just marking Flint. And it was just one of those things that, like, a whole mess. And then they put that prompt in there, and yes, it drove people up the wall at the beginning because it was flaring at all times. But it's because the different software devs out there were making their applications accessing crap they shouldn't be and have no business being. Just randomly writing BIOS to System32 or the root drive of C, or, you know, messing with all sorts of crap, getting into your registry and everything. And it was just one of those things that it's like, hey, when they do that, we're going to prompt you saying, hey, this person's getting getting into the weeds on your computer. Are you sure this is okay? And so that kind of thing makes sense where you're like, all right, well, I am installing a driver. Yes, I know you need to access the guts of my computer to do this. That's fair. That is a reasonable time to expect that. But when you're like, I would like to open this calculator app that I downloaded off of, you know, whatever, and it's like, I need admin access. You're an expletive calculator app. What are you doing? You're supposed to take two numbers, I put them in together, and do some calculation between them. Why do you need access to my system files? Hell, why do you even need to be installed? And so you'll notice we have almost no prompts like that other than, again, you're installing a driver or whatever. Those prompts are still there. It was that thing that they forced to do with Vista finally started putting the pressure on to get rid of those practices. Because at first people just whined about the operating system doing that, and eventually the discussion finally turned around to, wait a second, why are you doing that? Honestly, I feel like some of the stuff where you've got, you know, your anti-cheat stuff in games that gets down into your system's guts as well. I honestly think we wouldn't even realize how pervasive it is if it wasn't for those prompts blasting every single time, you know, you go to load, like, whatever Call of Duty, whatever, and then they have, like, I don't know if Call of Duty has one, by the way, but, you know, whatever sys-level, anti-cheat you're using. Let's see, it's like, it's maybe we don't have, like, being experimental with the system. You haven't seen it? Yeah, no, I don't. The only time I've seen a blue screen of death in a long time was hardware failures. Like, hardware failures have gotten me, but I mean, that's what you expect. Let's see, you wonder how much of the outrage of kernel anti-cheat is a deliberate campaign by cheat makers? I mean, I certainly imagine cheat makers aren't unhappy about it, and I'm certainly sure they're happy to throw in and be like, yeah, this is bad, you shouldn't do this. Windows Update messed you up real bad? Yeah. No, there's been a few updates that have been dodgy. That is a thing that has occurred, certainly. And that we should absolutely, you know, be like, hey, that's a problem. Oh, this place is super busted. Like, I'm not saying Microsoft is lacking of any mistakes or whatever. But it was just kind of those ones you'd hear people whine about that stuff, and you're like, yeah. Usually wait a few days to install them. If there's a problem, yeah. That's pretty much all you do, is you don't go out your way and, like, hit that update button any single time it pops by. You just kind of let it trickle in. As long as you're not the first one, you're usually fine. Rumors Microsoft is using AI for its patches? I don't know how you would even do that. Like, for delivery of its patches? If we're talking, like, really base level, then a lot of software devs are using AI to supplement the dev process, which you could argue is using AI for it. But a lot of times the AI involved in that is very different. A lot of that's like autocomplete, generate the base thing, and that's been around. And that's a little less problematic than a lot of things, because a lot of code is not interesting or unique. Like, very genuinely, a lot of the time you're like, oh, I need to write to the database doing this. You're gonna do it the exact same way you did the last billion times. Whatever your system's standard is, you're gonna do your system standard thing. Because if you don't, someone's gonna throw a fit at why you're doing a completely different and weird approach that everyone now has to learn, and, you know, to maintain and all that. And half the time you can't justify it in a discussion as to why you're doing the weird different thing. Alright, we got more flint over here. But yeah, so much of that. You think they claim Microsoft uses GPT code? Oh, no. If they're doing that, that's some dev doing their own thing that if their boss finds out, it's going to be a bad time. I'm sure it happens. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure it happens. We certainly ran into problems with, you know, someone just going to Stack Overflow, copy-pasting the whole thing, and going, why didn't it work? And like, well, you do need to change that code you got to at least fit the place you're putting it. Don't most major software companies ban things like ChatGPT? I haven't heard that. Like, it might be the case. I hadn't heard that, though. It honestly wouldn't be the worst idea. Just because of how unreliable ChatGPT is for anything meaningful or whatever. Yep, security concern as well. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is like, I do think they should ban it, if not, from like, stuff like that. Like, I remember being a big deal that, what was the, oh man, it was the thing for correcting grammar. It was a browser plugin that's really popular. I don't know if it's still really popular. I'm blanking on the name. I remember it was a big deal at the company that we had a hard policy that you do not install this on anything. Because of how big a security concern it was. Yeah, Grammarly. Because the whole time it is like just sending what you're typing again and again and again. And they're like, we cannot have you doing this. Like, this is a major security risk. Yeah, I'm on the internal test branch. So I'm on the, if the unstable branch is a little unstable, this is the unstabler branch. Let's see, ChatGPT can't code. You asked it for a solution to copy my mods in bulk. Was close with no cigar. Then 100% X copy solution failed anyways. Good on AutoMod of it catching ID 10T error. Good on it actually recognizing that. Made a huge mistake when you did the reinstall. Actually overwrote the wrong drive. Yeah. Yeah, now's I've definitely done stuff like that where it's 100% my fault. We got lots of flint down here. Like, there's lots of flint here for when we need to get our own weapons. But yeah, Copilot in its infancy, that was one of the primary things it was being approached towards, is that they would use it for code generation. Because to its credit, Microsoft has been in the game of doing productivity tools related to code generation for a very long time. Like, they started with, like, they're just the regular templating stuff, which is not really at all the same thing. But I do know with, like, IntelliSense and all these different programs, or different toolkits, functionality, whatever you want to call it, they've added over the years. In a lot of ways, they've paved the way in a lot of different areas of just, you know, you come up with this new productivity tool, and so then your competitor gets their version, and all that. And they've done a lot of stuff there for when you're trying to, like, spin up a really fast, simple application. You can literally just go in there and be like, here's the type of application I want, here's what it's going to have in it. And it'll get you a good 70-80% of the way there, and then you got to add all your business logic on top of it, and you're basically good. Before that, like, the major ways you'd have independent websites get spun up for, like, you know, your mom and pop shop, medium business, manufacturing plant, or whatever, is they would just go to... Man, I'm trying to remember the name of it. There's a bunch of these different websites, or not websites, web applications you can get out there. There was one in .NET. .NET Nuke, that's the one. There was .NET Nuke was one. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There's like .NET Nuke. there's a bunch of those. WordPress is another one. That basically the idea was you, in theory, could take this thing, hand it to someone who knew nothing about software development, they could make their own website. In practice, not so much. Usually the way most of those worked, the WordPress websites, they got like the 80, 90 percentile of the website propped up, like here's the contact information, here's the whatever, here's that. You know, just kind of your static information. And then they go, oh, well, you wanna sell stuff on here now? And you'd fumble with it eventually. Man, there's always someone at that back door. You know, they'd like fumble with it and eventually get working. But then it'd be like, I want to offer a promo code or anything that would complicate the process. And then you need to get like someone who they specialize specifically in WordPress to then work on it. So you didn't only need a software dev, but you needed a specialized software dev. Now granted, software dev for WordPress usually was not the more expensive kind of software devs you'd have to hire. But you get the idea. It's one of those things that promise so much, but the reality is you're not going to be able to get away with not having a software dev involved eventually. Unless you are looking at truly, this is a website, we're going to list the types of products we make, and then you can go, you know, call us up on the phone to deal with us or whatever. Yeah, Drupal was another one. But with a lot of the code generation stuff and how good that's gotten, most of those things went away because you could get, you know, for like your big devs would still do the big dev stuff. But like for your people who that was like their job is to just spin up a WordPress site, spin up a whatever website, it now really wasn't particularly advantageous to use those platforms as opposed to just, I'm going to make a .NET application to host this website, push the button, it's got SQL on the back end, it's already generated. Thank you, Sindari, I appreciate it. But yeah, but like it would generate everything, and all you'd have to do is like change the company name, and then you can, you know, bolt on. And then you could hire anyone who knows .NET, period. You didn't have to get someone who specializes. Alright, we're gonna stop with that because we're already pretty overburned. I also remember I had people who would rant and rave about like, oh, people who I remember I had been working for a company and we had acquired a company who wrote PHP applications. And they were giving me a bunch of lip that, you know, real software devs do not use an IDE. Does not use an integrated development environment. And this whole thing. I also remember the day that guy was fired when he never successfully delivered on a single project. Thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Never once delivered on a single project because he was too busy arguing about theoretically how we should be switching to Python. And we should use this other thing because .NET is a blocking language, which shows he doesn't understand how processor works because literally everything is blocking in the processor stage. So it doesn't really matter if it blocks one layer higher, it's still blocking. It's the person like, oh, you used a template, you're not a real dev. I'm like, dude, man, I'll be ripping out 90% of this template over time. This just gives me the structure that now I can go in and say, all right, how we're accessing the database, yeah, I'm yanking that out, and I'm putting our pattern that we're going to be using here that is more suited for what we're doing. Oh, the way they've got the front pages here, yeah, well, we're going to be using the CSS library, so, like, it's fine to have, like, the main page placeholder here, but I'm going to be retooling that to fit our needs. It still saves me a bunch of time of naming a bunch of files and putting them in the correct directories and doing all this other busy work. Like, I can focus on the parts that matter. And then, like, the configuration of the other things, like, yeah, I'm just gonna change some connection strings and we'll be good and I don't have to touch it. I mean, actually, by then, it wouldn't be connection string. That'd be old ASP or old.aspx, your web config. Let's see, people say that have Tmux NeoVim setups would save time using ID. Like, and I don't even care what people develop in. That was my comment always. He's like, well, I use this. I'm like, I don't care what you use, man. That's just it. It doesn't matter what you use. Did you get your work done? Was it of a satisfactory quality? Those are what matter. If someone can find a way to use tarot cards to make a website and they deliver a quality product every time in a timely manner, hey, do it. I don't know how it would work, but you know, that's a me problem. Let's see, if anyone ever told your dad that, he'd probably laugh at them. He's a software dev and that had a hand in making some very important software that became base framework software used today. He took every chance he could to make those things easier. Oh yeah. No, imagine deliberately making your work harder for no discernible reason other than you could be, I'm gonna go put like real next to myself. Let's see, he also very much wanted his youngest daughter, you, to become a nerd like him. And you did. Nice. But yeah, that's so I actually, if you're running any application that uses .NET at all, you are running my code. Literally literally the underpinnings of .NET has code I have written in it. So like, it is just one of those things, and it's more than just .NET. .NET's the, you know, the elephant in the room scale one that I can put my name on and be like, yes, that was me in there as well. And no, I did never actually work for Microsoft itself, nor did I contract for Microsoft, but I did work with companies that worked with Microsoft. Okay, so I got a bunch more jackets to rip, so let's go ahead and do that. Now the moment you must acquire a snack? Absolutely. Let's see, you give your coding brother grief about that. 6 programmers working on the problem. 1 to Google the answer. It does happen. That's, we had a little while I worked under a boss who's like, he wanted to block Stack Overflow because people should just know how to do their jobs, was his quote. That did not last long. I started blocking Google and all that on his computer and be like, hey, you should know how to do your job. You shouldn't be allowed to look up stuff. You need to know how to do your job. And I have the keys to the kingdom, buddy. If we can't look up our stuff, you can't look up your stuff. It's only fair. But that was a boss who, like, he was always trying to find a way to, you know, pass blame onto someone else. He was one of those kind of people. He could do no wrong. Clearly it was everyone around him who was incompetent. Alright, so we still have more electrical to read. How are we doing on that? We're probably making at least some progress towards electrical 1. Sure, we don't get much XP per watch. We still have more of that book to read. If we go and I start ripping apart the TVs and all that, it'll go way faster. Let's see, recently saw that they had a world championship for Excel. He always complains they're giving away your secrets. Your boss has clearly not worked with a library that has terrible documentation. I don't think my boss at that particular place had ever worked a day in his life. He's definitely the one who he knew people. That was his entire business strategy. He knew people. He didn't have to learn because he knew people. Now, granted, he wasn't trying to be a developer. He wasn't like a team lead or whatever. He was a manager, which nothing wrong against managers. I've had some absolutely wonderful managers in my time. That was not one of them. Okay. Same old, same old. Doing a quick lap around the building while foraging, seeing if any zombies have moved into the area. If so, they must die. Because I am deliberately trying to keep this whole area as clear as possible. Does you remember collecting all the manuals on Google for Amadeus? In the process, learning how to do expert tier things, especially if you need them done the legal way. Airlines, let's see. Airlines, much fun. Also a command line. Gotcha. All right, so let's get back down there. But as you can see, like, we're just kind of keeping a perimeter around our house. And this isn't intended to be my long-term house, by the way. This is where we're going until we start clearing farther in. Let's see, to be honest, you're glad you don't have a job doing programming or anything. You do stuff in your free time like Python, playing with Unreal Engine 5, and your day job is actually working in office, dealing with railroad materials. Yeah. There's definitely times that... Honestly, all the big pain points I had as a software developer were almost always on, like, leadership and bureaucracy side of things. So nothing actually in the software development itself, because it is genuinely a thing, even in cutting-edge technology, the frequency you are making something net new, novel, that there isn't something else you can look at and be like, that's how it's done kind of thing. And you can research other ways to do it, see where you can improve and all that. I'm not saying not that. But unfortunately, reality is the vast majority of software development, it is, we need a new insert name of, like, style of program. And you're just kind of slapping up a new one. It's like, we need a new system to integrate this piece of hardware and have it make that data available. Cool. Is it going to be more exciting? Not really. That piece of hardware puts out certain numbers, and then you consume those numbers, and then you save that to a database, or you save that to wherever it needs to go. Because the Amadeus is a reservation system for almost everything, including airline tickets. Gotcha. You're really thankful you get to work with dogs instead of people? I liked most of the people I worked with. There's certainly been individuals that weren't my favorite. Generally speaking, there's only been like one or two people in my career that I'm like, this is a person I actively don't like working with. Like, there's certainly people who are mostly neutral that I'm like, yeah, this person's a little obnoxious, but I don't have to hover around them, so they can be noxious over there. Let's see, you left your non-startup company because the bureaucracy got out of control. You weren't finishing any projects because they'd get canceled. Yeah, that the job I really loved unfortunately went away by means of being acquired and then being acquired and then being acquired kind of things. That was the real bummer there, was that company was extremely well run. They took proper care of everyone. They were doing a lot of really good things. Alright, helicopter time. I knew it was coming, and it kept being delayed. Okay, so I do like the plan we had for the helicopter, of just basically, we're going to go with the tried and true strategy of find big field, walk circles in big field. The difference we're going to do with the strategy, though, is after the helicopter is said and done, I am going to make it a priority to go back to that field and kill everything that showed up. And the strategy of why I'm doing that is I am hoping to use that as a means to counter the rate the zombies are migrating everywhere, by basically going to where they're coming in and keep clearing them out and trying to stay ahead of it. Let's see, for the people you don't like to work with, they mouth back at me and they don't respect you, you demand I feed them. Kids. Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole thing. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed that startup work. Like I said, they took extremely good care of the employees and everything. It was a very, very profitable company and all that. But, you know, yeah, the person who started a company, they want to go off and come up with their next startup. They get that itch, so they sell. And then, you know, like the first sale, things were pretty good. Like, it wasn't quite as good as they were before, but mostly still good. The second acquisition is when things really, really took a nosedive. Dry dog food. No, I'm good.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Alright, we got a bunch of zombies chilling in the corn.
Hey.
Would you even recognize dried dog food like that? I mean, the implication is that's still in its bag. The real question is why there's a bag of dried dog food in the middle of, like, some random field. Am I saying hey to the music? Not intentionally or anything. I'm just saying hey because I had these zombies way in the field and I wanted them to at least work their way towards me. Why are you going ballistic? Oh! Right, so it still does scratch you. Okay, so corn still scratches you and everything. It just doesn't do the thing where it bleeds you and suddenly, you know, you're bleeding out from a neck laceration or anything. Kind of annoying. That's fine.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Yeah, they definitely calmed it down. Because it was one of those things that you would just go in here, you get neck laceration, you're going like, oh goodness, tearing off your piece of clothes and trying to bandage yourself as fast as possible. Because neck lacerations are very dangerous in this game. They will kill you very, very rapidly. You seen posts where people bled out after getting their neck lacerated? Yeah. That's the thing. For me, damaging my pristine clothes is worse. Yeah. Getting your stuff all shredded up. I wonder how our clothes are doing, by the way. Insulation. Yeah, no, it looks... Oh, no, actually, there's a difference between the arms. Do I have a ripped shirt? I do. How dare. Does the walk 2 still work for avoiding trees? I believe so. It'll do its best to try and get around trees. It's not perfect. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so let's see. There's nothing of interesting around these cornfield or these fields to go at. Oh yeah, we can start working our way up there. That'll be fine. That we're at least going to something in case it takes a while. Imagine surviving the zombie apocalypse only to get taken out by corn. Yeah, so that's very genuinely, if you're being realistic in this scenario, you still have all the normal things that can go wrong and get you hurt. Like, very genuinely, just stuff like tripping and falling are very credible threats to your well-being. Are you in the new city spawn? No. We're in a new area. The map didn't used to go this far south. But we were using Pill's random spawn mod, so it dropped us in Rosewood at the police department. Okay. But we've gone a long way. I mean, the new city spawn point. We are nowhere near the new city. I'm not sure what you're asking. Does discarding foraging make you slightly exert? Yeah, if you discard or pick up anything you forage, you do get a slight amount. It does slightly hit your endurance. Discarding it on. Like, you can watch right here. Let me go find some right here. So if you see this full up here where it's at 1, yeah, so you can go right up to here. So that's at 1. So if I grab this, and it dropped to about 0.98, and now it's recovering. And it does I think it's literally the same amount whether you pick it up or put it down. That is one of the things to be careful when you're walking in and out of areas and you're foraging on your way to and from. You can arrive. Let's see. If you were at the new city, no or not, since you found the new city has reliably given you 2 buckets. Oh yeah. No, we have like 8 buckets now. We're good on buckets, but no, we are nowhere near the we're nowhere near Echo Creek. The last couple of runs we all did Echo Creek for every single one of them. But this one, we're nowhere nearby. Let's see. Yeah, unless this there was an airborne version that infected. Yeah, no, in Product Zomboid, the initial infection was an airborne virus, and your character happened to be immune to, like, the belief is that your character was immune to the airborne variant, but is not, not safe from the fluid transfer variant. So bite, scratches, that whole bit. And before people argue where it's like, that's not a thing, there are actual diseases out there that there are people who the disease has multiple ways of spreading, that they are unimpacted by one of the ways of spreading. That's not a thing? I mean, I thought it was you couldn't get into your system with certain things. I could be wrong. I'm not a doctor. Yeah, like as presented in Product Zomboid, not really. If you recall the book The Stand and something like that? Oh, you're just joking? You're thinking this game, let's see, you're thinking about what the game would be like if you were completely immune. You think it'd be very boring, being scared of being touched all the time makes it exciting. Yeah, no, and there's a thing where you could turn off the zombie infection entirely, so the only way to die is by basically getting just lots of cuts and bites where you end up bleeding out or getting dragged down. Yeah, and we're just killing the zombies in the meantime to be productive. Oh, yeah, no, there's, so people are talking about the theory about Spiffo being the source of the zombie plague and all that. There are a number of things in the game that kind of give you possibilities of where the zombie plague came from. None of them are confirmed within the game, though. Like, none of them are given as, like, this is the actual cause or whatever. I do believe it is very deliberately left open-ended, such that you cannot prove where it came from, one way or the other, because that opens us up as the players to make for our individual runs, decide what it is in our universe. So, like, there's the military base, and they have all their stuff, so, you know, there's the theories that they're at fault. There's all, like, the questionable stuff you find that Spiffo was doing. Like, there's, like, little Easter eggs and teasers there that Spiffo was under that, so that Spiffo might have been the one at fault. There's just, it could be a naturally having just randomly evolved virus or whatever. Like, there's a ton of different things there. I think there's only like 2 or 3 ones that are supported with any type of in-game stuff between the TV stations, the radio, and like various notes and stuff. What is Spiffo in game? Spiffo's the mascot. I believe Spiffo's a raccoon? But Spiffo's a fast food restaurant. It's like a proxy for like McDonald's. Raccoon or red panda? I'm not sure which one it's supposed to be. I thought a raccoon, but I could also be very wrong. Oh yeah, no, the implications of Spiffo is that they were doing some like really seedy stuff on what they were like messing with their food and all that. And that something they did unintentionally created the virus. Not that they were like trying to make a virus. They were just, you know, doing all sorts of shady stuff with the food, and something they were making created the virus kind of thing. But it doesn't even go into that much detail. Like, you don't get to like a very definitive, like, we detected this virus in Spiffo food or whatever. It was more like, hey, they're like using all of these like really weird things in their food and all that, and also not following a whole bunch of stuff they're supposed to be doing. That kind of thing. Lies and slander. Spiffo is innocent in all accusations. Like, I know one tried to make mad cow disease. They just fed cows food containing beef proteins, and prions happened. Yeah. It's something along those lines. I don't remember the details on it. The devs are keeping a great job of keeping mystery. You really love to read it all. I think that's as easy as the devs just never confirming anything is basically all they have to do, is never confirm anything and just add multiple threads. And as long as they never confirm anything is like true or false in regards to that, then, you know, they don't have to worry, because there's just no way. That's actually one of the curiosities. I think they said they actually have internally, they have what they consider it, but I'm not even sure about that. That's stuff that you get from like Reddit secondhand and all that, so who knows. Yeah, I only got this Spiffo plushie. Just the one with the little backpack. Which, for those who don't know, who didn't see it, The plushie's backpack actually has like a little dead mouse and a soda and all that in it. I want to say the second one, I think they added. Oh, and it has a little foam knife, like a little foam butter knife. So it's a cool little thing they did. They made the second one. I think didn't the second one have like a little axe or something? I don't collect a lot of plushies or anything like that, but that was one that that came up because they have that one. The first plushie I ended up getting was the first game that sponsored the channel, which was The Tenants, which is a like fun little game where you play as a landlord. And it's, I guess you'd consider it a tycoon game, but either way. And they just sent me a plushie. Like, it was not expected. They just sent me, your uncle's a handyman and who does the repairs for you. So it's like Uncle Steve or whatever. And just, they sent me that and I'm like, oh, okay. Sure. That's cool. Like, it was really neat that they did, but it was just kind of a random thing at the time. You wonder if the spiff was supposed to be in the Tanuki? No idea. If it were the devs, Spiffo definitely would be true, be the true canon. Well, I believe there's stuff in the game that alludes that Spiffo might be involved or at fault for it. Like, that's the thing. I gotta go through. There's a ton of radio broadcasts that, for those who don't know, when you get the little radios, sometimes they'll say like unknown channel, and if you listen to the radio at the right time on the right day, you'll overhear like part of a conversation or stuff like that. And there's a bunch of them. There's a reporter who's outside the exclusion zone who is trying to communicate with someone inside the exclusion zone kind of thing to figure out what's going on. And I want to say that broadcast happens like right before the helicopter can start showing up and all that. Yeah, it was something like notes about there was something questionable in some of Spiffo's food. Like, it doesn't, I don't remember the details on it. Because I wanna say that there was like 3 or 4 theories that were like the leading theories. That one, the most common theory you hear is that it was a military experiment. Alright, so 7:31. So, boom. Location, there. Second. Helicopter. 07-31-93. Yep, that'd be about right. That's 13 days after the last one. So kill a couple zombies. We aren't aiming to fight right now because this area probably will get pretty hot. But the goal is thing. There's a new radio call in a talk show. Yeah, there's a good number of them. They have a bunch of them on the wiki, if I remember. I don't believe the wiki has the full list, though. Alright. A Spiffo's location accidentally received an experimental sauce due to a shipping error. But yeah, so it's stuff like that. They have a whole lot of little things that kind of give like little nudges that something may have happened related to that or whatever. But it was a deliberate thing to never reveal the actual cause of the zombie apocalypse. Like, they do reveal like some of what actually happened when it kicked off. like chains of events after it kicked off. But they've so far gone out of their way to never be like, yep, this is the source. And I don't think they ever will. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the military vehicle losing the stuff, but there is a military base on the map. And when it first came out, it was the only place on the map that had kennels. And so you had this like really weird big military base, and then there was a couple of kennels. So, like, people saw as, like, a high significance that they bothered to add these kennels to the game. Alright. Does the game have a megaphone? I don't think so.
Hey! Hey!
It does, but doesn't work. Gotcha.
Hey!
Oh yeah, don't they call it like a blowhorn? I don't remember. I think I've seen it before. I'm pretty sure I have. I've probably seen every item in the game at least a dozen times. It just, because it doesn't work, I'm assuming it's something I just took apart for electrical and promptly forgot. Oh, they added it. Okay, that would make a lot more sense. Because I know about the whistle. I actually really like the whistle.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Yeah, so like I said, the plan is draw the zombies here, and then what we'll end up doing is the next in-game day, instead of going down to where we have been clearing, we're just going to go right up here and we're going to kill everything that showed up. And then just make that kind of the goal. Use this to draw the zombies in the surrounding area to one spot. Keep knocking them down again and again and again. We're gonna throw must be on fire. Yeah, pretty dehydrated, and then just yelling "hey" every couple minutes. Now, downside is like zombies keep going south again and again and again. Just the happens to be where they align. Like where the helicopter keeps happening to be when it triggers the audio for them to follow. Just ends up being down. And that's a real problem, because that's where home is. I probably should have taken them farther away, but I was just clearing our way up. It's fine. This isn't that many. If I have to go to one of the houses down the block, that's fine. You know, fine too. Trying to draw them all up here as best we can. I missed the whistle, because the whistle was loud enough. I would have gotten stuff from like a screen and a half away. Yep, full panic. Dehydrated. It's fine. Does the whistle just make your shouts louder when you have it? Yeah, but it actually does like a whistle sound. But it is like a shout with twice the range. You just have to have it in one of your two hands, first or primary or secondary hand. Why are you all being drawn like magnets straight down? Like, we have not had any zombies going really any way but down. Yeah, you have to have it in your hand. Yep. But it's perfect for situations like this where you're just trying to corral the zombies. You just keep blasting the whistle again and again. Which obviously I do have the random speed and all that turned off. I do like the fact that those mix up the gameplay a little bit. It's just right now at the extremes that the randomness adds. It makes the game a lot less fun because it's just very limiting on how you play the game. It's also very tedious to deal with the really slow-moving zombies. You're like, oh my god, just get over here already. I got stuff to do. I also found on the random movement speed, helicopters were a total snoozer because you could kind of walk at the slow zombies, use them as a way of effectively blocking the other zombies, and just slap through them. You hate this event? I really appreciate the helicopter. It is one of those things that Project Zomboid, if you don't have the meta events in a helicopter, there's just not enough to kind of throw wrenches in the works. And it is good to have that thing to deal with, like, just doing anything to kind of throw you off balance and go like, all right, you can't just keep doing your pattern. You gotta react to this event happening. Yeah, exactly, Mango. That's kind of the whole thing. Like, I've done pinpoint hearing only runs. At least that you know what you're signing up for. And all that really does change is you go farther out of where you're expecting to do the zombies, and you fight them, and then you wait for them to pop out. But like for me, it was just pinpoint hearing plus slow walk or slow shambler was just like, no, it takes them forever to reach me. And you can't go in after them, because if you go in after them, you just aggro more. So you just wait. And you wait. And it takes them literal in-game hours. Right now we'll end up dumping them, but we are going to come back and kill them. We don't have the energy to fight this many zombies as one big cluster. We're too early game for that. We did pick off a bunch of them before things kicked up. But ultimately I will be dumping these zombies somewhere. It honestly doesn't look like that many, maybe 3 rally groups worth. Not counting all the ones scattered everywhere. So probably looking like 4 or 5 rally groups, so 150 zombies maybe. 100, 150. So not really that bad of a group to deal with. It is more than our character can handle right now. Fighting near Sleepy and all that. You just don't believe the game engine. Oh yeah, no, they have that, Joe and Bruh. That's literally what the whistle does. Literally the whistle, when I hit Q, instead of yelling, your character, like, blows a whistle. And it makes a sound that's twice as far as the range of your shout. Like, that's already in the game. I mean, you could add, like, the blowhorn where you could talk into it the exact same. Like, just have it do the hey, but instead it's twice as loud or whatever. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I mean, we don't have, like, a neck slot yet, but that'd be... Well, no, that's not true. We do have a neck slot. We have necklaces. You can literally put on a necklace. You would just have the whistle take the same spot. It doesn't, but that would be a doable thing. That'd be a very easy mod to set up. Well, the good news, bad news is... The good news is we didn't die. The bad news is that's a lot of zombies right here at our house. Which is a little surprising to me that we got them from over here. But that's okay. Let's try and pop down as close as we can to our house first. And just start cleaning up. Yeah, he's got a group of 4 or 5 down here. I got a straggler over there. That's the first one we're gonna get. Unfortunately, it's about to be dark. It was just a late helicopter. Oh yeah, now if you mean just having an item in your pocket and it would work. Yeah, we don't have that yet. It wouldn't be a hard thing for them to make happen. That'd probably be a pretty easy to implement thing. I do think, though, it makes sense for it to be in your hand, because that gives the player a way to control saying, I would like to use the whistle right now, versus I do not want to use the whistle right now, but I do possess the whistle. It also makes a decision, do you want to broadcast a large distance, or do you want to have both hands available? Pick one. We're about to be sleepy. Let's not poke that right now. Alright. We're good on all that. Now, can I avoid aggroing? Oh, right, there's no window on that side. And we can go down here. Oh, I should take apart those watches first, in case any of them have alarms. Like, max had to be pull up, pull down function. Yeah, no, they could add that as well. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a doable thing. Let's see, have you ever looked at how dirty bandages work and affect the health and infection rate? Yes. The problem is infection is basically useless. Like, even the new thing where infection's supposed to be dangerous, it just doesn't really matter. I've turned that up and got infected and just went with it. Didn't seem to meaningfully do anything. I think they are going to do something with it eventually, it's just not there yet. Yeah, mass didn't have any effect in build 41, they do in build 42. You are correct. I just head up here early so that way we wouldn't aggro zombies I couldn't see. See, this game is so unique. I'm glad the devs are sticking with it and just really making something cool with it. Yep. So where does fever come in? From poison? Yeah, so poison, zombie infection. So the one thing that a lot of people miss is there's 2 types of infection in Project Zomboid. There is zombie infection, and then there's regular infection. Regular old infection, all it does is cause you a little bit of pain and make you heal a little bit slower, which means it's a big old nothing burger. Zombie infection is 100% fatal, and on normal settings, you basically have, it's something like 2 days to live once it's been done. You can kind of wiggle it a little longer or a little shorter depending on what you do, but ultimately, you're not going to be around much longer. But like I said, regular old infection doesn't do much of anything. They have added a setting that's supposed to make it dangerous, but last I messed with it, it didn't seem to do anything. And... aw. We lost our scratch off. Let's go on a rampage. Make yourselves feel better. We're gonna eat some sour cream and onion chips. And go and cause violence to get over our losing scratch-off ticket. You got... Oh yeah, no, it's, every scratch has a 7% chance of being fatal from a zombie. Only zombie injuries can give you the zombie plague. But every zombie injury has at least a % chance of getting you infected. A bite is a guarantee. If you're bitten, you're done, you're dead, it's over. You know, go get those guns and that katana that you've been sitting on that, you know, you said, you know, hey, when I get better stats, I'll go use these. Or when I'm in a good situation, I'll use these. Go break them out, because there's no better time coming. You guys do saliva only? You can do that. For me personally, I find death is a very important thing in this game. That ultimately, in a lot of ways, this game is just going, like, is kind of a checklist of the things you need to do to progress. And when that checklist is exhausted, you stare into the ether and go, but what now? So you have to keep coming up with new things, and that death is the reset button on that checklist to give you stuff to pursue again. So I leave all the infection stuff up to its max. But obviously, like, you play whatever's fun for you. If you're having fun playing, congratulations. You're playing the game correctly. But I do deliberately put myself on, like, the sweaty try-hard settings as a means of continuing to keep the game fresh for me. Because otherwise, like, I get the stuff done and I get bored. Alright. As you said they had muscle strain to build 42, you're happy they made it toggleable option? Because you like the concept a lot more for challenge runs and such. Yeah. As a casual player, you wouldn't want to play it with it on all the time. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, that's why we have the sandbox, so people can adjust the game to exactly how they want to play. And people who get dismissive is like, no, you're not playing on the real difficulty. They can go find something else to do with their time. No one's got time to deal with people like that. Alright. The classic meme of the person who's like, you're not playing the game correctly, and everyone's just in the background having fun, and they just yell like, stop having fun! The problem I have is, I would go out foraging around right now. Would honestly be a good use of our time. But with how things are right this second, you're having fun, right? Yeah. Let's hear all for the sandbox stuff. You play a lot of Ark and you run your own servers. For me and your friends, you customize exactly how you want. Yeah, absolutely. I'm very thankful that for the most part in the Product Zomboid community, you don't have people like poo-pooing how you play. Like, you'll have someone be like, ah, you're playing on an easy mode and all that, and that sucks and people shouldn't be that way. But it's not like a lot of other games will have like the easy, medium, and hard difficulty, and if you're not playing on the hard, everyone starts being toxic about it. It's because, like, the Apocalypse mode has enough stuff that everyone's kind of back and forth on. I think it's just accepted you're going to sandbox. And I also think historically Product Zomboid has been enough of a niche game that, you know, you don't have those people infighting about who's really playing the game right and yada yada. And I really appreciate that that's not the way things are, because there's a lot of games that is. that is just the way people behave. They're like, no, you're playing on the customized experience? Was the hard difficulty too hard for ya, baby? And you're like, come on, man. Get a life. Yeah, no, player choice, I will always side with giving the players more choices. I think that's wonderful. It's one of the things that like makes RimWorld really good as well. You can sit there and you can have the try-hard, sweaty, everything is trying to knock down your door at all times, and everything is at like maximum tilt at all moments. And then on the other hand, you can turn around and be like, yeah, you know what I want? I want to have a nice, calm, casual day where all I try and do is build my little settlement, and pretty much no threats show up. Then I'm just making my pretty little colony. I don't play that way often, but it's nice to have that as an option should I so choose. But there's definitely days that you're like, you know what? I want this game to hurt me. I want this game to make me work for every inch. And then there's also days where you're like, you know what? I've had a rough day. I'm fully out of spoons. You know what I want to do? I want to just wreck this game. Please die. Thank you. I hear another one that's not you. Oh, it's two more in there. That's the reason I drug them into the corn, is to space them out better. Since we are digging in deep. Because we bothered to pick up an axe and use it for more than one hit. Sorry. I thought you were dead before you were actually dead. That's on me. All right. Well, let's go back inside, have her sip of water. Rest up a bit, because that muscle strain is going to take a little while to go away. Yeah, I still have the ice axe, so between the fireman's axe and the ice axe are probably good for a day for fighting. Alright. And all the windows are intact here, so I feel comfortable sitting down in this chair, enjoying ourselves a nice little read. Yeah, see, RimWorld isn't even one game, it's several hundred. You doubt any two streamers click into the play the same game after the mods are taken into account? Yeah, no, RimWorld is one of those games that has, like, even if you don't touch a single mod, the mod scene on RimWorld is absolutely absurd in what it can accomplish. But even if you said, you know what, no mods, just vanilla, literally no mods, just vanilla, even in that experience, you can choose the same game settings and not have the same experience twice. And then on top of that, you can mix it up a whole lot. That's just kind of one of those things. You'll have one run that you'll be like, all right, you know, I'm going to play where we have this ideology, this xenotype, this kind of thing. Like, what tile you choose to position yourself on, it'll change everything. What your ideology will change everything. What xenotypes you choose will change everything. That the game will vary incredibly wildly depending on how you approach things. How you build your base changes wildly. It's what gives it so much replay value, and why, like, when you consider how many games, you know, they've been around for a while, like then that same era as RimWorld, and how few of them have the, like, staying power that RimWorld has, that is the magic of its staying power, is just because that massive amount of variance it can accomplish. Go ahead and grab ourselves a snack. And it'll be time to get back out there and kill some more zombies. And you're also back weapon? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, the claw hammer is also to be used as a weapon. Does you feel like games that challenge your problem-solving muscle? Not puzzle games, though. You're bad at those. Really help keep you entertained? Yeah. Well, that's, most of the games that do the best for, like, having just really, really long playtimes are games that introduce lots of interesting systems and then let you kind of just do what you want with those systems. The games that try to like arbitrarily force long playtimes, like MMORPGs, those kind of things, mobile games, those are the ones that end up being really, really not good. Oh yeah, Factorio is another one of those games that can be an absolute time vampire in the best of ways. Same with Satisfactory. Okay. Stop bringing your mind, you're playing... I mean, to be fair, when someone says Factorio, you say Satisfactory as well. When someone says Satisfactory, you say Factorio as well. While I will still hold that they are very, very, very different games, they are thematically similar enough that when you mention one, you might as well mention them both. How big of a helicopter bring? We were guessing that, like, in the area we were dealing with them, it was somewhere in the area of like 100, 150 was kind of what I was kind of eyeballing it at. Is like this feels kind of like 4 or 5 rally groups. But that's not taking into consideration any of the other zombies that drew into the area because I didn't see them, so I couldn't consider them. Yeah, so the plan from here is basically to just work on mopping all the zombies that it drew in up until we don't see any more. And then once we do that, we start pushing on to the next area. Because my hope is, by putting a lot more focus on just kind of holding the home territory, we will gradually have this get sorted out so we don't get the gradual overwhelm. We're also nowhere near a population center like we were on our other character. Please die. I got zombies coming up behind me. Please die. Please die. Thank you. We need to get inside because the muscle strain and exertion are going to get to be a real problem. I'm going to abuse the fence in this one. I don't like doing that. Alright, let's get inside, because we are way past overspent. So go have ourselves a sip of water. Pop over here into the chair. Enjoy yourselves a read.
Morning.
And thank you, Randathor, for the 100 biddies. I also just noticed it didn't play its sound effects, so give me one moment, because it looks like I might have a problem with another one of my alerts. But thank you, Randathor, for the 100 biddies. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. Just cleaning up some of the things we've had going on. So events, alerts, bits, cheer, edit, conditional effects, if 100 biddies, play sound. Okay, so it's in the sounds folder, so we can go here and fix that. Sounds, and there. I don't feel like you're supposed to be that loud.
Yay. Yay.
That's good. Okay. Just fixing all the stuff that got broken by the switching cloud providers. Alright, with that said, we just hit an ad break, which is perfect timing there. So what I'm going to go quickly do is I'm going to go put up the ad screen and quickly eat some of my dinner, and I'll be right back. So thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be right back in just a minute. If you could use product Zomboid bodies for compost, would you use so in game or in real life? No, you shouldn't use meat as compost. Like, not even zombies or humans or otherwise. You shouldn't use meat as compost. Browns and greens, no meat. Alright, I'll be back. We don't accidentally over-poison ourselves. Hope we have antibiotics? Nope. Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like, 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised. No tree lines. I'm getting boxed in real hard here. Okay. Let me over. Okay, cool. I don't like jumping over fences because there's always an RNG chance we trip, but that was one of those ones. It was jump over or die.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, no, that was the day before we ripped on Kira, and I was going. We have a problem where every one of them kept escalating and escalating and escalating the helicopters, and we're like, I don't know what to do. This is getting worse and worse. I mean, I always could have just noped out of the area and abandoned our stuff. So if it was strictly like I needed to survive, the correct answer was leave. Just leave. Acknowledge that that place had gotten out of hand and just go. And that was always an option on the table. But I chose not to do it because one, I didn't want to. And then two, that means like leaving behind a generator, a car, and all that stuff, and it's just like, eh. Yeah. Well, that was, so that one helicopter generated like 3-4 clips of just like near death, near death, near death, near death. And it was just kind of one of those ones that like we kept having more and more of those close calls with each helicopter just because the zombies were getting denser and denser around us. And really, if we wanted to commit to the run, like, or like at all costs, like I said, it would be just nope out. So we finished the book. We're still under muscle strain because of how hard we went on the axe. But on the plus side, that means our electrical book is just done. And I believe I have another book I can read in here, Tailoring 1. We chuck these bits of electrical garbage in here. Which we'll use those to fix generators later. I'll have way more than I need. Yeah, basically we're just killing time while we wait for the muscle strain to go away. Alright, that's probably fine. Yep, I got the Swiss Army knife. Hey, sir, that's not okay. I am an officer of the law and you are trespassing. And you're being weird and pervy about it. So, like, doubly not okay. Fire axe don't break in the basement? No. So literally the only weapon that can destroy walls is a sledgehammer. And it's not you walk up and like right click and smack the wall. It actually has a special command that you right click and it says destroy. And then you choose what you want to destroy. But it is the one and only weapon that has that. It'd be interesting if they added that to the mall. No, last I looked, the mall does not have the destroy thing. Like, the mall has everything else that seems to be sledgehammer-like, except it doesn't have the destroy functionality. I think it would... I'm mixed. I'm mixed on whether I think it'd be fair to add it or not. I think I would go with yes, because you have to level up carving and napping both a lot to get access to it, which I think is a more significant barrier than you happened across a truck with a manhole and got lucky. It would also give you an option if you're playing a like extremely rare loot and you just happen to get unlucky and they just don't spawn in kind of thing. Let's see, what does the multi-tool do? As a can opener, knife, does it also have a file nut? I have no idea. Like, I know what they have in real life, but in the game, I don't know what they do and don't include in it. Okay, and the big advantage with reading those books, by the way, is they do give you a multiplier. So if we look at this, for napping, I need a total of 75 XP. Each time I do a thing, it's 1 or 2 XP. Masonry, on the other hand, I've read the book. I also need 75 XP, but it's a multiplier of 3, which means each action will give me 3 to 6 XP, or whatever the amounts are. So it effectively means I need to do 1/3 as many actions to get the same amount of XP. Which can be really, really big. How do you destroy a door with a multi-tool? Interesting. I mean, if you could equip it in your hand and swing it as a weapon, it could destroy a door. What is your settings on that? They are on normal. They're neither turned up to their max, nor are they bottom, nor are they random. They're just like at the standard setting. Like not the random thing they've got now. I've done pinpoint hearing runs all the way, like, and that's fine. I just don't personally like the random right now. I feel like I like the idea of random. I think having the zombies be inconsistent is good. I think the range that they have them at now, so far as how wide of a range, is too big. Like, def is too short, pinpoint's too long. I think it should be one of those things that they choose a value as, like, kind of your anchor, and that all the other randomness is, like, plus or minus, like, 10-20% or something like that. Which will be enough that you won't be able to quite swarm the zombies up as easily, without being a thing that you feel like the zombies, in some ways, feel like they just don't react to you and everything. The Shambler speed is also probably one that maybe we need, like, the Fast Shambler and the slightly less Fast Shambler. So you got, like, this speed, but then you have ones that move ever so slightly slower. Not all the way down to just slow Shambler. Right, let's back off. Well, that's the thing. You've got slow Shambler. That's already a thing in the game, but the slow Shambler is really slow. Then you've got Fast Shambler, which is just a hair slower than the player's walk speed. And then, like, it would be good to have something in between there. So, like, the randomness, instead of going right from fast to slow, or slow to fast, you had, like, slow to that middle air, or fast to that middle air. Because the idea is, by making them ever so slightly different, making them into those really dense balls of zombies when you circle around them is really hard, so you can't quite Pied Piper the zombie nearly as much. So it does put some limitations on it, because it is genuinely a thing that if you get good enough at that Pied Piper thing, you can just go into downtown West Point and just do the wiggle up and down the road, and slowly just drag the zombies out of downtown West Point. You're not going to get them all, but you can very, very heavily clear out the area. I'm probably going to have the character just binge read until it's too dark. Because we're not going to want to go out again right now. We're getting pretty close to sleepy. We're also dealing with it's getting dark.
Thank you Bhutan Shah for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Bhutan Shah, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. If I mispronounce that name, let me know and I'll try and get it right. But, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright, so we can no longer read the book. So put that away.
Thank you Red3TTE for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you,
Hype train is go. Choo
is that like Reddit? So much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that, and I hope you are also enjoying the content-free viewing. Yeah, content-free viewing. Nobody wants content. Get it out of here. Content. Ugh. Who wants content? The advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So you can get the canned fruit beverage.
Thank you Randall for 1812 for gifting a sub to Mango Tango.
I'll get the spaghetti bolognese. Let's see. Botanic going, hey Rual, watching your Zero to Hero has inspired me to try your own Zero to Hero in CDDA. P.S. You pronounce the name right. Thank you. I do try my best, but you know, sometimes it's a little tricky to tell with everything. And thank you so much, Randall Thorpe, for the tier 1 sub for Mango Tango. Mango Tango, and now have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not. And thank you, Sentient Cookie, for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate those 100 biddies. And thank you again so much for that support. Eat half of the spaghetti bolognese. Alright, that's probably another thing I gotta fix. Which I could do that real fast. Alright, so go to... Oh, it won't be here. That's not where I need to go. Get back to the scenes. Get this out of the way. Go to the bot real fast. Commands. Where are you, train? Yeah, no, with the switch to the cloud provider, just a whole lot of my stuff got messed up. And, ooh. Let me make sure it's the right train. Yeah, okay, train horn. I have multiple train sounds, so this sound. There we go. I interrupted, that's on me. Just fixing bot things, but now I know the kind of stuff to watch out for when I go to fix it later. Yeah, but no, we've been fixing a lot of alerts today. I had switched cloud providers and just... It screwed a system. Or not system, it screwed with all the stuff I had in my documents folder. Which I do have a folder in my documents folder that's like stream assets, which is all like the sounds and images and GIFs and animations and yada yada, OBS settings, like all my stream related stuff that I gotta deal with, all goes in that folder. And so I had to like re-pull the folder. I think it's a whole big headache. I have no idea what I'm stuck on. Alright. So we can finish off this. We can go in here, we can open the tuna. And pretty soon I'm gonna actually have to put some amount of effort into dealing with that. Let's grab an additional weapon on top of the ice pick. Oh, I actually had a hammer. That's fine. We'll grab an additional weapon anyways. Did I run you out of water? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I don't want to go through that UI. It's fine. If we get thirsty, I'll just grab a bucket off the ground and take a sippy sip out of the bucket. Hey, here, hold these tin cans for me. Alright, you're already dead. Okay, so like I said, we're gonna go back up here and we're gonna keep chipping away at where we dropped off the zombies until we've cleared it out. Oh, it's 11:30 p.m. You should be asleep and you're not. It does happen. And thank you for the level 1 hype train. Oh, it's not done yet. My bad. That was weirdly delayed that it updated that you got that. Kick it through the because like you gave the 100 biddies to kick it over to level 1 like a little bit ago. And Twitch was like, "Oh, wait, right, I'm supposed to do a thing." Let's see, you're wondering, is exercising gaining strength and fitness worth it? If you just gain passively? It's worth it if you've got nothing better to do.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting 5 subscriptions to the channel.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting 5 subs to the channel, kicking us from the level 1 hype train at the last second up to a level 2 hype train, getting that timer started over, making sure there's more than enough opportunity for people to weigh in on that hype train. Yeah, like it was last second or two. I think Product Zomboid Rain sounds better than half the videos you listen to. Yeah, Product Zomboid's got good rain. All right. Okay, so it broke another one. That's fine. You know, it's always funny you can do that, like, mess with the hype train, get to go longer and all that. Cool. And we killed that whole rally group as one big pull. It wasn't a particularly large rally group, though. It's only like 8-10 zombies. Sorry about that. Okay. We can drop off our broken axe. Actually, no, we're probably fine. Let's back up a little bit to be away from there. We can sit in this chair right here. Read a little bit how to basic clothing repair. All right. About halfway through the book. Let's see. You're just thinking about spending 2 or 3 weeks in CDA once you secure to get level 3 strength, 10 carrying capacity. Oh yeah, no. If you're talking about doing the thing where it's like you basically stop playing the game into like progressing and just lock yourself in a closet and just slam out a bunch of exercises, I would strongly discourage that, mostly because it's monotonous. You'd have to secure enough food to make that worthwhile, though. And really, CDDA is almost entirely the early game, which is hard. And so you'd be trying to do it there during that point. You'll get a lot of stats just surviving in CDDA. Like, the exercises are more efficient. But like I said, it's kind of one of those things that what you end up doing for the exercises and whatever. Because usually, like, when I go back to the house like that, when I would do exercises, is when we get there, it's like, okay, it's too dark to do something else, but too early to sleep. That's when I do the exercises. I haven't been bothering that much lately. The XP gains for fitness and strength feel pretty okay. That dealing with the penalties from your character having exercise the day before isn't really seeming to be worth it. Thunderstorm in 4 days. Let's see. Device options, turn it off. Let's see, what radio item can you wear on you like that? Oh, it's, I just have the regular hand radio. And all I do is I put it in the fanny pack when I'm not using it, and I put it in my secondary hand when, you know, when it's time to check the radio. Ooh, fractured angle, angle's no good. And thank you for the level 3 hype trade at 33% with 8 gifty subs and 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot that you do that, so thank you so much for that support. And do hope you've all been enjoying the stream and whatnot. Alright. Sir, stop running away. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, that's, yeah, walking at a fractured angle is no good. And the next group to kill. And I'm fighting the temptation to just be like, yeah, they're not close enough, I'm not too worried about it. And then go back to exploring. Because I think that's exactly the kind of mentality that ran us into the problem the last time. Keep the home front safe. Give us a place to dispatch the zombies.
Thank you DigiGuy801 for gifting 5 subscriptions to the channel.
And thank you, DigiGuy, for the 5 tier 1 subs. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for gifting those subs to the channel. It's good to have you all hanging out. Sorry, one moment, chat. Sorry. Alright. Yes, thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. We've been kind of going. Thank you for the Blue Sky post about autism not giving an excuse for it. Yeah. For those who are missing the context around it, there's been a lot of people right now who are going on and they'll say something that'll be very problematic. They'll say something like very racist or sexist or whatever. It doesn't even matter which specific one. But they'll say something pretty awful, and then they'll be like, you know, people will be like, hey man, that's not okay. And I'll be like, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm autistic. I'm like, that's not, it's very much not related. Like, being a bigoted person is not a recognized symptom as any form, you know, any condition recognized by the DSM-5. These two attributes are completely unrelated to each other. Like, you're punching down at people with autism, and you're being a crappy person at the same time. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things, it's like, no, that's you throwing someone else, like, it's basically throwing a whole bunch of people under the bus by making this, like, misattributed symptom, because it is not a recognized symptom for anything, because it's not a symptom of it. There can be the argument that certain neurodivergent conditions will lower your filter, but you still had to have the thing to have the filter lowered. that basically when it comes to those many isms, those are all built on by environment. Who you're around, who you're talking to, who you're spending time with. That's the thing that determines a lot of that stuff. Like, you're not born with it. It's learned. Yeah, like they give you a bad image and has nothing to even do with you. But yeah, so that was all I was doing. So I'm like, hey, like, one, stop using it as an excuse, it's unrelated, and two, stop accepting it as an excuse, because it's not related. Oh yeah, no, you're all good. But that's the whole thing. I think it was worth mentioning. For those who don't know, I do advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions, like, as a whole thing. Like, that's been a thing I've done for a long time, well before content creation. Okay. You like the term neurospicy? Yeah, no, it's a good term. You done pose a question? I'm not really into social media in general. Yeah, I don't do a lot on social media. Like, I have to do a little bit just nature of the job kind of thing. And I do a little bit on top of that. I used to be a bit more active, like, before streaming and all that. But honestly, over the years, it's become more and more of just a dumpster fire. Just kind of one of those things that, like, all the algorithms tend to really reward rage baiting and all that. So, you know, saying super controversial hot take, then, you know, you respond saying, hey man, that's messed up, don't say, like, hey man, that's messed up, like, you're being, like, very, very bad about this thing, and then a whole bunch of people like, yeah, you're right, man. And it just, that's the stuff that makes the algorithm super happy, because it gets all those clicks. And, like, the reward mechanism for the companies who run those systems is very much, they literally get money from that. So there is a conflict between doing what they probably should be doing and doing what makes them money. The classic, you could do what's ethical and moral and all that, or you can do what's profitable. Because it's one thing if it's something like, you know, Hawaiian pizza yes-no kind of thing. Like, sure, like, that doesn't have... Like, there's no, like, skin in the game in the sense of that someone, you know, someone is potentially at a kind of risk or whatever, but then a lot of the hot takes are way, way worse. We're not going to get into specifics, but, you know, very demonizing of people and that kind of thing. And so I do feel like that really does feed into the issue we have where things come up on the real wide world, it's a complete and utter nothing burger. And then everyone just keeps escalating and escalating and escalating and escalating and escalating until, you know, it kind of becomes this major issue, even though the thing it's based around didn't have much substance to begin with. But, like, the dialogue has made it a bigger issue than it really is. Take a bit to get used to the new font? Yeah. Let's see. Couldn't help but think of you when I saw a Skrill make the change. Skrill make the change. I missed something. Well, you're ahead of the curve with the dyslexia-friendly fonts. Skrill just changed their font to a subtle version. Oh, yeah. That's been a thing going on for a while, is the move to dyslexia-friendly fonts. And so some of them, they're like what we've got going on here, where we're talking it is a font specifically designed with dyslexia in mind. Generally speaking, most of the groups will change the stuff like, there's a font called Calibri that's extremely popular, because it is a font that is generally seen as dyslexia friendly without, you know, necessarily specifically designed with dyslexia in mind. Yeah, that's been a thing that's been going on as I push for probably like 10 plus years, 15 years now, about trying to improve accessibility, especially in mobile and web dev. Because, surprise, surprise, if customers have difficulty using your website, they don't buy your products. Really big surprise in that one. Oh man, was that Walgreens who had their like CEO come out who was like, okay, maybe locking up our stuff wasn't the best idea. You know, apparently when everything's locked up, people don't buy them. And it was kind of like, no crap, man. There's lots of impulse buys I would consider, but the absolute first second, like, oh, you need to go get a staff member to go get them. Like, you know what? That impulse buy is going to be a not today buy. Yeah, it was a drugstore, whether it's Walgreens or CVS, it doesn't matter. Is there a good way to determine if a font is dyslexia friendly? That is actually a very complicated question. There is, but it's not simple, is the way I will phrase it. Generally speaking, the big things you can watch out for is if it has letters that you can flip, mirror, or rotate to be another letter, that's bad. But one of the things that makes dyslexia particularly difficult to... Because usually what I'll get is someone will ask, what is the best dyslexia font? And the answer is there isn't an answer. Because dyslexia expresses itself differently for different people. So what's going to work really well for person A may not work well for B. But there are general things. Stuff like Calibri is a really good font. And that's because like when you look at letters like B and Q, like the B will have like a little flourish on the back of it. So that if you were to flip it over, it wouldn't work as the P and it wouldn't work as the Q. So there's like, you can't rotate it and stuff like that. Aren't stores locking up for stuff from rampant theft? So that's actually one of the other parts of that same article, was a bunch of those stores who were reporting the rampant theft came to realize they screwed up on their data, and that rampant theft was actually not really that big of a thing. And that was, yeah, exactly as Pankraro was saying, that actually shrinkage, which is the term you use for any loss in a store, is actually down throughout the nation. But that's not what you're going to hear on a lot of media, because that doesn't sell ads. They want you to get all scared and worked up and watch all their things and all that. It's the same thing. Like, if you look at violent crime in the US, violent crime has, generally speaking, been consistently down year after year. There's been like one or two up blips here and there, but on the general trend has been downward trajectory for, what, like 40 years? Even petty crime has mostly been down. Again, little hiccups here and there as like big events happen. Paul says, when you're working retail, we lost way more stuff getting damaged due to improper training than we lost shoplifters. So, from my personal experience, we, in the store I had worked in retail, we did primarily have most of our shrinkage due to shoplifting. But the stuff that was getting shoplifting were primarily extremely inexpensive things that people needed. And we sold two tools. So it'd be stuff like a number 2 screwdriver, a claw hammer, stuff like that, that people needed to do their job. We didn't usually have that big items. We would occasionally have someone who'd roll through and then come in and grab the 2 giant sets and take off But they were usually one and done in that store because if they came back, the police were going to get them there because we were watching for them. 1 hour days. But, like, those were few and far in between. And we knew they got stolen because you'd have the package ripped open and the item would be missing out of the package. Yeah, no, it's, there are areas that did have locally increases in shoplifting, but all of those, for the most part, even by the ones who were reporting that, the retailers who were reporting it, they did come to acknowledge that they had overstated how bad it actually was, and that, like, it wasn't a particularly measurable increase, as in, like, you know, it was kind of in margin of error kind of things. And it's not to say that there haven't been places that crime has increased. That is certainly the case. But it's like, just generally speaking, things have been trending up. Like, we had a whole big thing where I'm at where someone was making a big deal about, like, how the city was becoming lawless and yada yada yada. And then you looked at all the data, it's like, but no. Both violent and non-violent crime, like, weren't just a little down, they were trending well down. But they had everyone locally up in arms about how, like, oh no, the whole city is, like, becoming this lawless place or whatever. That's the same thing that we had a pretty big court case, and I remember getting called from family out of city that they're like, oh my god, you're by the courthouse, right? I'm like, yeah. It's like, oh, stay safe, the riots. You gotta be really careful about the riots that are going down. They're destroying everything. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm eating a salad at this place across from the courthouse. There's like one dude with a sign here. He's not even yelling. Where are you getting this that there's riots? There's not so much as a broken window here. Does anyone believe this spiel? Like what I'm saying? Or whatever. Let's see. In places where shops are closing supposedly due to random shoplifting again. See articles about one right-wing humor site. Try to take them with a grain of salt. Oh yeah, and there's a whole bunch of things. Yeah, social media, like, that's the thing. You get a lot of stuff reported at social media, and half the time you pull it up, it'll be like, oh, there was this ridiculous thing that happened downtown, and then you realize the picture was from like 8 years ago, where there was some big riot that occurred because of some big event, and that people are just reusing the pictures from that event, and then reporting it as new things. Yep. Well, that's one thing to understand. For like, I used to have a lot of people like, oh, well, you got to get the local news. Unfortunately, most of your local news have been bought up. That is an unfortunate reality. That almost all the local news in U.S. is syndicated through only like one or two groups. And that's where you get the bit that are like on the comedy news shows where they do the whole thing. Where they'll be like, oh man, that was a terrible issue. It was a real shame. And then like you'll see like the whole grid of reporters doing the thing where it's like, you know, it's a bad thing that this is up. It was a real shame, like word for word verbatim. That's what that comes from. Is because they have the stories they can report on their own, but they'll have like whatever talk piece that gets passed down through the syndicate. And not talking syndicate like, you know, some criminal faction or other. It's just syndicated news. And it's just kind of one of those things that they syndicate it down the line. And it's not that they have a strict script they follow, but they do have a thing that they're supposed to cover if they want to keep their jobs, kind of thing. There's a whole big event that happened 4 or 5 years back where a handful of local news agencies, the reporters tried to kind of have like an organized push back on it. And unfortunately, like, they didn't get very far. Yeah, exactly. Like, I know This Week Tonight has done that bit many times. There's a ton of them out there. And it's not only them, but like, if you're like, but This Week Tonight, that's fine. There's tons of different groups who go into it. Yeah. So it's kind of one of those things that, like, it's very difficult to find news that isn't going through any one of those kind of things. And it sucks, because, you know, you want to make sure you can, like, do your own research, do whatever, like, be informed. But you're only going to be as informed as the information you're able to get a hold of, and if the information you're able to get a hold of is no good, you get where that takes things. Let's see. You know you're far behind, but what I would like in the form of NPCs is being an early game resource that helps the mood. So you can have a survivor next door that might be there in the house. You could socialize with them to help with depression, but the game goes on, they slowly get killed off. Yeah, I think that'd be reasonable. Like, being around other people would generally have a positive effect on your character. But, you know, as the game runs, you'd have the NPCs that start in the game and they slowly get picked off one by one. You'd just have fewer and fewer NPCs available. Because that'd also motivate the player to not use them like easy loot or something like that. That you wouldn't just go out there and pick off the local NPC real fast, just grab their goodies. Because when they're gone, and you'd lose what benefits they offer you. Let's see, news is for profit. Anyone who wants to bring their idealism gets outcompeted by people. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but there's also people who have, like, strong agendas in it. News seems to be useful when they mix entertainment and stop teaching unbiased. Yeah. Well, definitely when you had news became more and more ad-supported, it was more and more dependent on getting as many eyeballs there as possible. So, reporting on stuff unpopular with your viewership was genuinely considered bad. Because you would end up driving off your regular viewers and all that. So it's kind of a thing you gotta worry about with all that. And there's a lot more that goes into it. There's lots and lots of things that compound to make it a problem. Do I have more food, or do we need to be, like, properly foraging? Yeah, there are lots of times that the advertisers themselves have an agenda. That, again, that's where the money comes in for the news agencies. They kind of gotta do that. That's one of the reasons why one of the big things when a news agency is doing something really awful, one of the few levers that people do pull that actually does hurt them a lot is when a bunch of people start being very open about no longer buying stuff from the people who sponsor and advertise on that advertise on that news agency. Because then a whole bunch of those advertisers try and pull their ads because they see it as dangerous for their bottom line. Whether or not it is, you can certainly argue that one way or the other, but that's a perception. Because that's a thing that we've got going on in Twitch, that people are reporting it as the adpocalypse. And we had a couple of creators, which let's not say names, but a couple of creators who had made rather problematic political statements, and whether or not they meant to or not doesn't matter. But the perception was that Twitch basically had all these pretty awful things going on. And it was enough that it scared a bunch of advertisers being like, oh wait, we don't want our ad playing next to this. And so whether or not people were actually going to be pulling their ads off in the first place, all the discussion around it did create a situation that there were advertisers who started pulling their ads off Twitch. Because, they didn't want someone to say something like super racist, and then your ad gets run right after it. And for the record, it was an overconflated problem, both on what the response was and what actually happened. But it is a whole thing. But it was enough that that's one of the reasons why we have all the new things that, like, if you're going to be having a discussion focused around, like, politics as the main topic, you're supposed to tag your stuff. It's not that you can't talk about politics without the tag for anyone worried about it, but, you know, there's that. And there's stuff they did that, you know, I wish Twitch had more of a spine about, but did it to capitulate with the advertiser to give them what they wanted. But we can not dig into that. Problematic message. This stream brought to you by Soda Cola. Exactly. It's that kind of thing. And for the record, like most content creators, when we sign up with sponsors, such as like we have Fractal as a sponsor here, when we sign up with that, there's a whole thing that basically is like, hey, if you go and you say some like, or you do really kind of crappy stuff, like, we outie. Like that is a breach of contract kind of thing. It's not that means I can't talk politics or whatever, which I usually do make it a point to try to avoid, like, you know, immediate goings on, political parties, that kind of stuff. I deliberately don't say names. And I do that for a reason, because people switch off their brains and stop worrying about whatever the actual issue is and be like, that's the other team. Grr, arg. You know, big dumb. See, anyone who makes fun of the shareholders obviously never invested anything. I mean, I've been invested in stuff before, but at the same time, there's definitely a big problem with a lot of people who do investments that they're expecting infinite growth. I think it's fair to be critical of that. That is actually a problem. And I've certainly seen companies burn themselves to the ground to make number go up. You know, short-sighted number go up. They do the thing is like, okay, we can jack the price up on this necessary thing like twofold and number go up. And then in the short term it does, but everyone floods to the competitor once there's enough chance to reassess. That kind of crap happens all the time in tech, and it's super upsetting. Because you have perfectly good companies with lots of good staff that are very profitable, and they just burn the bridge down around them. Because a lot of CEOs do not have a spine. Not all, there's good CEOs out there, but there are CEOs who run, especially in the startup area, who they don't have the spine to like go, you know, push back to the shareholders and be like, that's dumb, we're not doing it. Dumb business is a great way to strengthen your competitors. I agree, as long as there's healthy competition. That's kind of where the problem gets into a lot of things, is especially in things that there's a lot of upfront cost, like, you know, ISPs, phone companies, that kind of thing, utilities, or localized monopoly kind of situations. Those are the cases that it's very difficult to fix a problem. Or if you have situations where a company has managed to worm their way in, that they effectively have the monopoly the whole way up-down, kind of like Luxottica has, where they control a lot of the eyeglass insurer, or the optical insurers, they control a lot of the manufacturers, they control a lot of the opticians' offices, they control a lot of the actual brands. Gabe is the best example of competitors doing dumb business. It's funny, like, you'll have people who really badmouth Steam because very genuinely, I would agree that Steam, in a lot of ways, does have a pretty strong monopoly on PC gaming. Like, I think it is actually fair to say, yeah, no, Steam definitely is in a very strong position that you could certainly make the argument that they are a monopoly. If not a monopoly, they're close. But at the same time, Steam is just like, yeah, we're just gonna keep doing our thing and be chill about it. And you're like, okay, cool. And so, like, monopolies are still bad, but at the same time, because Steam hasn't done anything to, like, really rock the boat, as it were, it's just not been a problem. And then half the time a competitor starts to get some feet underneath it, and then goes and does something really crappy, and then everyone just goes back to Steam. Like, they never managed to get that momentum. There's a reason why, like, Origin and all those other ones tried to, like, pop in there and do their thing, and then ultimately, eventually, just all came back to Steam. So Valve is incredibly rough because it's indisputably bigger than is healthy, but they legitimately have a superior product by a mile. And there's so much they could do to abuse their position, and don't. And it's not that they don't do anything negative, it's not that they've never made mistakes, but like you compare them with a lot of their competitors, and a lot of time their return policy is more generous. A lot of time they try and do stuff to protect the consumer more. Even the amount split they take of your money, you know, while it's certainly not low, isn't particularly awful for the industry. Yeah, you've got groups like Epic, which is cheaper, but genuinely, like, you get so much benefit out of it compared to a lot of the ones. The monopolies aren't a problem when they're not overly abusive. Yeah, the thing you run into when you have a monopoly, though, even if, like, for example, Steam, sooner or later Gabe Newell is not going to be around. And then the question is, whoever takes over from Gabe Newell, what do they bring to the table? And you've already got a very heavily established monopoly. All it takes is a change in leadership or a change in policy, and then suddenly that benevolent leader that is Steam becomes a real big thing. Yobia's successor picked out. I'm willing to bet, for the most part, gave his hand off nowadays. I would not be surprised if Gabe Newell is like more of a figurehead now than day-to-day operations. Like, just, you know, with how long he's been around with that company and everything, and how big like, it's not even that big a company in raw numbers. That's also one of the other impressive things with Steam, or Valve, I should say. Because Valve, as a company, is not a particularly large company for what it does. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I would still argue it is a monopoly, and I'd still argue that monopolies are bad. But it is kind of one of those things that, like, one of the reasons, like, if we turned around and Valve just decided to go full Electronic Arts and was just, like, trying to bully on everything, make everything a microtransaction, nickel and dime you on absolutely everything, I am willing to bet we could actually see, you know, legislation be put against Valve. But they don't. And that's kind of the thing. I don't think it's something that, like, oh, they recognize this problem and are just trying to get away with or anything like that. I don't think there's anything nefarious going on there. I think it's just the culture of the company from day one has always been around. Like, we're here to make games, we're here to do, like, good stuff kind of thing. And, you know, then they happened into the whole Steam thing, solving problems by creating a digital distribution platform. And then they had to just kind of adapt that strategy mentality, whatever you want to call it, to that. But all in all, at the end of the day, it was about trying to be a good company that provides a service and that the customer gets that service. I think they've genuinely tried to keep it on the up and up. Yeah, exactly, as Kenahawk. Culture only lasts so long. I'm not saying that culture inherently always goes in a bad direction either. I've certainly seen companies who have had kind of not great company cultures that did some, you know, proverbial soul searching, usually after pressure of, you know, consumers or their employees or whatever. Ooh, we definitely need to get out of this. So it's definitely a north... Okay, so we haven't aggroed any yet. That's good. Let's try and get in our house before that story changes. Because we're not exactly on great situation there. But yeah, that's what I was going to say, is like, companies can change their course. It just takes the right leader going in. And there's certain measures that leaders can put in their companies to try and safe them from abuse, but even those only go so far. You can't plan, predict whatever, every possible scenario and all that. We'll put the saw away too. We can put that on our back. It's like, is this another weapon? We don't want to use the pickaxe as a weapon right now. Should have a bunch more in here. So this one is keeping them in? Alright, we got a hunting knife and a long knife. That'll probably be okay for like this moment. Like that's back when AT&T was Bell and all that. Arguably they were doing a lot of good for the customer, but there's a lot of awful things. Monopoly, are you saying there aren't good substitutes for the games provided by Steam? The problem you have, and why it is a monopoly, Carrot, is when you look at the situation, if I am a game developer and I'm like, I want to make a game, and I want to try and sell it and be successful, most likely I'm going to have to be on the largest store. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, game dev to be successful is very difficult. So very genuinely, you end up having to play ball with whatever Steam says. If you go on Pivot, you're just going to be kind of, you know, screwing yourself. And you can look at this, for example, to see when it comes to competition, you can look at companies like Electronic Arts tried to do Origin, ultimately came back to Steam. Microsoft has their own store, and Microsoft's a huge company with its own stuff. And they still brought most of it back to Steam because Steam was just too big of a market to not go with. And you get the idea that the attrition of trying to draw people away from the established platform is significant enough that you have a whole thing. Now, luckily, like we were kind of giving Valve credit and all that, is they haven't been behaving in anti-competitive practices. They haven't been doing the kind of things where, you know, like imagine if Steam turned around and said, okay, we're doing exclusivity on any game that's on Steam may only ever be on Steam kind of thing, or the one-year exclusives that Epic did, and so suddenly half the games dried up everything. Oh yeah, I mean, they could be. A lot of people have Twitch Turbo, though. You're getting more and more games from good old games, Fanatical and itch.io lately. Yeah, like, and as I recognize, there is a bit of hypocrisy here for me. Because on one hand, I'm like, they are a monopoly, and that's bad. On the other hand, I'm like, but also, I really don't want to have to juggle my stuff between multiple platforms. And so I contribute to this problem by continuing to buy my games on the one and only platform. Yeah, no, it's exactly the difficulty we've been running into is companies like Microsoft's trying to get like Mixer to build up. And even though in a lot of ways Mixer actually had a lot of advantages, even over modern Twitch, like Mixer had a lot of features that Twitch still to this day lacks. It was just one of those things that getting people to leave one platform and go to the other is a really, really heavy level of attrition. Like, I've joked about many times on here that doing like side gigs in software development and contracting on the side of my main job, I would always get asked to sign NDAs about whatever like new pitch was going on. And it was always, you know, they'd be like the next Facebook, because that was just the big name at the time, was like, oh, Facebook was the big social network at the time. And it was always one of those things like, cool, why would I switch from, you know, the existing Facebook to this? And you're like, well, it's better. It's like, that doesn't matter. Like, that's not good enough. Like, you need a compelling argument to get me to pick everything up and move over to your place. And it's like, oh, well, it's for musicians. I'm like, it's not good enough. Facebook is also for musicians. And this is someone who, I don't have Facebook anymore. I think Facebook is terrible. But it was just kind of one of those things that there is a very strong, like, holding you in place. Usually the only way you have a platform properly break in and take the lead from one market to another is when that first contender does something so awful or has otherwise made their product so unbearable and annoying to deal with that they effectively get you to want to leave them. So like what's happening with Twitter. Twitter didn't get out-competed by Blue Sky. Like, literally Twitter, like, Blue Sky did nothing to win that battle. What happened was Twitter basically set itself on fire and made everyone want to not be there, and then Blue Sky happened to be in the right place at the right time to monopolize on it. Which, for the record, I say as someone who really likes Blue Sky over Twitter. But Blue Sky would not have had a chance had Twitter not set itself on fire. Yeah, no, I agree. It was leadership at Twitter that set it on fire. But considering they owned Twitter, it's still, we can argue that naming one way or the other. The point is, you had the existing product removed itself from consideration to make room for another product. Let's see, you liked Mixer for what it was. It had its kinks to iron out, and the atmosphere was different, but not bad. Microsoft didn't put all their proverbial eggs into the proverbial basket, and that's probably a thing. Yeah, that's one of the whole things on, let's see, used to mod for one of the biggest streamers on Mixer. The real killer, of course, Microsoft buying it out. It had so many upcoming features promised, and everything kind of vanished after it was bought. Oh, it didn't play the horn. Thank you for that, thank you for the raid, Josmel. I do really appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. I'm gonna take 1 minute in the background real fast and see if I can't. Oh, that might be all right. Let me see how big of a deal it'll be for me to fix that raid sound effect, because my raid thing is actually a little bit complicated. So we'll see here. So I can go to. Okay, this actually won't be that bad for me to fix because we can go here. We go to this folder, choose OK, save. Otherwise, that was not what I needed to do. I goofed that up. Okay. So which horn was the correct one? But thank you so much for that. What were you playing? I'm assuming Project Zomboid. I do apologize for being distracted. You were playing Gold Mining Simulator. I actually looked at that game. If you weren't playing that, sometimes Twitch gives me the incorrect information, so I do apologize. Which one are you? Horn 02. Okay, so Horn 02. That one is my normal one. And then this is the super secret one. Ah, good. It does remember the right one. Cool. Okay, so that wasn't actually that bad to fix that. And I can move YouTube chat back over. We've had this conversation before, JD, that, don't get me wrong, Twitter's always had its problems. I agree with this. This is a statement we are in agreement on. I would definitely not say that Twitter was a burning cesspool heap before the change in leadership. Like, don't get me wrong, there's always been kind of crap on there, there's always been that, that's fine. But there was definitely a big difference. Definitely a big difference between a platform that's utterly just going out the crapper kind of thing and just dealing with some moderation pains. But we've had that discussion before. I understand that's the view you have, and that's fine. Yeah, no, Blue Sky in a lot of ways, like, I already get more traffic on Blue Sky than I do on Twitter. But yeah, no, I think what happened with Microsoft and Mixer is Microsoft bought Mixer, had lots of plans to get a whole lot of, oh, Twitch? Yeah, there's no good competitors for Twitch right now. There's a reason why usually the people who leave Twitch, they go to another platform for some contract deal or whatever, or they're a small creator just trying to, you know, find an audience or whatever. I do, like I've said before, I do think Twitch really does need a competitor. I think that would do a lot for the platform to just have someone to be afraid of taking their audience. But like, for whatever reason, YouTube doesn't seem to give a crap about its live streaming stuff. Like, every once in like a couple years, it'll be like, by the way, we added one alert. And you're like, cool, man. Does your other stuff work? Can I actually switch categories without being a colossal pain? No? Okay, that's still the same problem we've always had, but I guess cool. TikTok is a cesspool when it comes to dealing with the moderation, where literally I was getting flagged as content inappropriate for children while playing Farming Simulator because someone was getting upsetty spaghetti that I wasn't playing whatever game they wanted me to play, and so they would report me as having inappropriate content every single time. And that happened like half a dozen times or so before they finally stopped. But every single time it would flag my stream as being not, like, basically being mature audiences only. And like, I contested it once or twice and they're like, yep, that shouldn't have been flagged. I'm like, well, do something about it. They spent nearly a decade working at Microsoft. It always surprised me how anything got accomplished. Just imagine every department is like its own island, and the people in the department pointing guns and blame at each other in their departments. The islands just keep growing and buy up more companies. Yeah, Microsoft is also, because I didn't work for Microsoft directly, but I definitely put a lot of time working along with Microsoft. And definitely the thing that Microsoft is just as guilty as Google for, create a thing and then kill it off. But the thing with Microsoft that always gets me is it seems they wait till right around the point that it starts to pick up momentum, and then they get scared and then dump it. Like, Windows Phone is one of those things that, like, they came out with it. Yes, it was way behind when it came out. You know, it was late to the party. And it was just starting to properly build up momentum that maybe it was going to start getting enough market share to, like, really get things moving with Nokia and everything. And it was like, suddenly they all got, like, just cold feet and they went, nope. Like, man, you've already put so much money into this. Like, you're actually seeing growth now. You're absolutely seeing a lot of growth. And now is when you're gonna kill it? If you're gonna kill it, you needed to do it like a year and a half ago. I still to this day, my old Nokia phone is a hands down better phone than I've ever had on Android or iPhone. Like, the optimization on Android is absolutely horrendously bad. And it's frustrating. And this has been many different manufacturers I've used between the Android one. And, like, don't get me wrong, between what's left, I like Android the most. But it's definitely one of those things that every single time I'm like, yep, this was the second best pick. And by all means, I know there's going to be people who will feel that way about Android towards the other one. But, like, very much, I remember just how snappy all the Windows phones were and all that. And it just frustrates me. And it's getting better. To give credit, there has been improvements in the Android operating system this last iteration or two, where I have started to see it getting a little bit better so far as, like, running smoother, being more optimized and all that. And it's been slowly getting there. But man, Windows Phone got killed like 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, and they're still not caught up on performance. And that's with throwing like twice as much hardware at it. Nokia Lumia was some of the best smartphones ever made. Oh man, I loved that phone. It was a phone that, like, if you just, you know, you could throw into a concrete wall and there's a good chance the phone would win. Real good chance the phone would win that fight. I don't mean literally, but, like, you had to try to destroy that phone. Like before that, back in the iPhone days, you know, I always had the OtterBox and all that because of how many things, those things, like the screens just get shattered and the edges get all shredded up and everything. And you get that Nokia phone, I was like, man, I got nothing to worry about. It's gonna chip the concrete, not the other way around. It blows my mind that we still don't have those cases. Like, that style of case just never came back. You know, they had, like, all sorts of fun colors and all that. It was the polycarbonate. Oh, yeah, no, Windows Phone is super dead. Yeah, Windows Phone is super duper dead. But it was just frustrating that, like, they killed it kind of right when it was starting to actually pick up momentum. Like, for those who don't know, Windows Phone actually became... Was it Brazil? It became, like, the main phone there for a while. There was, like, a couple of markets that Windows Phone was actually leading. I think it was, like, Spain and Brazil or something like that, that it was, like, the main phone being sold there. And it was starting to pick up in neighboring countries and all that. And so, like, you're doing it, man. You're doing it. And then just got cold feet. I was like, you put so much into it. You're actually starting to, like, dominate markets. Why is now the time you're pulling out? Again, year 1 or 2 Windows Phone, if Microsoft said, yep, we're trying it, nope, shut it down, makes sense. Had no market share. Made no sense to keep that thing going there. But they did kind of the same thing with Mixer, that Mixer was really struggling at the beginning and wasn't gaining a whole lot of momentum. And it was towards the end it started to build up some numbers until they basically announced that they were done with it, and then, you know, that just killed it. But it was like starting to barely chip away at Twitch's stronghold. And it was like right when they started to get a little bit of numbers. They're still the baby fish, like, don't get me wrong. Numbers-wise, they still were barely there. But, like, they were starting to grow. And that's when they pulled the rug out from underneath it. Do I think Mixer would have honestly taken down Twitch? I don't know. Like, they were adding lots of cool features. A lot of the features we do have on Twitch now came from Mixer too, that Mixer broke the idea. Let's see, you think Windows Phone was like the second most sold back here in Brazil? Gotcha. Yeah, I know it was somewhere South America had become, like, it was one of the bigger countries down there that it actually did take the #1 spot for a while. But then, you know, they basically killed it off and everything, and the moment it got the stink of being shut off, it was over. Mixer would have been successful as a competitor. Maybe not a Twitch killer, but they would have had a good audience. Yeah, and I think that's honestly for us as consumers, whether you're content creator or viewer, I think that's the best case scenario, is someone shows up, they give proper competition, whether they take the 1 or 2 spot is entirely irrelevant, but it's enough that it's not like 70-80% Twitch, oh, and then the other guys. Because that's what we got right now. And so it really doesn't give much reason for Twitch to do stuff. If we had, you know, Mixer was here, and let's just say they were giving the 70-30 split, and they had taken like 30-40% market share or whatever like that, that's of Twitch, that suddenly Twitch is like, alright, content creators are now getting 70-30. Because they would need to retain the competition. And so that means the content creators get more money to do a whole bunch of stuff. And then for your viewers, as you know, subs and all that start going up and up and up in prices, you know, inflation and all that happens. With having a competitor there, that acts as an anchor on how far they can raise the price before it starts looking really tempting to go to the other place. So it's always good to have competition. Twitch is not a loss for Amazon? Yeah, so Twitch is technically not profitable. That is true. Twitch is technically not profitable. That is an accurate thing. But Twitch does give Amazon a lot of side benefits that aren't as easily quantifiable from a monetary thing. There was a lot of brand recognition and that kind of comes around that helps Amazon when it's making pitches for various deals and all that. That without Twitch would be a much more difficult pitch for them to make. And again, it's very hard to quantify on that. Because one, would you attribute that to Twitch or Amazon? You'd attribute that to Amazon because it's a deal with Amazon. But like, for example, when Amazon sells ads, one of the primary things that it is able to market its selling of ads is Twitch. So it's kind of one of those things that, like, does Amazon make or lose money on Twitch? It probably makes money on Twitch, because if it didn't, Twitch would be gone by now. But is Twitch in itself profitable as a separate entity? And the answer to that is no. So it is one of those things that is kind of a weird thing to deal with. Well, YouTube is profitable. YouTube is a profitable thing. It took forever to get there. But YouTube in itself is profitable now. Yeah, I think it's been profitable for a little while now. But it was not profitable for a very long time. What's the one on the top right? If you do, because I want to make sure I get the name right. It's something like another Twitch stats mod or whatever. If you do, yeah, there you go. And the reason, and this was actually pointed out to me by, I believe, the very last Lardine. But the reason I grabbed this, because I actually used to run a mod that would give me these top 2 bits of information and nothing else. And then I was calculating this information on my own locally using an application I wrote. But now they got a mod that just does it all, so I don't have to do any of that. Because that was the reason that went away for me having on there, because that, once upon a time, I actually had my own bot that I had wrote for the channel and everything that did alerts and a whole, or sorry, not alerts, it did like all the commands in the channel and all that. You know, and it worked pretty well. But ultimately what ended up happening was, you know, a lot of these other bots, like Firebot came along, because I wanted a bot I could run locally. And the reason I wanted that was we had problems around that time about people would become dependent on some bot or some website to help run their stream. And then it would shut down with, like, literally no warning. There wouldn't be like, oh, in 30 days this bot's gonna go away. It would just, you'd log in, and you'd fail authentication to your bot, and you'd go to the website, and it'd be 404ing. And just like, oh, I guess it's just gone. Yeah, that's real-life minutes per kill or something like that, or kills per minute or something like that. I don't know. That fourth piece of data I'm not too worried about. I actually have no idea what the configurations we can do. The numbers I really care about is how long have we survived, the total kills, and the average kills. This is how many kills I've done this day or whatever. I don't even think that one's particularly important either. Yeah, so your sharpness is still appropriate for your handle. Yeah, I think that's the average per minute. I feel like, I don't know what customizations we have with that mod. Because sometimes they will have places in here you can change the mod settings. I'm not seeing one. Because that would be something I'd be down to just get rid of. It doesn't seem useful. Versus the kills per day feels like a useful statistic. Now, one nice thing about doing this way as well, killing the zombies that get brought in from the helicopter, and doing so in a predictable place, that is going to gradually run down the number of zombies in the surrounding area. So in theory, which this would be a theory that we won't be putting the time in to actually see through, in theory, if I kept doing this forever, I would eventually exhaust all the zombies nearby. You'd have no zombies show up at all for a helicopter. And that we could then just, like, stroll into the other area. Now, in reality, what would actually happen is there would be some zombies who never do find their way out here, that kind of thing. You know, they're inside a building, so they never manage to path out of the building. That kind of thing. Okay, well, we didn't want to pull that many, because we're already pretty exerted. Assume you kill more than the helicopter brings between all of them. That may not be true at first, but the hope would be as we level up our weapons. Because the good news here is there's not that many zombies in the surrounding area. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's part of the reason I went out of my way to go down here. Because when we started talking about people like, oh yeah, this is a low density area, I'm like, alright, yeah, that's where we'll go. Because we were trying to figure out a fairly low density area to work around the new migration problems. Because for those who don't know, migration in the game, it's not change, there's addition. That now zombies will gradually move out to areas that don't have zombies over time. And so that was kind of what led to our death on our last characters. We got about 5 months in, but I was positioned right next to what I've come to discover, if I'm not mistaken, is the second highest population town in the map. And it was just kind of one of those things that we were just like this rock in the tide, that we had like this little pocket of not death in the sea of death. And just eventually with the helicopters, the density of zombies around us just got too much for us to be able to cross in and out of to deal with helicopters. And then my concern had been if I took the helicopter at home, the net would have just closed in and we would have been overwhelmed. Yeah, and I'm playing with the sometime setting, so we get a helicopter. The fastest we can get it is once per 10 days. On average, it'd be somewhere around 12 to 14 days. Is about how long we usually get between helicopters. Versus the often setting, which I believe the shortest they can be is 7 days. I could be wrong about that. And the average is something like 10 days. So all in all, I get an extra day or two or whatever. What the helicopters do? So when the helicopter when the helicopter shows up, it flies to the player and it circles the area. And all it is, it's not an actual physical object in the world. It's just a sound that moves around the character, pulsing every once in a while. But it's really loud to the zombies. Like to the player, it just kind of makes this like little rotor sound and does rotor things and whatnot. But to the zombies, it is a very, very, very loud sound. So it does draw zombies from a long distance. So it's kind of one of those things is, does it draw the zombies to the player? Well, yes, sort of. It doesn't directly draw them to the player specifically, individually, but for all purposes, it draws the zombie to the general player. And you will have people who will swear up and down you can hide from the helicopter and it won't see you and it'll pass faster and all that. That's not true. Not unless I have royally missed some change. But that's been a rumor for the game for a very long time. But there are mods that do that exact thing, which is where I think those rumors come from. There's like, it's a mod, it's something like expanded helicopter events or something like that. But that particular mod, you can hide from the helicopter, and it will have different behavior depending on if it sees you or not. Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's expanded helicopter events. Keep in mind the vanilla helicopter, the way the helicopter works normally out of the box, no game settings changed, is that the helicopter shows up after roughly 1 week. There's a little variance for RNG, but roughly 1 week. And all it does is it circles the helicopter for a while, it goes away. But yeah. So it does serve a function. In the in-game lore, the implied thing of what it might be... Yeah, being indoors does not help prevent the helicopter from circling you for how long or distance or anything like that. You know, in vanilla. With mods, it does. What the being indoors can help is if you go to like the second floor of a building and away from the windows, the zombies wandering all over the place won't see you. So as long as you're not making any noise, you should be basically relatively safe from the zombies smashing the door in and killing you. Like, they might tear up the downstairs of your building, but the odds of them, like, pathing in directly to you kind of thing is pretty low. Like, especially if you're not lined up with a stairwell or something, it's very, very unlikely they will just randomly path into where you're hiding. That said, it doesn't change anything about how the helicopter itself behaves. We're getting to that point that my character is getting hungry, so I need to stop throwing down to the zombies for a little bit and grab a little bit of food. I'm gonna work on that for a minute. Did Axe Head you use? Yeah, no, the Fireman's Axe that we've gone through too. I totally forgot we had read that magazine. That was just in a pile of corpses there earlier. Yeah, so what I want to do is we're hoping to find her stuff like berries, all that kind of thing. And I know we can make the large logs into planks with enough carving. We don't have that, so I'm just not going to do it right now. Trying to avoid the tree line. Kind of surprised you're not going the stone axe route. I mean, at the moment, I've got real weapons. Like, at the moment, I don't have to craft any weapons or do any of that. I actually like the over the stone axes. I actually like the stone knives more. I prefer endurance efficiency over being able to one tap. With the numbers I'm dealing with. Like, the more efficient I can be, the better. But yeah, I wouldn't even argue that necessarily the stone knife is just hands down better. I would argue it's more preference. But for my playstyle, it better aligns with my playstyle. I would much rather pull 50 zombies and slowly chip them all down and then take a break, versus needing to pull them at like 5 at a time, 10 at a time, then take a break kind of thing. That's just differences in weapon preferences. That's always been a thing. I do miss having the Herbalist magazine. That said, I do actually have something like 5 or so of the stone axes already made, just sitting in a cabinets. There you are. Let's see, you can grind XP on your carving with stone knife. Let's see, and you can grind Oh yeah, no, that's the one nice thing about stone knives, is so you get the nodule for, like, the flint nodule, so you gain XP turning that into a sharp flint, and then you gain again on their napping, making the sharp flint into the blade. And then instead of using a stick, you make a handle, so you also gain a little bit of carving every single set of knives. And it's, like, a stick will give you something like 4 handles. So, sorry, branch. So one branch will give you 4 knives worth of handles. So there is a cost in that. It takes an extra, an extra set of processes to make the weapon. Look at that. Does you wonder in the forging ability if you can tell poisonous? I don't believe so. I'm pretty sure that's not a thing. I can't swear to that. That is something they could have added, but I don't believe they explicitly said we'd be able to tell poisonous from not poison with the forging skill. It would make sense. I would certainly say like 5, 6, 7 or so. I could see being like, yep, that would make sense there. Oh yeah, I think that would be reasonable. I mean, so there's a back and forth with it. So first of all, you can level foraging extremely easily, which may be why it's not a thing. So like grinding your foraging stat up is a fairly quick thing to do. Like, this character we've not really been forging hardly at all, and we're what, like 3? 2, 3? 4. I'm wrong by a lot. We're at 4 forging already. And we've been barely doing it. Forging is a very fast to level skill. I think it's the fastest in the game. So if they were to make it where you got high enough, it would have to be like 7. It'd have to be like significant, because that makes one of the more sought after magazines suddenly just not really needed. So let's check, because I think... Do you need help, Bunny? Okay. I guess you live here now. Let's see if it reproduces. Because it'd be kind of cool to have my army of bunnies inside that I could just eat anytime I'm hungry. Okay, I don't have a forging book. I thought I had a forging book. Sit down for a moment to read tailoring. I do like that they actually animated going under the bench and not over it. Can't pet it? I don't think so. I can pick it up. I wonder if it'll mark this like little garden as a farm. Because for the record, we arrived and this is all planted, but it was pre-rotten when we got here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you cannot tame the rabbits in any capacity, but I do believe if the rabbits are in an enclosed area and breed, you can use that as a way of getting lots of food. For the record, I actually have an area we haven't gone back to in a while that there were rabbits trapped in an enclosed area, like a good number of them, and I am low-key hoping that could be a thing that every once in a while I can go in there and just get a bunch of food. If for no other reason, like even if we can't use it for other stuff, as just a means of like getting our butchering skill up. Yeah, and when I arrived, it was already rotten. Like, right at the beginning. We were only, like, day 2 or 3 in the run. Now, it could be that the plants there were just not the right season, so they died immediately. That is supposed to be fixed, where if they're planted the wrong season, they'll die, but if they're planted the right season, they shouldn't. Yeah, it says destroyed. Rotten. Dead. Rotten. Oh, you can pick them up and pet them? Oh, you're saying if I put them inside an animal zone? Okay, you know what? Where'd the rabbit go? I mean, you know what, we'll just leave it there. So yeah. You can drop off those. You can eat these for a minute. It's gonna get really dark soon. Well, that's the thing. It doesn't give me the option to pet it. Yeah, no, if it has to be in an animal zone. I was thinking about if I wanted to make an animal zone outside. I'm going to leave that alone for right now. Let's knock out this tailoring book if we can real fast. It'll probably get too dark before we finish it. But now we're down to like the last 10 pages. I say we just knock that out in the morning if not. Or we'll just finish it. I'm down with that too. We just have a house bunny. A really stressed out house bunny. Is there any of these that we'll be doing soon? Ooh, maintenance 3. How close are we to having that as an option? Because that would be maintenance 4. Alright. So we can't quite read this book yet, but we will come back for maintenance 3. That's the one I gotta remember. I can't remember if you can declare it inside or not. I really kind of just don't want to. I'm not fussed about that rabbit. We got a ton of rabbits nearby that are in an enclosed area that I kind of want to go back and check in on if we can do so without a big thing. How are we doing on our skills, by the way? Let's actually get our violets, keep eating those. So we're at axes 2, we're at long blunt 3.5, we're at short blunt about 3.25. Maintenance is basically 3 flat. Cooking is at 1, electrical is about to hit 1. None of our skills have anything worth mentioning. Fitness 2, strength 3, light-footed 1, nimble is about to hit 2, sneaking is 1, and foraging 4. So definitely a very, very different balance of skills than our last character. Oh yeah, don't they only poop inside their, like, animal zones or whatever? I wonder if you put the animals inside, like the rabbits inside an animal zone, do they suddenly need to have feed and water there? Or is it just like when they're wild that they'll just reproduce on their own and don't need any outside input, really? Yeah, you're full. You've got the spare axe, so we're good weapons-wise. Alright. We're getting a little bit cold. The animals poop. The player does not. Only animals have a functional digestive tract. The player just has an abyss. You just have to make sure you feed the abyss every once in a while. If you don't feed the abyss... Look, man, you really want to feed the abyss. Well, it's too dark for us to forage without getting ourselves in trouble. Yeah. Because it's a minus 70% on our radius, because it's dark and weather. The last human alive. 100% energy efficient digestion. Yes. We literally don't even have waste products from it. Like, literally our digestive system is so incredibly efficient, the waste products of our body go into powering our body. You didn't realize it, but the stomach of our character is literally a fusion reactor. There is a tiny black hole inside our character. Your abyss looks quite hungry. It is. The downside of the zombies all being here is I haven't been getting a whole lot of foraging time. Glasses, I'm assuming? Yep. Hopefully the weather goes at. Can you use an umbrella to remove the weather penalty? I have never thought to try that. Yeah, the flashlight to remove darkness I can do, but I really kind of don't want to run around with the flashlight out the whole time. Umbrella, yes, I was unaware of that. Usually it's not a thing you gotta worry about too much. Like, where we're at hunger-wise, I'm not feeling super pressured right now. It's just like, okay, this changes our priority slightly. But it's definitely not a point where I'm like, oh no, this is bad. Like, I don't start worrying about it till it's bad, until we're actively starting to lose health. That's when you're like, no, 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 this is actually an urgent situation. Sadly, there's actually a hole in that fence. Right by the door, there's just a gap in the fence for no discernible reason. Yeah, no, that is good knowledge. I mean, that one I would be more willing to do. Like, the flashlight I'm less interested in doing just because I would argue the batteries have a certain level of value and they're not rechargeable. So while they are a renewable source in the sense you can get them from zombies rarely, it's one of those things I'd rather save the battery for, like, versus the little bonus. But an umbrella has no real cost. They're hard to find, and I've already had more than one this run available to me that I just didn't worry about. But, you know, you just kind of hold it out and you're just good. The battery lasts a long time? Yeah, they do. But there's definitely a thing to say, like, when you wake up and you just leave your battery, you leave your flashlight on for multiple in-game hours. Because I want to say, isn't it a regular flashlight is supposed to last one in-game day? Is the rough time balance, whatever you want to call it? That the regular pack, like the base just flashlight is one in-game day, I believe, is how long the battery should last. So 24 hours. And then you can get smaller ones like the pen light, which I believe last even longer because, you know, smaller light. But then you can get, you know, the portable sun, which is the giant light, and it just chews through the batteries at a faster speed. So they did normalize it such that roughly based on the size the light covers on how much they consume now. I'll just take free twine. Remember when we tried so hard to make twine happen and it was a whole big ordeal on like our first character before we could just use the dog bane? We had to get like the post to turn it from one type of hemp to the other type of hemp, and we never quite got through it all trying to get the fishing pole. Not that it mattered, we didn't have the recipe in the first place. But like it was a whole big ordeal that we were trying to make twine the whole time. Okay. Alright, so we overextend ourselves again, but that's because of those missing groups. We still want to kill all these zombies here, too. It's just, like, we're trying to keep the entire area clear of zombies. We did have a meta event. It sounded weirdly quiet, though. So it was like a gunshot, but it's just a very soft gunshot. Like it was very distant or something. Aw, that moment where it's like, bigger radius. No, wait, never mind. Hey, a leak. Do the ice axe have head durability? No, I don't believe so. No, it's considered like one entity. I think the intent is when it's broken kind of thing. Okay. So there was somewhere over here that we had the rabbits. Was that this character? Ooh, maybe that's the previous character. It may have been one of her previous... No? Oh, there's another building over there we never went to. We'll have to check. I'm kind of just trying to deal with food in the interim. Yeah, no, I saw the kitchen knife. I chose to skip it this time. That may or may not have been a smart choice. Aw, tomato. Gonna be eating like kings here with our leek and tomato? Oh, just tomato, I'm sorry. Alright, so what is the end of being on the far end of the map? Going to make an outpost here and move on? Do we have a car? Yeah, so the plan right now is, I think it's up here. I've been told there's a gas station around this lake. We need to get a car. We have lots of opportunity with all these little buildings around here. If not, I have a really busted up ambulance over there. Honestly, getting a car that runs is easier than getting gas to a car that runs. So my hope is I'll just find a car down here. If not, there is a bunch of areas. And I genuinely think I'm literally going to go from here to the military base. This is an ice axe, not a pickaxe. I think the pickaxe... I actually don't know the pickaxe and the head durability or not. But yeah, so the first plan is to fully clear around the lake. We're gonna make like a proper base here. Mess with a lot of that stuff. Oh no, a paper bag. So they have, I mean, we have the military backpack, but there's a military belt now with webbing storage. And something like 8 slots or some nonsense. So if you ever were like, you know what I want? I want an even better amount of storage and military and all that. So for the record, the military, like the military webbing, whatever it's called, it's like Alice pack or something like that. So it's like not a fanny pack, but like the one across the chest and then the webbing storage. It's only got 7 carry, but it's basically like a fanny pack with 7 carry, and then gives you a crap ton of slots. Likely won't even get into the base for that. We'll see. I'm actually curious of how that goes. Yeah, now my expectation is, even if we go for the military base, depending on how they spread out, my concern is they will be all the way out this way, that we will start to see like the city spilling out over there. Because we remember where we were down here. So our home was there. This is kind of where the population of Irvington is. And we were seeing the density of zombies all the way out like these areas, way out in the edges. So I am kind of curious if the military base will gradually spill out more and more loosely, but it might not, because there's a gate. It's an enclosed space with a gate. So there's entirely a possibility, even a year into the run, they will all remain trapped inside there, minus the ones that are outside there. But yeah, so the idea of getting like that much extra high density storage is pretty exciting. Oh, so for the record, those packs are on the zombies themselves, not I don't know what the heck is inside the building. I haven't seen inside the building since build 42 dropped. I know what it used to have in it, which is pretty cool on its own right, but never really the reason you went there. The only reason you went to the military base normally was... rotten. I was about to be like, why are there Why are there tater tots on the ground in the middle of nowhere? But it did have them show up rotten. I was about to have some strong questions on finding discarded tater tots on the ground and them being okay. They were not, though. Eat them anyway? Nah, not moldy tater tots. How you doing? How you doing, Bull? You doing good? You are calm. Hey, will you let me pet you? Will you be cool this time? And I won't have like this weird thing where they won't pet you? There you go, Bull. There you go. You have milk, cow? But you didn't have an offspring. What? Did you have a baby while I was gone? I don't see a baby, unless this is supposed to be... No, that's a different event. You also? Alright. Okay, so I figured out food. I'm a little worried when this place is overrun by zombies that maybe the babies ran away, which is definitely a very feels bad man kind of situation. But I mean, I've got milk. Maybe they're pregnant? It could be. Oh, unknown berry, definitely shoving that in my mouth right now. Zero delay, straight in the gullet. Okay, how many buckets? Well, actually, do we have nails? Ooh, can we make planks? Yes, I have a saw so I can make planks. We might have 2 nails. So with all that, though, I should be able to make butter. And that'll let us avoid going underweight. It'll also give me a regular supply of sadness food. Oh, that's the neighbor's house. It's like, wait a second, when they knock down my doors. It's like, oh wait, that's not my house. I don't live here. Now the downside is they're not very close to me. I don't feel like moving them right now, though, because I think it takes them a couple of days to build up that milk supply again. I don't know what the duration of how long it takes them to top back off or whatever. It's daily to completely fill up? Would eating a stick of butter, me just going into the fridge and just shoving a stick of butter in my mouth, I would not be a fan of. I don't think I'd have, like, you know, it wouldn't make me, like, depressed or something like that. But it would definitely be something like, this is not a good time. I am not enjoying this. Like, don't get me wrong, I like some pretty buttery foods. But there's definitely a significant difference between this is something that has a lot of butter on it and I am eating literal butter. Yeah, no, if it was my only choice, like I had to eat butter as like my only food, yeah, I would not be happy. Yeah, and it's unsalted and everything else. Alright, so, buckets. I think 1 bucket is enough for our purposes. Alright, so what I'm going to need is nails and a saw. I know I don't have planks in here. I know he... Hey, Bun, you scared me, man. I was like, what am I hearing moving around in the room with me? I am not a fan. I could have sworn I had a couple of nails. If not, I'm sure I could tear apart some furniture to make that happen. Where is this saw? Did I not? I'm pretty sure I had some saws in here. I probably completely overlooked him, and chat is screaming at me, being like, it's right there! How do you not see it? And, look man, I'm streaming. Go gentle. Be kind. Okay, so, oh, more bugs. Alright. Let's take our time. Okay, so I probably do need a claw hammer for this. Let's grab a claw hammer. I should have a saw. There's the wood saw. I see the saw. I might not have the nails. That is actually a possibility. Yeah, they'd be near the top, so if they're not in these... Okay, so we don't have the nails, but we do have the saw and the hammer. So my plan is, we can go over there and there's plenty of stuff I can rip apart. Also, get this off me. I got hurt because the corn attacked me. It jumped right out after me. Oh, it's a box of screws. I have a box of screws. Yeah, that's my plan, is I'm going to go over here and I'm going to rip some stuff apart. Like, whether it's a fence or furniture, there's plenty of stuff I could rip apart. Because I also need, I think it's 2 planks and 2 nails to build what we're looking for. And you might actually have nails on you. You are a construction worker. Nope, they do not. In case anyone's keeping notes. There you go. Wouldn't I have visibility vest? Honestly, we're doing the whole police officer thing. A high visibility vest does actually work in that case. So that one has 3 holes in it. Do we got a better one? Yeah, you're not damaged. It's just safety. We wouldn't want to get hit by a car or something. Alright, so the plan is to... Oh, I need to be going way farther south than this. Yeah, I don't believe the butter churn requires skill either. I don't recall it requiring anything. I'm honestly low-key expecting us to be able to go into the barn. Oh, I should name the cows. You are correct. Okay, how do we want to go and do this? Alright. So, I think what we will do for naming the cows is let's go ahead and, we can start the naming giveaway thing. So let me go ahead and do that. I got the button here. So we'll start the queue. So yeah. So what you can go ahead and do is, if you would like a cow named after you, there's only 3. You're gonna do exclamation mark join to get your name in there. And we'll let that go, and once I get through like the churning, the butter, and all that garbage, that's when we'll draw it. And I'll either give it like your exact name, or if you don't want your exact name, we can come up with something like thematically similar to your name or something like that. Ah, this is what I thought. We have 2 planks right there. So now all I need to do is figure out what we can do to get some names. That said, if the name suggested something like inappropriate or problematic or whatever, you get the idea. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And 2 nails. Baby game for babies. You gonna name him Big Mac? That's perfectly fine. Big Mac is an A-OK name in my book. Unless there's some connotation that I am blissfully unaware of, that is an A-OK name. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Fair enough. Alright, let's close these. Just so we don't have to worry about zombies getting here. I'm gonna go ahead and, you know what? So I want the butter churn to be where there's going to be light and we're not as likely to get a zombie to pass by. I think over here is a good corner for it. That's not the right menu, it's right here. Butter churn, build right there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay, milk. I forgot, it has to be in the main pocket. No, don't go anywhere, cow. We got milking to do. Bucket. I'm not sure what just happened here. Maybe the cow doesn't like me enough? And the cow's like, the heck with that, man. Alright, I pet you. We're cool now, right? Can I have some milk? I'm being informed I was a very inconsiderate to the cow to go grab it with my cold, freezing hands. Yeah. Are we done? Or do you still got milk in there and you're walking away? Okay. Alright, let's try this again. I am walking over to you. I am going to give you pets. We're best friends now, right? Big old best friends? Just double checking, big friends? And you are stressed. You know what? I'll come back later. I'll come back later when you're not stressed out, okay? Yep, so I don't have 5 liters yet. So go ahead. You're gonna chuck the bucket right here next to the poop. Exactly where it belongs. And while I'm standing here, I'm gonna grab another one of these feeding troughs that's empty and take it outside for rainwater. Because for those who don't know, if the animals get stressed enough, they will attack you. You don't seem as stressed anymore. You seem pretty chill. Still says you're stressed. If I pet you more, does that make you happy? I don't think, like, continuously, like, petting it does anything. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to wait till it stops being stressed off. Time to clean some dung. Oh no, we're not doing that. That is right out. Any plan to take one or two of those home for water there? Not right now, no. Because where we're staying right now isn't my intended long-term home. But when we do get to our long-term home, there will definitely be a point that we do ship the animals to that long-term home. Okay, so let's go out here and kill some zombies today so we don't lose any progress in there. Keep the zombie population dropping. Alright. But yeah, I was sitting there, I was like, alright, we're gonna have to do a whole bunch of things to get through there. What traits does the character have? If you do exclamation mark traits, it's mostly right. It's not actually right. There's a couple things wrong with it, but yeah. No deaths this stream. Yeah, so the things that are wrong is I do not have thick skin is the big one. And the obese is no longer a trait, it's now slow metabolism. But otherwise, it's mostly the same. Instead, I have Nutritionist and Speed Demon, I believe, are what's changed. I need to update it. But yeah. Is it a build I recommend? No. No, I don't. It is a bad build. It is a deliberately and intentionally bad build. It is a self-sabotage, I want to make the game harder for myself build. Basically, it gives me 0 strength and 0 fitness at the beginning, hence the 0 to hero. And actually, more specifically, when I start the game, all of this is empty. Like, not a single box. Is the main thought behind that. And I just give myself a bunch of, like, stuff that, you know, we have a lot of kind of passive benefits that are just nice to haves. So no class? Nope, we are a custom occupation. You found Outdoorsman? Yeah, the thing, I think it was Outdoorsman. Is either Outdoorsman or Thick Skin back in the day you could rush through trees and not get yourself all cut up. Which was really powerful. I think it may have been Thick Skin. But I always found that as a really big thing because, especially where we're talking about later, maybe going, not later this stream, but like once we clear out this lake area, maybe my first objective to clear is we'll just go all into like the worst part in the entire map and go right for the military base. Because now that I know I can get even more better backpack things, I want to do it. I'd also rather try and do it not a year and a half into the game. Because I definitely know the last time I did the military base, like a year after the start or whatever it was awful. I'm fully expecting it to be terrible, by the way. It's the military base. Like, for the record, my personal view is that the military base is the single most dangerous place in the entire map. That's... Oh, right, we were gonna name the cows. Thank you. I completely forgot and I apologize. So let me kill this group of zombies, and then we'll do the drawing. My bad. I just went autopilot and was like, there are zombies and they need to die. And completely forgot that we were going to name the cows. We will start with the bull. The bull will be the first one. Keeping in mind, again, it's not that the stream is necessarily considered safe for work, not quite that far, but it's safe-ish for work. You know, we do sometimes get a little stuff that's a little on the edge. You know, enough maybe your boss gives you a little bit of side-eye, but not enough that your boss is like, alright, gotta go over there and talk to Jerry. Watching them streams again. That was always the kind of comment I usually had for it. Like, you know, if you feel like if your boss overhears it and feels a need to get up and walk over and be like, hey, you need to turn that off, that's a problem. But I'm okay with the boss being like, do I need to say something? Cool, box. I'm gonna leave that auto-modded though. That's what earbuds are for? Hey. Let's say, wouldn't your boss catching you on stream problem in its own? Depends on where you work, Dank. There are absolutely jobs that it's totally fine to have, you know, a stream or a YouTube video or something going on in the background, as long as that's in the background. But yeah, no, I've certainly worked at places that don't care. Again, as long as you're getting your work done. Because that's because it depends on the type of job you're working. Like the type of job you're working. So like if you're working a job that you're a front-facing job where you're interacting with customers directly and all that, yeah, you probably shouldn't be watching streams unless there's literally like no customers in the place. If you're sitting there working like the security job where you're basically being paid to sit in a booth in case something goes wrong. They genuinely don't care what you're doing as long as if something goes wrong, you do your job there. Like, and there's different security jobs. Like for a lot of security jobs, it's you have an expectation to do like 2 patrols going to these different areas at these different times, and then otherwise you sit in your booth that basically blocks the one way in and out, and as long as no one comes, you got nothing to do. But you're there in case something needs to happen. That kind of job, they usually don't give a crap if you're watching a stream or whatever. Even in stuff like software dev and that kind of thing, if I'm sitting here working and getting my job done, as long as it's of acceptable quality and all that, it has no, like, if I'm listening to a podcast, music, stream, no one cares. The key is as long as the work gets done. You dog sit people on vacation? Oh yeah, like babysitting, dog sitting, having a stream going? That's fine. As long as, again, you know, things are fine. Alright, so let's go ahead. And the bull is going to be the first one we name. So let's get that first drawing in. So this is for who is going to be the bull. So we do have a Canahawk. If you can give me a name of what you'd like to name the bull, keep in mind, I'm gonna repeat this before people start getting really, really above and beyond crass with the names. We're not necessarily safe for work here, but like, you know, maybe PG-13 or better. And it can just be your name, it can be some play on words for the name, it can be like a play on your name, whatever you want. For the cow over here, I'll go ahead and get that one, because I'll give Canahawk a chance to respond on what they want it to be. And like I said, if you're like, I don't know, I can literally just use your name. So for this one up here, the classic, you know, the classic cow that I'm familiar with, this will be Terminator Pig. You get to decide on the name for that cow. And then for the last one, you know, this cow. If we're going back to the old ads that we used to have here in the US, milk, chocolate milk. It's not how that works. But for the last cow over here, we're going to go ahead and do that drawing. And that is going to be Joan. So you go ahead and you get to name this cow. All right, so we've got the Milkinator for this one. Oh yeah, but Cowanbra, that works for me. We're gonna go right here, and as soon as I figure out how to name it, rename. So this one is Cowanbra. Welcome to the farm. And then this one over here, this was the Milkinator, I believe was the name that we went here. That you are not cooperating with. There we go. Still stressed. That is the Milkinator. Make sure I spelled that correctly. Oh, Milkernator. I missed a letter. That's the reason we double check. So Milkernator. And did we get the name for the bull? I don't see a response for the name of the bull. I do apologize, miss. I'm double checking here real fast. Yeah, I am not seeing any names for the bull. Oh, you're thinking on puns? All right, I'll give you another minute. I'm gonna go ahead and pet this one. See if you'll calm down now. Yeah, so you're just gonna be stressed, so we won't worry about you for milk today. Not sure how you feel about being milked, though. Well, that's a good thing. It's not you. It's a cow named after you. So I'll take apart this watch in the meantime. Then I'm gonna have to, like, nudge you to get me a name, because we are gonna be trying to head back to the house here in a minute. And I can't name it remotely. At least I don't believe I can. How far will you let me... Because this... It's up... Okay, so you can only get about, like, this far away from the cow. So yeah, so I cannot remotely name the bull. Okay. Go and grab this real fast. So is that, Beauregard is the name we're going with that? So do we want it Beauregard or, like, Bullregard? I can go either way. Do you want Bullregard or Beauregard? Either one's fine.
Thank you, Jaunbro, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, John Brown, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you enjoy yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. And all that. So we got a bunch. Is that a mouse? Is it a squeaky squeaky mouse? Yeah, it's a rat. Okay. You're invested now. I will attempt to keep all of the cows as happy as I can keep the cows. I'll be putting an honest attempt to keep the cows fairly happy. There's already so much cow dung. Luckily, I believe you can ignore it. And if not, well, then I will be proven wrong, and that would be a thing that I have to worry about. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we need to get back home. I mean, we don't need to get back home. We're going to, but first I'm going to get myself a free carrot. Although there's a lot, you can use a rake and shovel and click up poop like you harvest inside. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's not too bad, because I was worried I was going to have to pick it up, like, unit by unit. I'm like, man, I am not doing that. But if I could just, like, go to an area and, like, clear, like, the 9 tiles around me by just using that, that's good. Because there's a ton of rakes nearby. Considering it's only been a couple of days. Yeah, when you say they're coop, though, the question is the actual building coop or, like, the animal area coop kind of thing? Because if it's the building coop, I think we're fine. If it's just, like, the general area... Yeah, okay, I think we're probably okay then. Good question, can we compost it? Probably. I believe they added that. I just need to build a composter. There might actually be a composter in there. Ah, that berry was absolutely poisoned. Yeah, I think there's a composter there. If not, I've seen one around. I probably won't worry about putting any effort into composting until we hit the point that we're at, like, where we're going to stay long term, which is going to be wherever the gas pumps are. Wherever the gas pumps are in this area is where we're going to make our long-term home. Because then I can plop the generator right next to the gas pumps and have it power my, freezers. And once I have that, like, we'll build an area for some animals, chuck them all in there, we'll do some base building. Yeah, I have some lemongrass, we can go ahead and eat that. Disable that, because we might run into zombies along here. Okay, so the good news is we got that sorted. We have been killing a lot of zombies nearby where we're going to be dealing with, where we dropped off the helicopter, that is. Be chipping away at their populations. Not really been doing anything so far as getting our, weapon production online. For those who missed where we... Oh, it's too dark to read, never mind. As I say, for those who missed where we've been going, we have cleared all the houses over here to the left and that, like, set of, houses down south. So, like, the next thing was what looks like on the map might be a group of, like, cabins by the water's edge. Would be the next area we would clear. But it is kind of one of those things that... Oh, it's the rabbit. I keep forgetting that rabbit is there and it was freaking me out. I was, like, trying to listen to where the zombie was, and it's just, we have a rabbit inside our house, and it's just romping around, and just immediately put me on alert, being like, okay, which way am I running, or which way am I aiming my weapon? Like, what's going down right now? Who needs to die? And these I don't want to use as weapons. Those are tools. You like that you have a drawer full of dead bugs? Yeah, we'll eventually use a lot of those for fishing. Because I have noticed, by the time we reach like mid-game, I don't need to forage nearly as well as often. And so by proxy, I don't get nearly as many bugs. So you do kind of end up at a point where it's just like, oh, you know, just don't have enough bugs. You're assuming they're dead? No. I mean, in this world we have now, the bugs would get out of control. Like literally no one doing anything to try and prevent the bugs. No one spraying for them, no one doing any type of maintenance. I am happy that Rabbit is continuing to live. Even if it's suffering in perpetual trauma, you know, that's... Look, man, the life of a rabbit is a very hard life. Being afraid of almost everything around you. You may say maybe the drawer is full of not dead bugs? Yep. Oh yeah, no, where I'm at, we don't have to miss bugs. They're still here. They're everywhere. Like, you gotta stay on top of it or they become a problem. Yeah, rabbits do 3 things. Fear everything, eat, and breed. Pretty much. The entire rabbit strategy is be agile, make more. We can win with numbers. Hey, water pack. I'll probably take that home and ditch it there. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It was fascinating where a lot of people weren't traveling very much during the pandemic. There's places around here that really almost cater exclusively to tourism, that the animals quickly started reclaiming, that you'd never see the animals out and about in those areas. But after just a couple of days of, you know, people just generally not going out in those areas, you would just see, like, deer and rabbits and all sorts of stuff just, like, out in the middle of roads and sidewalks and all that everywhere. Okay. We'll make decisions. Ooh, actually, I want that. It's a shame I hacked big axe holes in it. So I could take the walkie-talkie we're actually using. Chuck you in here. Drop the scrap in there. Put you away. I'll just drop this on the floor like it's just another thing carrying water for right now. I didn't have a book to read or anything right this second. That's okay. Oh, did I put the wrong caffeine pills away? There we go. Alright, Randall Thor, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. I think having a manicured lawn is the least of Gene's concerns. Yep. Genuinely, Gene does not care. Gene's just happy the HOA is gone. Oh, you know what I should be doing? We're in here waiting for that to drop off. So craft. Let's go down over here for a moment. We can... Oh, right, we can nap these to gain level. So we can nap the limestone. I forgot about that. Before everyone gets too excited, where they see that saying nails, it's screws. That's just open a box, but it's actually going to be screws. That was weird. I must have shifted over slightly. I'll file the axe to be sharper. Or not file, I will sharpen the axe. Sharpen some stuff real quick. Alright, now our berry's starting to go stale. Just figured I was gonna do a little bit of crafting while I waited for our muscle strain to go away. Hi. You brought me nummies. So many nummies. Oh, okay.
Those are your numbers.
I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Hug me.
What?
Dinner was delicious.
It's good. I'm still working on it.
Mm-hmm. I'm heading downstairs.
All right. I love you.
I love you. Make
sleep
good
well.
streams. Oh, thank you.
Doing my best. All right. So, yeah. So we're due there. So yeah. So I wanted to check is we should have some stuff. Yeah. So you can go ahead and chip some more flint. Mule deer is a very kind of thing. Okay, he's cuddling with you. That is what adorable kitties do. All right. So one thing I'm thinking we'll do is when we finally start to get low on weapons, I'm like, I need to make weapons kind of thing. That was entirely too wholesome. Go bash some zombies. How about the fact that that rabbit just does not believe in physics? That rabbit was like, you know what? You can't contain me. Your walls, I do not recognize these barriers you so live by. Alright, so my plan is we fight zombies until we start getting our muscles strained real... Oh, wait, we had some in the backyard. Until we get our muscles strained real bad. And once our muscles get strained real bad, what we're going to do is walk over to the cows and see if we can go and get the other cow milked. I also want to see if we let about a day go by, how much milk we'll get out of the one cow. Because I don't think the cows fully replenish every day. I think there's a couple days delay. I'm really hoping it's not every day, because I don't want it to be a chore like every day we wake up, we milk the cows, we churn the butter. Look, man, there's a reason I'm not Amish. But if it's something like once a week, once every 5 days, that'd be reasonable. Because then what I can do is I can just make it a rule that every single time, not a rule, but I can make it a plan that like every time run a day that is a multiple of however many days it seems to be between times I need to do it, then that's just when we do it. So like say it's 5 days, just every day that is a multiple of 5, we'll just go over and we'll deal with the cows. There we go, 2 more. Yeah, so as you can see, they are starting to spread out from where I dropped them with the helicopter. That's okay, because as they spread out, they thin out, which just means I'll be able to go through what's there without having to worry about as much of taking a break between them. Because it won't be pulling them in big groups of 10 or something, it'll be pulling them in onesies and twosies. Honestly, so far they're not coming in decent enough numbers to exert us. Okay. Because all these ones nearby the house, they gotta go first. If you like spoiler, I can tell you. Oh, with the cows? I'm going to guess it's once every 5 days. That's what I'm going to guess. And I guess the only answers would have like, is it daily? Or am I like in the right ballpark, or am I just way off? And it's fine either way. You know what, just, it doesn't matter. You can just let me know. We're gonna just test here in a minute anyway, so it's whatever. Because literally this is gonna go, and then I can just do math and go, okay, it's up 0.2 or whatever, and we got however much out. I can do the comparison. And that'll give you a math of how long it takes the cow to reach that point. Yeah, so I don't mind if you want to share. You milk your ones 2 times a day? Oh no. No, no, no. That is not an okay amount of effort. Well, we're gonna be strained, that's for sure. I was looking at what felt like a little bit, and not a whole lot were coming out. I'm like, cool, this is good. And then it looks like we've got like a full rally group kind of amount. That is a problem. I have overextended way too far. I need you to stop. I have overextended way too far and need to be walking away, and I'm not. And that's just compounding my mistakes. I forgot. I can hit over the fences now. Okay, well that was really terrible. We are one hit from like maximum number of maximum level of exertion. So that was straight up a bad fight. And the issue I ran into was I just way overcommitted early on and got to the point where it's either I had to run or whatever. That's fine. Can you handle more zombies every day, or does the strain keep coming? You can handle more zombies every day. It is a thing that you will gradually... So it's basically your muscle strain. The amount it builds up gets reduced as you gain strength and you gain weapon skill in whatever weapon is appropriate for what you're using. So I'm using an axe. As my axe skill goes up, it will have like a double whammy on how I get reduced. First, I'll simply have less I will gain in the first place per swing. And then second, because I will kill the zombies in less swings, I will also do less swings to produce that. And then strength on top of that also helps. Alright. So with that, let's top off our water. That's one of the things that when a lot of people, when you're playing and you're like, oh man, this muscle strain is absolutely ruthless. This is terrible. Keep in mind you are at the absolute worst moment you'll ever have for the muscle strain. That everything will gradually get better. Usually, from what I've been seeing, as you start getting to like 3, 4, 5 in a weapon, muscle strain becomes far less of a relevant mechanic. So it pays to specialize in a weapon? Yeah, and that's generally true. Most of the time, though, I'll just use whatever I got. But even then, because a lot of your weapons you are going to craft and seek out and all that, you will naturally end up going in a direction weapons-wise. Because, like, when you need more weapons, you're either going to start making axes, or you're going to start making knives, or you're going to start making hammers. And then most likely you're going to keep making whatever that weapon type is. Yeah, when you start getting to, like, 6 and 7, really muscle strain all but disappears. Like, it's still a mechanic, but a lot of times then your endurance ends up being the limiter, not the strain. Barring some of the more extremely heavy weapons, that's like really their penalty is that they are deliberately extremely draining. But most of those were never good weapons to begin with. Like using the wood axe as an actual weapon was always really bad. Same with the sledgehammer. It would one-tap a zombie very reliably, but the issue is the swing speed was so incredibly slow. You'd hit that first zombie, and then by the third zombie, they'd just overtake you. Did you know that the hitbox of the swinging weapon at a zombie on the ground is below your feet, even though the animation shows you hitting in front of you? Yeah. For those who don't know, when you go to stomp on a zombie's head on the ground, just stand on the zombie's head. Yes, your foot is not hitting where it looks like it makes sense. Just stand on the zombie's head. It's basically where you're standing is where you're going to hit. I will still stand like on the upper torso area. And that's just because I've gone way too many times where I've stepped just slightly too far that I stepped off the zombie and then it gets back up. And I haven't died from it. It's just very inconvenient when you're early game and you don't have a weapon. And so you have to do the push and stomp. And you accidentally step off the one zombie you're keeping pinned while you're fighting the other zombie. And then suddenly you got this whole issue to deal with. Alright, so this is the cow we milked yesterday. And so let's check the volume of milk we have. I'm honestly going to be pretty disappointed if I have to milk these cows even daily, let alone multiple times per day. I don't think we do, but let's test. So here's the bucket we had. So the bucket we had out of that cow, we got 4.6 liters of milk. Do they get upset they're not milked enough? I don't think so. In real life, milk cows do need to be milked. Oh no. No! Hey cow, I need you to have a bigger reservoir. Don't be 9.2. Be more. Okay, this is actually good news. And there's a reason this is good news. It's going to be weird that that's good news. Because what that potentially means is that potentially means that the cow actually can do that. Like, the cows apparently just started producing milk when I got them. How far the bucket get you? 10 liters. Ah, okay, it's always ones that if you cancel out of it, you have to keep the menu up. So the good news, bad news of this one is if it is producing more milk than I had expected to begin with, that means our test was flawed. Because I was going into the assumption that we had the cow, like, already had the full volume. Very clearly that's not the case, because we did manage to get it all out of the cow in one go. Yeah, so it gave us... So what was it? So it was 4.6 to begin with, did I say? Yeah, 4.6. And we got a total of 11.3. So someone do the math of what that total is minus the 4.6, because I don't feel like doing it. I mean, I want to see how smart you all chat. I want to see if you all learned your basic addition and subtraction. $6.7? Okay, 6.7. Because we had like 3 people repeat that. Okay, so you are calm now. $6.9? Is like everyone wrong? Are you cool? We good? No, you just needed a break. That's fair. Oh, okay. All right, so you didn't produce as much this time. Oh no, you're memeing? Okay, gotcha. Cool, and it's a very large zone, so we're good. So what this could be, though, is we got 3 sticks of butter out of that for a day and a half's worth of milking. I am kind of hoping that with the how much calories is that? 3,200 calories per stick of butter. So I'm kind of hoping that I can just kind of mix in eating berries and other stuff, and just like nibbling at the butter to keep our weight up, that kind of thing, and not have to put a whole big fuss into it. So 3,200 calories. So I'm just gonna slam one of those sticks of butter right now. Boom. Oh, actually, that's not enough. I'm going to go ahead and slam a second stick of butter right now. Boom. Alright, our calories are sorted for the moment. Oh, the problem is I don't know if those berries are poison or not, so I'm not going to cook with them. Can you add butter to a salad? It didn't let me make a butter salad by itself, but I might be able to put stuff on top of it. Diets from an all-butter diet? Well, my hope is those 2 sticks of butter is a lot of calories. Like a lot of calories. That'll probably by itself gain us, I believe, 1 kilogram. Maybe start creeping into a second one. So just that alone should handle a lot of that for us. You can probably use it on salad as a dressing, which has a ton of calorie food. And only use a small portion of the butter. Yeah, that might be the case. We can certainly test that when I get something that's probably not poison. Oh, I guess it is 8:30. I was like, man, we're already sleepy. I was like, oh, right. We threw down hard at the beginning of the day. That's right. And unfortunately, we're using a very endurance-hungry axe. So that's going to cut into our kill rate a little bit for the day. What are you? Grasshopper? Okay, got a couple zombies up here we can kill. Just trying to keep those kill counts at least up a little bit. By keeping those up, it means I am gaining weapon skills, we are gaining strength, we are gaining fitness. We're also gaining a little bit of electrical off the air stuff. So far as water goes, I'm not too worried about it yet. My intention is once we get over towards the lake will be our, temporary source of water where, it's just a matter of grab water, boil. But long term, I want a rain barrel because I really want to be lazy about it. And thank you, Kentaro, for the 5 stream streak. Catch the last 5 streams, not missing a single one. So thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it. Alright, so let's walk back home. The good news is, this makes me feel pretty comfortable that tomorrow in game, we just go up when we start fighting the zombies up on that field to the north again. Keep whittling those numbers down. I mean, we'll clear around our house in case they moved in, but otherwise go back up to that field is the plan. Because I do like the idea that we're going to keep slamming whatever shows up from the helicopter until, we stop having stuff show up from the helicopter in any meaningful capacity. Because that should level up our weapon skills pretty good. It should give me a place to reliably clear out the zombies. I'm not expecting, I haven't looked at the heat map, but if we look at where we're at down here, I mean, I guess there is a decent amount south of us. So we cleared out most of this area, but I guess there is those buildings down here. I actually don't expect there to be many zombies down here. That probably has a cluster. There's going to be a couple over here. Oh, interesting. There's an actual business in there. Like a community thing. Those are far enough away. So yeah, so far as the zombies coming from the south, we shouldn't have any. The zombies coming from the east, there should be none because we get stuck on the lake. I am really curious about these buildings on the islands, if there will be bridges or not. And don't spoil it if there is. That's when that'll be fun to find out by, visiting. I hadn't noticed that community building before. So you're all good with all that. It's still probably bright enough we can work on some things here. Okay, you know what I'm going to start doing? And this is probably a mistake. Well, first, before I say this, let's go outside. Let's check for zombies. But I don't even remember that, but okay, we have a shotgun apparently. That was probably a police officer that I saw the shotgun on them, and then chucked it on the ground to grab later, and thus, you know, later didn't come by. What I was going to say is, after I kill these two zombies, I might take the time to chop down the occasion. That's gonna pull a lot. Let's leave that alone. I'll say cut down the occasional tree to get saplings to start working on our carving. So that way I'm not just making a billion stakes and throwing them on the ground. Or into the trash or into zombies or whatever. But I could definitely see chopping down trees for saplings, since they're so reliable to get now. Carving those into the long sticks or long poles or whatever they are. Till we hit 1 in carving. And then when we hit 1 in carving, we can start making a bunch of the stone knives or whatever we choose to do. But basically we'll have options because we'll be able to make handles. Use that to start leveling up our weapons and all that. And make progress that way. So one thing that's going to happen real fast is I'm going to go ahead and step away for just a moment to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
She, man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed. Please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. All right. Could you not bang in that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just going to keep this going. Just, no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Alright, and spoiler alert, those two sides of the airlock, it was bad. That was a hardcore start. That's not what I'm doing. We're going to bed. That was a hardcore hard space shipbreaker run. And we were like 2 missions from the end of the game. And I hit the airlock control, not the thing to release pressure. So I just opened and closed the door as opposed to depressurizing. And then I cut a hole in the hull and we died. Hard Spaceship Breaker is an excellent game. Very highly recommend. Yeah, no, I realize the idea is if you cut the sapling into a stick, into a spear, and then into the stake, that would be the way to do like the least cut trees. I might do that. I usually don't. To give you how little I like spears, even with the materials to craft the spear, I probably will not use it. I'll probably dump it on the floor and abandon it. I just don't like spears in the game. And that's even before build 42. Like, don't get me wrong. And to give you an idea for like me having used all the weapons, I still have a character alive in build 41 who has over 180, well, it's 170, 180,000 zombie kills on it. That she has maxed out every single weapon skill except spears, which when everything else was maxed out was at like 3. And she's at like 9.5. And I think she just about maxed out strength, and fitness is like 1 point in a thing. Hey, it's just Jess. How's it going? Good to see you. Let's drop off the bugs for fishing later. Let's nom a berry without any consideration of her well-being. Toss that over there. Put you down here. All right. Rough, hoping it you didn't get booty cancer. How's your day going? Another update drop? Yeah. Sorry to hear that. I really hope. You hope not. I've known a couple people who have gone through that. It's not a good time. So I'm really hoping it doesn't go that way for you. The big C is not a party. That. But yeah, no, build 42 came out, and then we've had multiple updates, like multiple updates to the unstable branch, and then I'm on the internal test branch that the devs are kind enough to give access to. Which honestly is mostly in line with what's on the unstable branch. It's nowhere near as a significant difference as it was for the right when the first one dropped. We're getting to that point where I probably should keep an eye on that. Ah, gotcha. Well, we could spare the chat the details, but yeah. Nope, here's hoping. Here is hoping it is just an annoying discomfort that'll go away. .1 seemed like a big one. Yeah, no, 42.1 was definitely a big one. So like 42 dropping itself was huge. 42.1 was huge. And then where we're at 42.2 on the internal test branch, there's definitely changes. I don't wanna undersell and be like, oh yeah, nothing's changed or anything like that. But definitely the difference between was a very, very significant shift. Also, when can the helicopter happen? I should probably check that to even care. 31? Oh, I still got 5 more days. I still got... No, that's not right. Yeah, no, that's right. No, that's not right. I have 4 more days. I have 4 more days until I actually have to worry about it. Alright, so you keep chiseling away at all the zombies around us till they stop showing up. And honestly, my expectation of what's going to happen here is we will be fighting a lot by this house. And then because we will have depleted the numbers around the area, it'll be just killing like stragglers here and there on the way to whatever house is next. And it'll just kind of be clean up at that point. Honestly, the number of zombies I'm seeing in that tree line worries me, but that's fine. And one thing I am intending to do, any really cool games you played lately? I mean, we've definitely played a lot of really cool games this last year. I know, like, the big update for the release of I Am Future, like, as, like, a proper release was really good. The crime scene cleaner was really good. That was last year. That wasn't super recently. So that's been, like, a really big one. We played through that whole game. Man, what other games have we played through recently? There's been a handful I've gone through recently and played. Trying to think of what else we play in the chat. I mean, we played RimWorld recently, but that wouldn't be anything new has changed there in a while. It just revisited. Core Keeper? Yeah, we beat Core Keeper. We didn't do like all the bonus stuff in Core Keeper, but we did finish what was there. Like so far as like the main game, whatever you want to go with. The crime scene cleaners posted an update that they're adding to the game. Nice. I assume there's going to be... Have you tried Valheim? I have played Valheim and beat everything there was way back. I have tried to go back to it 2 or 3 times. It was just one of those things that when it first released in early access, I went really hard, and I ended up playing through entire playthroughs, a couple of different ones with different friends. And so the last couple times I tried to go back and play, I got right about the point where I was looking for the iron in the swamp. And it was kind of at that point that I'm like, okay, never mind. It's still an amazing game. It's just kind of one of those ones that burnt myself out real bad on it. One tap. Oh. Because I saw there was a decent number. I was kind of hoping just a one tap like the first 2 or 3 to make my life easier. This will probably be okay. We got some pretty good 1-2 hitters. Let's see. This part of the challenge mode update will include 10 nightmare versions of every currently existing map, featuring new mechanics and more thrilling gameplay. Each mission that Kowalski has taken on has left its mark on him. Now you'll have the chance to delve into his deepest nightmares. The maps uncover the darkest corners of his mind, reimagining familiar crime scenes with twisted versions of themselves. Oh, that sounds... That sounds like it could be certainly a thing. Mixed feelings on that one. It'll be neat. It's whether or not it'll be what I want to deal with. It'll be a question of like, are they going for like the horror thing where you're like trying to clean up, but like having to deal with genuine dangers to yourself or something? Probably not. I also worry it might go and take like scenes and make them like even more gruesome, over the top. We'll see. I really liked Crime Scene Cleaner, so I'll definitely want to give it a try, whatever it ends up being. But the idea being, like, the deepest, darkest corners of the character's mind, you're like, oh. A little worried about what that might mean. Let's see, you got the Quest 3S, and watching on YouTube was nice. Also, games are pretty fun so far. Let's see, your one gripe is not enough AAAs on it. You don't have PC, so you can't really do most AAA VR games. Yeah. Alright, I did see there's at least one nightstick in the zombies we killed. But I did definitely lose track of what we got. Oh yeah, sorry. The link will automatically get muted, so you'll have to either DM it to me for like grabbing after stream, or drop it on the Discord, that kind of thing. There's the nightstick. And that's just because we got like the bots that pop in, and you get how all that goes. Anyone who's been on Twitch for like more than 5 seconds has seen the pain in the butt that the bots can be. They've been pretty okay lately, but it does seem like they can almost smell when you drop the link prevention. Your Twitch account is old enough to have a Twitch account. Yeah, you've seen it then. You know the deal. Alright, everyone, I need everyone to not tell Pank about what's about to happen. We'll keep this between us. Okay, cool. Coast clear. Let's see, another stream you're watching this morning got a whole pile of bots just spamming offensive comments. Yep, hate raids are currently going through a spike on the platform right now. We will avoid the politics, but I will simply say that certain people with not so socially acceptable behavior are currently feeling pretty emboldened by current events, is the way I will phrase it, and we will not delve into that farther. But I do suspect, while it'll probably be a bit more prevalent than it has been recently, we are in a spike where, especially if you are a individual who is of a what I would refer to as a vulnerable minority, a targeted minority, however you want to rephrase it, that is an issue going on. People need better hobbies. People just need to be better in general. The hobby part probably would help. Because imagining you can do anything you want with your life, and what you decide is the appropriate thing to do with your free time is to program a bot to go over and harass people because you don't like what they represent. And that is what you choose to do on your weekends. You know, not go out and socialize with anyone, not to play games yourself, but to take the time to set up, program, or utilize bots, probably just utilize existing ones, to harass people. And that you can put all your time and hard-earned money into that, versus, I don't know, booting up a game, watching a movie, hang out with friends, go to the bar, eat some food, I don't know. Read a book? Listen to a book? Bull, do you assume they have friends? Yeah, I know. They may have had him at one point. I mean, to be fair, there are people who like get along with that kind of stuff as well. I don't know, I have better expectations of people. That said, Usually of those things, when you hear about those really extreme things, because they got the it was one of the people who was like a leading individual so far as like the spam. So you know the whole like, this is the prince of whatever country, and they'll trade out the country, but like, hey, I'm like the heir of whatever, but I need you to send me like whatever information so that I can send my money because I'm trying to get my riches out of here, and I'll cut you in. Like that scam that's been around forever. They got like one of the main people that has been distributing the emails. So not the masterminds behind it, but the ones who are actually like blasting out the email. Nigerian prince, yeah. And I believe it was some like, it was like some 70-year-old dude in Louisiana, like 67, 70-year-old dude in Louisiana. And it's interesting when they catch these guys, these spam ones, because like the sheer volume of spam we get, and a lot of times it is just one person who equates down to like, a good measurable like 30-40% of the spam when they do end up catching that person. You see a measurable dip in the spam email when they catch that one person. That it is just one person who's got access to enough hardware to blast it off to make the money. Because for a lot of those scams, to make those work, they have to have a mule here in the US or wherever they're doing it. If they're over in Europe, they'd have their mule wherever they are in Europe. Because usually the way they'll operate is you'll have the people who are actually running the scam behind the scenes, and they'll be remote and almost impossible to get at, without like a huge campaign. But they'll have middle people who work in the middle, so you'll be like, okay, you've got your scam. Like, whatever the setup, it doesn't matter. There's a dozen different setups. More than that. There's a bunch of different setups. But then they'll be like, okay, like, to do this, I need you to send me these gift cards. And the thing is, they create this sense of urgency that they get you off balance, and they kind of get you to do stuff you'd otherwise not do. And it just kind of goes like one step and one step. But what ends up happening is they'll end up having you buy things or gift cards or, do other stuff because it needs to be untraceable so that their government doesn't get you, or whatever garbage they feed you. But what you're doing then is you'll send all that stuff to that middle location. And then that middle location will then forward it on to the next location kind of thing. That they'll have their way of getting that to be value for wherever they're sending it. And the idea is when things go where law enforcement gets involved, a lot of times they can get that middle location, the person who's muling, but like the final source genuinely will be outside of the US and all that. And just using, using people who are desperate here in the US is like the patsy. But yeah, so they got one of the guys doing like the Nigerian prince scam, blasting out those emails and all that, and operating as their mule here. Like that was just this past week too, I believe they got him. Something like, oh, this has reduced the traffic of spam email by like 7% or some ridiculous nonsense. And you're like, literally this one guy of spam email is a measurable percent of all spam email. And it is mind-blowing to think about that. But the same scam with the IRS people who call and need you to pay them and Target gift cards. Oh yeah, you got that one. You've got the Microsoft tech support. That's a common one. There is... Yeah, no, it's like, it's wild when they get these people, because it's one thing where they set up this infrastructure, they just nuke it out there. That one I don't know off. It was a while back, like 3-4 years ago, I want to say they got a guy that was something like 20-ish% of all spam emails on the internet, and it's just like, no, it wasn't emails, it was phone calls. A bunch of the scam calls. Like, it wasn't just your car warranty, it was a bunch of them. That it was like one guy was running this big racket that was something like 20% of all the unsolicited garbage calls And it's just kind of one of those things that you realize, well, it feels like it's so pervasive that when they actually catch up to people, you realize it's like, this is just 1-2 people. I mean, really, usually it's like a couple dozen, but it's like the 1-2 people running it. That is this giant pervasive thing that feels like it's everywhere, and you're like, no, it's just one crappy person. Man, I remember there was the, oh, I'm trying to remember what the scam was. Like, I don't remember how it initiated, but there was a whole scam where, like, supposedly you would have an incorrect transaction on your account, and the person was going to help you, you know, prevent you from getting the charge. And they would have you, they'd make it so you could they could remote into your computer, which is bad enough in its own right. But what they would do is it basically, you know, bring up a terminal thing. No, I remember, they would grab your website, and because of the remote software they were using, they would have you log in to your website, then they would remote in after the fact kind of thing. With you there, like they're telling you that they're remoting in. They would hide the screen for a moment, and they would, you know, just go into the source, and they would just paste in a thing that would make it look like there was a transaction that was wrong. And they'd be like, oh, here, let's go ahead and take care of that transaction. And they would bring up like a command prompt kind of thing, and you would just go and they'd be like, all right, I need you to type in this amount or whatever, and they're remoted in the whole time. So you'd start to type it in, and they would just hit an extra key as you're going, and make it look like you had accidentally charged the bank, or like got the bank to refund you, you know, like hundreds of thousands of dollars or whatever. And the person would be like, oh my god, I'm gonna lose my job, my children, you, like, what have you done? Like, I'm gonna be on the hook for this. And they create this sense of urgency, this sense of panic. And, you know, assuming you're a genuine and decent person, and that kind of thing happened, you'd be like, oh my god, I made this mistake, I'm so sorry. Let's try and make this right. And they get you into doing all that, and they'll even bring up your bank website where, like I said, they've done the thing where they've gone in and changed, and make it look like on the website that you've got this, you know, huge thing that just dropped in there, and it's they've just changed the presentation. It's literally you just copy pasted it. It can be scripted out in a second, kind of thing. Hey, is that Nimble 232? I'm pretty sure it's 2. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. And what they'll do, though, is they'll be like, okay, well, we need to make sure it's untraceable, so go send me gift cards. That's usually your big sign that you're getting okey-doked. More than that, I mean, first of all, don't answer the phone and do anything related to money. Like, if it's your credit card saying, hey, we see something suspicious, be like, cool, let me call you back, flip over your credit card, look at the back, and put in that number. Or your bank card, or your ISP, or Microsoft is not going to call you, I can assure you. Don't worry about it. If it's Microsoft, it's just a scam. Like, Google's not going to call you, Amazon's not going to call you. Maybe if you have, like, a delivery or something going on for something super valuable, even then I don't think they're going to call you. But they're just not randomly going to call you and be like, yo. But the amount of elderly people you had to explain that to when you worked in the bank? Oh, yeah. Well, and that's what they're taking advantage of. They're trying to take advantage of people who are not knowledgeable. It's part of the reason, and this is actually a thing that happens more in scam email than the scam calls. They will deliberately put typos and that kind of stuff in there to make it obvious it's a scam to, like, anyone who's knowledgeable about it, because that means the marks that they're not going to succeed with will realize it's a scam right on the get-go and bail, whereas the less savvy people, you know, who are just not in on, like, the various scam stuff and all that, they very quickly, you know, they might still fall for it, but all, like, the people are just going to waste their time on will very quickly be like, nah, it's junk, get it out of here. Yeah, and if for example, like, you have your credit card or bank supposedly calls you, and you're like, cool, I'm gonna call you back in the number on my card, or like, don't hang up, we won't be able to fix this. That is That is the hugest red flag. I can't remember, it was, ah, man, I don't remember what it was. There was something, I think it may have been insurance I had to fix, that they called me. And, you know, I was sussed out, so I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and call you back on, like, the main number, just to make sure. And they're like, okay, no problem, my extension is whatever when you get through. And so, like, that told me I was on the up and up. I still did hang up on them and call and put in the extension, because that'd be a real clever one if it was a scam, to make you get that false sense of trust. Let's see, anyone calling you wanting anything to do with your money, details, and all right, should already know your name. Oh yeah, absolutely that too. They should have your identifying information. Has the local branch cold called you and left you a message to call them back on a local number? As like a scam or like a legitimate thing? They try to do that to businesses too, the help desk wanting that. Oh yeah, no, target that. That was, I don't know, sometimes you watch Kit Boga. Yeah, Kit Boga's amazing. Kit Boga's entire shtick is that he will spend all day, like, getting those scammers and then calling the scammer, like, so far as, like, getting them on the line and just try and waste as much time as possible with them. Because the idea being, if I've got a live human being talking on the other side of the line, think of the follow, welcome to the stream, that is normally someone who's scamming people, and I can keep them talking for 15, 20, 30, 40 minutes, that's 15, 20, 30, 40 minutes, they are not actively scamming someone else. So very genuinely doing a solid community service. It's crazy how far I can string so long. Yeah, part of that is different scam organizations have different things, so some of it is like a commission thing where it's only when you successfully bring money in do you get paid. There are some where it is just about getting people through or whatever. You know, it's kind of like an hourly wage type thing. So it is one of those things that if he gets the right person, they can drag it out and it be worthwhile. I mean, not worthwhile, but it can be a way to just be lazy in the day. A lot of them, it is based on success, so there's effectively a commission or sorts, or they have to get through a number of calls, or however they do it. Different organizations. The one I remember being a real problem for a little while on the IT side that we were dealing with was, the spearfishing. So for those, or targeted fishing. Electrical 1. So for people not familiar with those two, a phishing is where you just have an email designed to look official, and it's not. So you'll get an email from like Wells Fargo, but like one of the L's is actually an I, and it looks all legit, the formatting's all correct, and all that kind of stuff. And then what they end up doing is they turn around and they'll have like the phone number is swapped out or that kind of thing, or they'll have it where it links over to, again, a fake version of the bank's website. You'll go in, you'll hit the link to take you to the login. It'll take you to their fake login, and you'll type your information in. And it'll even be clever enough that after you type it in, it will enter it behind the scenes into the actual website and take you to the actual website, so that you're blissfully unaware that you just basically handed over your credentials to a nefarious party to do whatever the heck they're going to do with it. So they will definitely do like that kind of stuff where they forward you on. And about the only tell in a lot of that stuff, you'll have like a weird refresh that'll look like the page loads twice, or, you know, something like that, where it'll be like such a minor thing that you wouldn't think much of it. You'd be like, oh, that was weird, but not really stick out. Because that's stuff that like genuinely a legitimate website might do if it has like a tracking link that if you came through like Google as opposed to directly entering there, that they would, you know, take that information to track it or whatever. But then you've got what's called targeted phishing and spear phishing. That's where instead of just I'm arbitrarily sending an email to look like Wells Fargo Bank and I'm shooting it out to a whole bunch of people, a targeted or spear phishing attack is when you have a specific individual in mind you are trying to get. So you do the kind of thing, like a common one was at the time, you would create an email account that looked like the CEO of a company, or you'd spoof something to make it look like the CEO of the company, and you would send it to their secretary. And you'd use what information you could get publicly or whatever, that like, oh, this CEO is going to be at this major conference giving a presentation, or yada yada yada. And then you make a situation of urgency being like, hey, you know, I'm out here abroad and we have this financial thing. It's going to throw off the whole thing because I can't get there in time. I need you to forward me the details for this account. And the whole thing is it's a big lie, but it is putting enough information to sound credible to the individual receiving it that it is in fact coming from someone they know, to then get them there. And they always, again, they create that level of urgency. That's a key thing with any scams. They're always going to create the urgency so that you act before thinking. And it was just, some of them were wild in how they went. We had a company I worked at that they actually had the security guy, like the guy who's like in charge of our company's cybersecurity and all that, you know, forwarded on like to the whole company. He's like, this is a targeted phishing attack that they actually sent on to me. And it goes, you know, it took, like, he's like, I stared at this for a while, and if it wasn't for the fact that I was able to go over to the person and verify that this wasn't true, it's like, this is a very convincing one. He goes, I still wouldn't send this information just randomly over the email for other reasons, but like very genuinely. It's a whole thing. Let's see, how do you change your outline to green when fighting zombies? Oh, here. If you go to accessibility, right down here. So here's the catch. If you're using melee, it will use the bad highlight for anything that's surrounding the zombie, so red here. If you're using a gun, I don't know about now, I haven't experimented with it with considerations of this. It used to be when your aim is good, it would be on the green, and as it got worse, it'd be on the red. I don't know if that's still the case. Mostly, like, I've done some shooting, I just don't remember. But that is a thing to keep in mind. But yeah, it's the bad highlight is what your melee will be. Which will also affect the background side of these and everything else. Of your Moodle side, all that. You said your father always says never click on links and emails. Correct. Never click on email links at all. Like, and don't copy paste it. That's not a whole lot better. The big thing is, like, if Google reaches out saying, hey, there's a problem with your account, go to google.com, go to their account area, and do that. Cool, thanks. Any good mods? If you do exclamation mark mods, I'll list all the mods I have. I don't have hardly anything running, though. That's the only phishing email you ever got. Aster IT guys, yo, are you testing us, or did you actually, or are you actually for real getting a phishing email? Yeah, it was just a test. You never got phished. Yeah. So you remember getting a scam call that they said they were from the department of Visa and MasterCard? Oh yeah. Yeah, and like I said, all of those are trying to... So targeting phishing will actually target sophisticated and knowledgeable people. But it is one of those things that you're just hoping to get the one buy, because if you do manage to get through, that's all it takes. And for people going, it's like, oh, people must not fall for those scams. The issue is when someone properly falls for the scams, it can net the scammer tens of thousands of dollars is not unheard of. Usually it's thousands, but tens of thousands of dollars is not unheard of. Like 20, 30,000 bucks is not an abnormal amount that they can take people for. Because it's kind of one of those things that they get you on this series of events, and the asks seem to be not that big at first. And they kind of get you in almost what's like a sunk cost fallacy, especially like the Nigerian prince one. Or, you know, they get you to reveal enough information that the banks luckily these days make it way harder to do anything online so far as just sending money out of your account to another account through the websites or whatever. They've gotten really good about that. Or requiring multiple layers of additional credentials like two-factor authentication and all that, which does make it far harder for people with nefarious purposes to do what they want to do there. But that's kind of thing. That's actually one of the things about PayPal. PayPal's the more scary one because you can just straight up send money out of PayPal in a couple of clicks. And yeah, you can report it and all that, but I've honestly found PayPal to be not a very trustworthy, reliable place so far as handling thus well. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, I've known a number of people who built entire businesses that are on the up and up and use PayPal as their money provider, since they're dealing with lots of private individuals. And then just arbitrarily, PayPal just goes, yep, we think you're doing things you're not supposed to, your account's frozen, and you appeal and can't get anywhere, and there's just not a whole lot you can do if you're not willing to go through like a whole court process. And just the whole time your business shuts down. Yeah, check sender name. Yeah, check sender name, and don't just go and like look at the name at the top. Actually take the time to like, there's a little drop down a lot of them where you can see like the sender thing. How often do we milk the cows? Probably as needed. So not milk them to like maximize the amount of milk we can get out of them or whatever. But like just to top off. At the moment I'm thinking I probably should have headed home already, but now I'm kind of already most of the way here. Actually, we could jog a little. Surprised you're overburdened. Yeah, I figured we'd just go and, like, while it's going on, we could just pop in here real fast. Get ourselves maybe 2-3 more sticks of butter. So they fully refill per day? Haven't verified that yet. Yep, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, so can't even churn the milk here. That's fine. We'll drop the milk here for now. I shouldn't have come back out here at this hour. Let's see. You know why you don't use it, but playing Zomboid again reminded me of how many good songs in the OT. Oh yeah, no, I really appreciate the OT. I just need a saying that's like, yo, actually play the music. There's just so long the music just checks out and that it pauses and goes away. Like, pull up the map, it's gone. Pause, it's gone. Hit escape, it's gone. So I really just wish there was like a toggle I could turn on and be like, yeah, like, if I pause, I just want the music. I know there's a mod to do the pause thing, but it doesn't cover all the situations, unfortunately. Yeah, so it was a waste for me to run over there so far as that. I can't make that the whole thing it needs to be. Go ahead and slam our butter. Keep those calories up. Man, no, the music is a jam, so it is pretty sad that we can't take advantage of it. Just because, like, content creator things. Alright. Because dead dead air as a content creator is a real rough thing. Which dead air is when you have, like, nothing going on sound-wise. And so you can fill stuff in, but like the music does kind of help it a little bit. It's not gonna cover, like, you can't just sit here and be silent and listen to music. Alright. One thing that'll also help is if we jog around a little bit and we start getting some sprint up, it will actually make our jog faster. To a certain degree. It never gets, like, super duper fast. Now we can drop off the 38 specials. Well, actually, let's drop off the 38 specials down here. Don't get a gun that uses that. Because my plan with these other guns, since they're common, is I might genuinely just go to an area where I know there's going to be a bunch of zombies in the general area. And we'll just pop off the guns. You know, kill a couple of them. I used to do it way back. My go-to was when I knew the helicopter was coming. I would bring, like, whatever guns I could carry and not get overburdened with. I would bring them with me for the helicopter and just start popping off before things kicked off in a big way. Because it was just kind of a way of dealing with that, where you got the guns out of your inventory so you could get a little aiming. You didn't have to worry about drawing the zombies in. It's the helicopter. They're coming. So I always felt there's a nice balance to deal with it. Alright. Oh right, we're in a thunderstorm. I was like, man, this weather does not let up. Right, because we're in an actual thunderstorm. And it's not gonna let up. So we've got the spare nightstick, I've got a couple of knives, we're probably okay on weapons. We have one berry there. It's too dark for us to really forage. Let's do it once around the perimeter, then we're gonna go deal with the cows to get that butter. I believe we left one scythe behind where the cows are at. So in the long run, if I gotta deal with that over there, we can. Alright, so we got a zombie down here. It looks like the numbers in the woods and all that started to thin out too. Which isn't surprising, we had cleared that other side as well as the area just south of there. So it'd be probably just the ones that are chilling around the lakes. There isn't a whole lot of places they could have come from. It's probably just the zombies tucked in the trees. And it's not a very deep tree line. Check the sharpness on this axe. That feels like it was extra crappy. Oh, well, I guess I won't check the sharpness on the axe. It just broke. Okay. Yeah, so still just queasy. Well, unfortunately, it broke right after we went exerted. So we didn't get to keep our normal damage. We took the penalty. Granted, we're pretty terrible right now at short blade. We haven't been using them at all. I just haven't had many. And we're going into this already having a lot of muscle strains. So I am not expecting a lot of performance out of these blades right now. Ah, cool. I didn't think we were aggroed on the other one. Because for whatever reason, that one down there keeps, like, de-aggroing and re-aggroing and de-aggroing and re-aggroing me. You can tell when it stops moving, and then it turns to face me, and it starts moving, and then it stops again to turn to face me. It's like losing aggro for just a second for whatever reason. I've noticed that happen a lot in this, in Build 42. But you switch to your outlines from being red and green to being red and yellow because you just feel like red and green outlines together shouldn't be a thing due to color blindness. You're not wrong. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, and generally for signaling good, bad, and otherwise, red-green exclusively is bad. So, like, for example, the Moodles over here, these are relatively good for colorblind considerations. And the reason why they're relatively good is while they do use, you know, red as bad, you'll notice it's not going from green to red. It's just going from, like, red to brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter red. So there's the contrast is the big thing there. So that's actually not handled badly at all. Whereas I feel like, I mean, and there is, like, the hunger green to the hunger red, that one's probably a problem. This symbol, because the green, the good symbol, I believe is the same. That's actually a problem. But the good news is there's there's hardly any positive Moodles in the game. There's only sadness and suffering. So we don't have to worry about positive experiences to offset the negative. Wait. If they did make a bunch of positive Moodles, though, we'd probably need... Oh, we can go ahead and get the Mason thing. Positivity in the myth. Yeah, that was, Oh, man. Yeah, there's only sadness over... I had another one. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Cindelash. The only exception being the food one. That's actually bad. That green is the positive, red is the negative. But on top of that, there's no other discernible difference unless you put your mouse over it. Whereas if they put like a plus or a minus, or gave it a different border for a positive versus a negative, or gave it some type of texture, or anything else that they vary, it wouldn't going there. That's ultimately when you talk about like color blindness. That's the only real concern is, are you communicating something exclusively through color? Color is perfectly fine to use. Like, I get the feedback a lot. It's like, well, I should be allowed to use red and green. It's like, no one said you can't. You just need to do more than that. The classic, if I have a damage number over my character, and it's like green heal, red hurt, you could improve the communication by using a plus or a minus. And then plus means heal, minus means hurt. Still use a green and red, but it doesn't really make anything more complicated, but it does make communication clear. I can honestly make a lot of twine and rope at this point with all the dog bane we're grabbing. And I'm kind of figuring this muscle strain, because we pushed a little hard, is going to take a minute to drop off. And we didn't finish with the cows yesterday. I'm going to go ahead and get the cows topped off again. Because honestly, with those sticks of butter between that and foraging, I could probably pretty easily manage our weight. Oh. Maybe a little bit too easily, considering we're at the double echelon up arrows, and I missed that. Be a little bit careful. So no butter when I'm over 80 kilograms. It's almost like butter is fattening or something. I don't really understand. I do like that all the cows have gone in here for shelter. Okay. But yeah, it was pretty funny when like they've nerfed the milk compared to what it was. You used to be able to get literally 10 times as much milk out of the, or sorry, butter. You used to get 10 times as much milk, butter. You used to be able to get 10 times as much butter per cow per day. And when they reduced it, there's a whole bunch of people like, oh no, cows are ruined. No one's gonna want to use the cows anymore. It's like, I don't know. People were getting a lot of butter. Like a lot of butter. Per cow per day and everything. I have a feeling it's probably fine. Okay, so you're done. Let's go ahead and make the next stick of butter before we go and milk the last cow. Because otherwise I have a feeling we're just going to need to milk it twice. Let's see, you missed the easy days of being extremely underweight. Food for the first 2 weeks was butter, lard, ice cream diet. And the tray vanished. Well, it's the high or fast metabolism, I think is what it changed as. You still have the equivalent of being underweight. They just changed, like, there's a little bit changed more than just its name, but you get the idea. It's mostly just been renamed. Okay. Yeah, now it's a permanent debuff? Yeah, but it's not that bad. Is that Animal Husbandry 3 already? Oh, we had read the book on Animal Husbandry 1. That's why it's leveling so fast. Right. That's why we gained so fast of levels with Animal Care, is we had read that first book. We don't have the second book. You can't help but feel that slow metabolism is a good trait. There's usually pros and cons, like with weight management, but I would agree. Like, it's one of those ones that the 1 fitness penalty is a pretty big penalty. Not gonna say anything here, game, but that says 5 liters and that says 5 liters. I'm assuming it's actually like, it's in my inventory, it's like 4.98 liters or some nonsense like that. So it's not technically 5 liters or some garbage like that. Okay. You got a pupper in lap? Yep. Alright. And this is the thing I keep forgetting. I'm not allowed to close it. Hopefully they change that. Alright, so I've got 5 sticks of butter. Do you have normal stream days and hours? Yeah, normally I stream every days, but Thursdays and Fridays, so I've been pretty bad about streaming on my days off a lot lately. And I normally stream from 4 a.m. my time till... Sorry, that's not true. 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. my time. Which normally I'd be wrapping up around now, but I'm going to go ahead and at least play out the rest of this day. Because as well as ones that like I could have finished when we did the last end day, and I'm like, that's like 15 minutes earlier. I'd rather wait till I know I've got others on I can raid that have good content that I can pass you all off to. Yeah, so with that, I've got 5 sticks of butter. So if we consider for a moment that even eating like the 1 or 2 or 3 sticks of butter is all it takes me to go double up arrows, we can probably make these sticks of butter last us a good long while. So we eat our non-fattening foods for a little bit. To keep the hunger under control. And in a pinch, we eat more butter. Isn't our back weapon, by the way? No, it's the nightsticks. Let's actually get the nightstick here. I'm higher level with short blunt than with long... Or sorry, with short blade. Let's stick with what we got some points for at the moment to keep progress happening. And then as we start running out of our good weapons, we'll start leaning on our not as... Well, sorry, I shouldn't say good. As we start running out of the weapons we already have skill in, we'll start leaning on the ones we don't. Alright, top that off. And it'll be real nice when we get to the point of having a vehicle, or if we get the whistle. So the good news is we are actually at a higher kills per average per day than when we started the stream. And considering how much time I've lost running back and forth to the cows where we haven't really been killing much, and then other days we've just been kind of like dealing with commuting places and all that, that's not too shabby. I've also gained a lot of level in a lot of things. I am getting more and more supplies together for when we do have to start crafting our weapons. That my hope is I'll just have like a nice little mountain of materials that we just go into our house, we lose a day, but then I walk out with a small arsenal of just, you know, stone axes and knives and whatever else we make. Couple zombies up here. Let's go to where we took the helicopter itself. If I can get there and I can look around and we don't see much in the way of zombies, we'll just consider ourselves having it cleared kind of thing. And then we can start getting on the path to going on. But yeah, I'm feeling really good about the idea of doing this. I do think this will prevent us from getting overwhelmed as easily. It'd also keep most of the mess to one area. Alright, so we've got the one zombie over to the right. Alright, we have some thistle we can eat. Yeah, so I've got a rally group up there, I got a loose one over there. And I got a smaller group, I got 2 groups down there. Okay. So let's kill this one. Then we'll kill the ones to the south, because those are closer to the house. And honestly, after we kill those groups way to the south, I feel like we'll have this area basically sorted for right now. Gonna eat that thistle. Okay, so we've got a group of about 4 and a group of about 6. So 10 total. Probably more than I want to do in one giant pull. And you just have, is that a duffel bag? Yeah, it's just duffel bag. Oh, it's a group of 5. That's fine. So you can pull them back here. Kill this group. They might aggro a couple more. But that should be good, because these zombies all had to come from somewhere, and there's not many places nearby for them to come from. Okay, the duffel bag is empty. Why do none of you believe in wristwatches? So we aggroed 2, and then the other one stayed down there. That's fine. That means we can kill those 2. They'll give us a minute to rest. And I do have a water bottle in case the hydration does get too much. I've mostly been avoiding drinking from the water bottles if I don't need to while I'm out. Just because going through the liquid transfer UI just to top them off, I'm not using a sink, is annoying. So we've been using the buckets on the floor. That's part of the reason I filled up all those buckets right away at the beginning. As soon as I had the area, I wanted to get as much water in there just so that when the water got cut off, I could keep drinking from those. But when they run out, I'm not going to bother filling them up until things get rough. Which shouldn't be a problem. I suspect we're going to have access to a lake directly well before that's an issue. That'll probably be the time they'll eventually need to kind of move forward so far as where I'm sleeping, is I'll have to have where I have the water. Do not trust your top watch. Look at what briefly they'll tell all the time. Nah, every one of these zombies was that friend who, when you were in like school or whatever, could never bother wearing their own watch, and they'd be like, "Hey man, what time is it? Hey man, is it almost time for class to get out? What about now, man? Is it almost time?" You'd be like, "Dude, get your own watch. I'm not a clock for you. Look at the clock in the wall. Come on." Alright, looks like we got a group of 3, a group of maybe 10, and a group of maybe 7 or 8. If we take our time, we can get through those today, no problem. Especially if we knock them all down first hit on the whole group, and then finish them off with the second hit. If we just always get the best possible outcomes, things go better. Alright, let's rest for just a minute before we tangle with the ER groups. Let's get this one over here real quick. And then we'll loop down, go for that one, and out. Well, 2, I guess. Yeah, because it's looking like we've just about got this place cleaned. We still have, I believe, 3 days until the helicopter is eligible to show up at all. So we should have this way more than sorted by then. That means for at least for the first helicopter, well, it basically cleared up the entire mess it brought. Which is pretty much what we're hoping. Alright. Yeah, so it's a group of 6. That's no problem. We can do that. And sorted. normally I don't go through quite all this much. Ooh, we got a couple of friends did hear us. Looks like just a few, though. Okay. Not sure if it did actually pull off that group or not. Or it was just a couple of wanderers. Alright, and with that we sit back down. Then kill that group on the right. And so we'll see how this escalates. My suspicion of as we're doing this is the rate we kill the zombies will get faster than the rate the helicopter could potentially draw in zombies from farther away. Because I'm also suspecting, if we look at the map, so I'm suspecting if we're taking the helicopter up here, I don't think the helicopter will even fully cover this lake, so far as where it's going to have the longest draw. I don't think this whole area will even be included in that, let alone March Ridge. March Ridge is the scary one. If we start drawing zombies in from March Ridge, that's where things are going to start getting dicey. But I even still feel, even if that does happen, that we start getting zombies from March Ridge, we're far enough away, they shouldn't be able to come here in very large numbers. So it would just be a thing. It's honestly curious. I really look forward to seeing what people do when they do a bunch of their tests. Like, if I were to just set up a test where, like, you know, we go debug, I hit a button, kill all the zombies in the immediate cell around me, and then we fast forward like 10 days, and then we repeat that process again and again. To kind of just act as how the player might act, that we eliminate the zombies in the surrounding area, rinse and repeat. Like, how fast would the zombies go in and replace what I've got here? Or like, how far would the zombies move from, I guess is the bigger question. That is more zombies than I was expecting to be able to respond to that. That's fine. Yeah, so I do think it'll be a thing that over time, assuming that cell migration thing is map wide, or at least a very significant distance, the assumption would be the March Ridge zombies over whatever period of time it occurs. That's all the stuff I really have no idea. Like, do they do a cell migration? Does that trigger by, like, RNG? Is it something that every 12th day, you know, some number of zombies try to migrate out? Like, what is the actual thing causing it? What percentage move? Yada yada yada. You get the idea. We don't know any of the numbers and all that. And do they play? So I don't think they travel to the player. That I feel confident is not the case, because that's not the behavior we observed on the other player through. They were traveling past me in a lot of cases. So my assumption is it's kind of just almost like, you know, you drop the zombies in a spot and they slowly spread outward. And the pro and con of that is, the con, the zombies get everywhere. The pro is, as they take that concentration of zombies and they go farther and farther and farther out, it also in a lot of ways dilutes them. That there's less zombies, like there's less zombie density because you spread the zombies over a larger distance. What's the cell migration thing? Has there been a change? Yeah, no problem. So, historically, when it comes to Product Zomboid, the way zombies have moved between cells has strictly been, and this is going to be an oversimplification. Let me go ahead and pull up the map. Let's pretend, for example, this is 4 cells, which I think is actually true. And let's say that's supposed to have 10,000, that's supposed to have 10,000, that's supposed to have 10,000, and that's supposed to have 0. So if I went into this zone here, and I killed 5,000, so I've killed half of them, what the game would attempt to do at some point is it would attempt to move zombies from this cell over to that cell to bring them to roughly about what percentage of each other they are supposed to be. So it would equal out to be the 7,500 between the two cells. And then later on, this would trigger to try and do that, and you get the idea. And there was a migration that happened that way, and it happened like every X number of days, and it would all, like, it had lots and lots of like caveats to it, so it's not an exact science. And it wouldn't do an extreme like suddenly moving over 10,000 zombies. It would be a gradual thing. Well, they've got a new cell migration that's a little different, in that if we look at that same scenario, the new cell migration, this cell that's supposed to have 0, some number of zombies would move from there to that cell, so it's no longer considering what the amount of zombies that are supposed to be there. Instead, it can literally just dump them into an empty cell too. And it would be true of all the cells around here that would always otherwise be empty. So in that case, this 10,000 cell, and this is fully... I have no evidence to back up these numbers, this is just guesswork. You know, this cell might drop to half to say like 5,000, and then suddenly the other 5,000 might be split between these R cells. Yeah, that is build 42 that they've added the new cell-to-cell migration like that. Now, I have no idea the quantity. It might move 5%, it might move 10%, it might be every 3 days, it might be every month. I know none of these things. Hey, don't do that. That was scary. Like, I have no idea the numbers or the timing, just that it is a thing that occurs now. Because they've said that they've changed, like, they've gone out and they've said they've added migration that will cause the zombies to move to quieter cells over time too. And that's like a new thing that we're trying to feel out. But that's what I believe got my last character killed, was that cell migration meant the area around me, which had been quiet, just kept getting more and more dense with zombies. That while the helicopter can account for some of those areas being super overrun, there's also a lot of areas that, you know, really I didn't have a reason for zombies to be drawn there that got filled in. Let's see, you kind of don't like the idea of them slowly thinning out over time, making me go to the woods to try and get zombies? Well, that's we don't know what the restrictions are. I'm assuming it's not as simple as I'm presenting it. I'm assuming there is more logic that goes into it, not just simply, you know, divide by 2, put between cells. Like, there could be certain cells that they avoid. I have noticed that when they go to the woods, they don't rally group. They stay as, like, lone individuals, which has always been a thing. And a whole bunch of stuff. But I have noticed that the woods tend to get pretty sketch. Keep in mind, we are in the unstable branch. All of that could change. I also could be misunderstanding what's actually happening. Redistribution? Yeah, redistribution, not migration, is within a cell. If you want to know what redistribution is, let's go back to our scenario here where we say this is a cell. Actually, this is a better example. So this is a cell. And let's say I'm over here that I have cleared out these blocks. I am being very diligent on keeping this area clear. When redistribution triggers, it will try to fill in these areas here where it says, oh, I'm supposed to have more zombies over there. And within the zombies only in the cell, they will try and balance out the population. That, I believe, is a little bit more holistic of, they do try and genuinely take the numbers to balance it out. Yeah, no, if you want examples of how the zombies move around in the map, check out content made by Retinaru. He makes YouTube videos. And Retinaru's YouTube videos, he's one of the people when someone says, I think this happens. And he's like, let's find out. And he takes the time to do lots and lots and lots and lots of testing to, you know, confer, like, prove, disprove, whatever you want to use for your term, on what's actually going on. So Retinaru is an absolutely amazing source for a lot of that. Does stream, but I believe the primary amount of the content is over on YouTube for edited content and all that. But yeah, so he's one of the people who won't just be like, well, the wiki says. He'll be like, all right, let's test. Let's boot up the game. Let's go into debug. Let's set up the test. Let's monitor the change. That's what I want to see. Is I want to see someone like Retnaru or, you know, Lamprey, where he's been doing the screenshots between each stream and all that of where the zombie populations have moved on each one. I want to see the end results of that, because to me that's going to be where we're going to really see like what's going on behind the scenes, where we can actually get that someone taking the time to be like, here's where they moved the first day, here's where they moved the second day, here's where they moved the third day. You know when people do it when they make assumptions on other people's words? Well, it's also one of those things that not that the devs have like deliberately misled anyone or anything to that. I don't want to imply that. There's definitely been a number of times where there have been changes that, you know, undocumented or subtle or whatever, that there have been things that have been proven to be one way at one point in time that down the road end up working differently. And they're usually not major things, but something you go, wait a second, like, there was the whole thing that people figured out that your character getting hot or cold even a little bit does cause you to fatigue faster. So literally letting yourself get too warm, your character will get sleepy faster. That's the reasons why you always only wear what it takes to keep yourself at kind of the comfortable heat. You don't want to be getting too hot or cold. You're going to have a little bit, no matter what you do, you're going to like just barely peak one way or the other, especially depending on what actions you're taking at a given time. But you definitely want to think. Let's see. Well, the wiki claimed that 41 already that the zombies moving from high to low pop cells is a thing. I definitely didn't observe that in build 41 in a meaningful capacity, but they did definitely change it. Because you remember you used to tell people that it wasn't an... Let's see, you remember to tell people that it wasn't an optimal swing distance on the zombie to increase critical chance? We found out otherwise. Well, I don't think it was critical chance. I think it was damage, but I did say, like, for the longest time, I said it wasn't, and it supposedly hadn't been for a long time. And that people, like, did a whole bunch of tests and had confirmed it actually was a thing. Like, people had tested it. I think the issue was the tests were flawed, and I went by, you know, I went by that information. But yeah, no, that was definitely one I was wrong on, that for the longest time it had been rumored that was a mechanic, and that had been supposedly disproven a number of times. And then down the road, like, nope, it's just a thing. Like, it's a thing. We've tested and confirmed it. I don't remember what the problem with the old tests were. Like, I didn't personally test it, but yeah. No, I used to preach that was the thing, and then that proved to be just wrong. Like as in it is a mechanic in the game. Yeah, no, I remember that. How can you adjust the size of the crafting menu? Any screen, you can go here, you can grab the little corner, and you can adjust that. There's a limit on how small you can go, though. How would the distance of the swing test work, though? That seems manual. You stop the zombies from moving entirely, and then there's, on debug, you can have a grid you line up, and you can make sure to have them, like, at the distances. And people took the time to, like, figure out the exact science of, like, here's this much and all that. And people also did the cove dives and all that. My big answer, though, with knowing that is a thing, that people are like, oh, so you go for the good hits? No. It's more important that you hit consistently versus trying to get that max of just catching them on the edge. It's like, nah, man. Play it safe. Get your solid, reliable hit, even if it's not going to be the higher damage. Just make sure you get your hits in. Don't... I imagine a lot of people are going to die trying to min-max that and catch it just at the edge of the range. Because the way it actually works, if we look at this barbell, there'll be like, this is the sweet spot. This is, for the example, I'm just using this, like, they'll have the sweet spot there. You'll have, like, this is the okay spot. That's, like, your normal hit spot. And this is, like, the sweet spot. And then, I believe the weapons even have, like, a super short, this is also a sweet spot on them. I can't remember on that one. I want to say there was a thing that, like, you could have a last second hit kind of thing. This is still the best place to hit them. Like, for not only safety, but for damage. This is always the best place to hit them, was, like, right on that end. And then some weapons is a very long part of the weapon was the sweet spot. Like, I want to say katanas, it was most of the katana was the sweet spot. Versus, like, spears was just the very tippy tip edge of it. But all in all, I mostly was just like, yeah, just make sure you hit the zombie safely. But yeah, no, absolutely. I got that detail wrong, and I said that for a long time and got disproven. But that is one of those things that happens. I've talked about in Project Zomboid that, like, it's very hard to get good resources, and we did have a lot of people test. And like I said, I don't remember what was wrong with the test. It was something that hadn't gotten accounted for. Oh, I think they hadn't accounted for different weapons having different sweet spots and that it being a variable. And so when they were doing the test, they're using stuff like the crowbar and all that, and they just didn't get consistent results. And then it switched to, like, you get the idea that they didn't account for each weapon having a different amount of sweet spot to it. And so you'd test between the weapons and be like, I'm just not seeing this behavior consistent on different weapons. And, you know, even at 100 swings, if you're seeing, like, a little bit better results on this one, with that, it's still enough that it could just be random number generation. Because I also don't believe it was a thing, like, you know, it wasn't, like, 2 times damage for being here. It was, like, small bump here. And so when you're talking, like, a 5-10% increased damage for the far sweet spot versus the middle, it doesn't stand out in the data as strong for 100 hits, since there's still a range it can hit inside those ranges. So you're like, is this a thing? Do I need to drop 10,000 hits? Which, you know, of course, then it makes it more confident. But yeah, no, they tested, they figured that out. But that was like considered common knowledge that it wasn't a thing. It just felt like a thing, but it was a placebo effect or whatever. And then more people tested and went, wait a second, that's actually a thing. Hold up, we have results. Anyways, with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. That is how all this works. I am going to try to get either, like, tomorrow or the day after, get some RimWorld going on, as well as the Project Zomboid. So we'll do one of the things, like, half the stream will be one game, half the stream will be the other. I keep saying I'm going to doing this, and I was planning on starting that today, but I've been dealing with technical issues on the back end, which has kept me from getting that ready. But in the meantime, if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I need more subscribers to host out over there, which is equivalent of rating. I'll need to check. That number's probably actually getting relatively close to what I need to be able to do that. So, you know, do that thing over there. For over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and we're going to see who we can find for us to raid. In the meantime,